Team AI haters are out of here. Thanks to Jake Sperry and Ewan O'Leary for the last couple of races. Myself and Zach Sweeney back into the commentary booth to take you through the next couple. And for Zach Sweeney, someone who's apparently not a fan of the Daytona 500, which is on today, doesn't like NASCAR that much. Well, this one's not going to work out well for you, is it? We've got the Chevy Silverado. We've got Road America ahead of us. This is going to be a lot of fun. Look, it's always a bit of good racing in this car, and Road America also delivers as well.
Yeah, it does indeed, and we can see the height disparity actually on the cameras now between big and small. I do look a little bit lower than you now. There we go. Right. If I sort of like get up, there we go. All good. No, yeah. So Chevy Silverado coming up at Road America. It's given us some good racing thus far in VCO Infinity. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of the Daytona 500, but the comparison and the the resemblance of cars that we just saw from Diogo Pinto there, the chase to the line, oh my god, absolute cinema. Hopefully we can have something similar in terms of as good of a race here at Road America, but I think that is just going to be too hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, look, the difficulty is with these cars, you're effectively guaranteed a pit stop. Qualifying's already been complete and the grid is set. We'll see who's going to end up on pole position, who's going to be at the front of the field, and who's going to be leading us down into that opening corner. The right-hander at T1. Very tricky to navigate, especially when they're probably going to end up 3 wide. Things still remaining very good. The consistency that's been coming out of Team Redline, our points leaders, well in control here in VCO Infinity 5. They'll start from pole position with Cooper Webster behind the wheel. Luca Alpert behind the wheel of the EMM esports machine. That's great for them because they are scoring some solid points. Victor Wolfson in the Coanda esports car missed out on victory in this vehicle not that long ago. Cody Deeth, Norby Kish and Alexei Nesov will be the top 3 rows, leading us down into the opening corner of the race. Behind that, we've got Pablo Espez, Yuri Tone, another solid qualifying for the Vitality team, looking for a solid result as well. 07, Movano, Sim RC, and the Visceral Esports team round out the top 12 and the 6th row of the grid. We've got the Bike 500 car and BS Hybrid. Great livery on that car. Keep an eye out for Josh Anderson. Love the livery on that thing. He'll start just ahead of Jack Keithley and TC Esports, ERE, and then the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car ahead of Pedro Sanchez Albert for BS competition. That is the car that has won the last 2 Chevy Silverado races from my memory. Of course, those both being driven by Phil Denez. Ethan Bernard behind the Blue Mercure esports car, and Philip Schiff for Maniti round out the top 20 in those 10 rows. Behind that, though, we've still got far more to go. Sherritt Esports, Falcon Sim Racing, Deal, What's Cooking Racing Adventures, Oscar Manga behind that one, and Drago Racing. We've got Lion GP, we've got the Grid and Go #1 car, we've got Brabham Esports, Stella Traz Automotive by Major Garage, and of course the fast parent Dutch League Racing in 30th position, just within 2 seconds of the pole time. We jump outside that with the Tatum Res Tech team in 31st position. Ride, Sorrento Motorsport Esports, then we've got Prism, Stint 1, and MG18 Sim Tech Pro, 3.5 seconds off of the time set by Cooper Webster. Armamentario in the best number in all of sim racing and motorsport will start from 37th position alongside GT Spain. Avalon, we've got the U Amateurs car, the Delta Sport, and the Project 91 racing team of Hayden Bramley, who last time I commented on Hayden Bramley in this event, he'd actually gone back-to-back in races. He did the Formula Fords and then raced this at Charlotte. That was a very tricky race indeed. Francis McGinn for Altitude 3M Esports will start from 43rd position alongside Fiercely Forward. Thomas Angus Sim Racing with the Olympus Esports car, the second of the Grid and Go cars, and then Impact as well in 48th. One final page to deal with here, as we've got Capivara, then Absolute Motorsports Athlete, and then the final position on the grid in 51st place, it is Impulse Racing. This is going to be a fun one, Zach, I'm sure. Obviously, you've got that race into turn 1. We've got that race down the backstretch into turn 5, which definitely causes problems, especially because that run down into turn 5, you're going to have cold brakes going down into it. It's a drop downhill into a tricky braking zone and a relatively difficult corner at the best of times anyway.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we're in for a pretty astounding race. And again, these are very difficult cars to drive naturally. We've seen that all throughout. Not the most amount of grip, not the best stopping power, and a ton of power going to those rear wheels. So, yeah, in terms of raceability, I think we're going to see some pretty good stuff, especially Road America. Like we've been saying, tons of tricky corners, the undulation, the bumps in places. and yeah, with it, of course, that strategical element to work into this one as well. So yeah, the next 45 minutes is going to be very, very interesting indeed. And well, as always with VCO Infinity, probably quite unpredictable.
Some of the combos that we've raced here in VCO Infinity are a little bit odd. You know, you take in your Formula Ford 1600s around Fuji, for example, and the oddity sometimes works out with an excellent race. This is not one that you could classify as being odd. It is the NASCAR trucks, and it is Road America. Basically, he feels like they're at home here, and it is Cooper Webster who will be leading off from pole position. You got the EMM Esports car directly alongside in that front row, and we are racing down towards that opening corner as all the horsepower drags those trucks down into the opening turn. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is Cooper Webster, and he might hang on to the race lead as they work their way through the opening corner. Lovely to see the red line livery on that car as well, and it certainly fits the machine, and it fits the race lead as well. The points leaders holding firm at the front.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, red line once again just ascending to the top of things. You know, the last couple of races haven't exactly, you know, been overly easy for them, but now from pole, Cooper Webster will be looking to go for a pole to flag victory. Whether or not that will be the case, well, we've got just under 45 minutes to find out. Towards turn number 5, this is going to be a crucial point. The EMM car, of course, taking a slightly wider line. Kawanda there, of course, who might well be knocked out, not mathematically out of contention, but definitely realistically out of contention unless they can really start to shift and do something with it now. The top 3 make their way through the first half of the lap, and to be fair, so far so good for the majority of the field.
Cooper Webster has been victorious in this event so far today. Obviously, he took victory in the Radical SR10 to Okayama in race number 12 a fair while ago, and he is a driver that is at the lead of the field. Ignore Kusniowski, who is at the front in first place. That's because he's returned to the pit lane on the opening lap. That would have been done through escaping back to pit lane. So as soon as we come round and cycle at the line, that will then drop him down the order. Luca Alpert more feeling pressure of Victor Wolfson than he is dealing pressure out to Cooper Webster. And I've got to say, the Commander car in the hands of Victor has kind of looked strong opening doors, and then kind of struggles a little bit towards the middle of the race before getting strong later on. That's what I've noticed a little bit from the Commander machine, at least in these Silverados.
Yeah, it is interesting how sort of teams will have different phases of the race, and Kawanda hopefully are going to be firing one back. Again, a bit of a response maybe just to sort of redeem themselves for the last couple of races. I know Misfortune has definitely gone their way, but yeah, you do sort of have those kind of phases through the race, whether or not, you know, where you're fuel saving, where your tyres are at, where you are in the race, where you are in your headspace as well. Obviously, Kawanda probably, you know, they're still P2 in the overall standings, but they're probably, you know, feeling a little bit worse for wear in terms of how much points they've lost and stuff. So hopefully Victor Wolfson can, you know, pick himself up, keep that composure there. You can see the live gap, 896 to 797, nearly 100 points clear, and well, 100 places clear. Redline effectively, if they keep this momentum up in a couple of races time, they can not afford to, but mathematically they can DNF from 2 races and still retain the lead.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's 50 points on the line for each of the races. So, I mean, if they're going to keep this kind of pace up and have a 100-point lead, by the end of race 22, they could already seal VCO Infinity V and their 4th title in this competition. Rising up to the top of the hill and going through the likes of turn 6 they go. About 6 tenths between them. Interesting that you saw the points there on the top right, but the top 3 in the points are in the top 3 positions of this race. Luca Alpert and the EMM team just outscoring Kawanda a touch. Could definitely do without scoring him a little bit more, but make no mistake, EMM are in contention to finish in the runner-up spot here in VCO Infinity V.
Yeah, 100%. We were speaking about it at the back end of our last in a couple of hours ago, that they are very much in contention. And could definitely be a menace to Kawanda. A bit of a replay further back in the pack, running a bit wide. Is that one of the Falcon cars, I think, just having a tap on the exit of turn 12, going into the carousel. Obviously, everyone doing their best to avoid them. Puts a couple of people offline, and it just goes from bad to worse, and then just no real attempt or ability to turn in there.
There's an issue of something on that, either on that car or technical on their side, because you can see going into the carousel, it was as if he had the car set. They only had, I don't know, like it was apparently on like a billion degrees of rotation and was turning it like a truck. It just had no turn on the front, and yeah, it just didn't get in. So there's clearly some form of issue with the car, whether it is through damage on the car or maybe even just a technical side for the Falcon Sim Racing team. And unfortunately, that will drop them right the way down the order. At the front, 0.6 of a second is the lead for Cooper Webster. We are expecting pit stops in this race, and so we're definitely going to get them. But whether they'll be taking 2 tyres or 4, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, that seems like it's going to be front left suspension, surely, if you're going out into that gravel trap like that. I don't know how else you'd be over there.
Yeah, unless a wheel disconnect or something, but he does still have kind of control of his steering, so I don't think it's a technical problem in that sense. I think we are right. It's well, you are right in the sense that it's a bit of damage to the suspension. A big shame, of course, because Falcon have been very strong. Of course, they have taken the victory in the Silverado all the way back at the first race of the event. Back at Fuji. Of course, it was Damon Woods that took that one, well, quite some time ago, nearly 19 hours ago now. And we're, well, to be fair, it's flown by this VCO Infinity 5, already on to the, well, what will soon to be the final 5 races of the event. But yeah, just goes to show how difficult these conditions are, and the format of the event, sort of more so in the sense that, you know, you've got so many cars all vying for the same bit of track space, and yeah, one bit of a knock, and especially in a car this sensitive. Well, I say sensitive, it's not really as sensitive as an open wheel car, but it just goes to show that even a car that can take a ding or two is well, prone to a little bit of damage, and unfortunately that's going to be effectively their race out of contention.
To say, this car is the very definition of rubbing its racing. Do you not think? It's very much the what you should be doing in trucks, getting your elbows out a little bit. I mean, the way you were describing that Falcon Sim Racing victory is if you were there watching it. I know you were probably busy.
I was a little bit busy, yeah.
Yeah, because you were commentating on karting. Is what you were saying.
I actually wasn't. We were done by then. I was rushing to the airport. My flight was at 8:30. It's an hour. It was an hour and a half drive to the airport, and we left at I think like 6:15 or something like that. It was kind of unbelievably close. So I was stressing about that. Did try to get a race or two on the plane while I was waiting for us to take off, and there's a spin, unfortunately, through Canada Corner, and again, because of the pack dynamic, one car spins and everyone behind then has to frenzy to get out of the way. Yeah, a little bit scary there as they wet their way through Thunder Valley. Oh, and do you know what? Thought, I've been dumped, so I'm going to dump someone else. Have fun. That was a little harsh, and that would be a slam dunk penalty. I get the feeling if Race Control were to have a look at that one, as the fiercely forward car they spun round. That was not cool. No, absolutely not. Fiercely sideways in the end, I think, for the number 20. Nice. Yeah, thank you. Horrible, but nice. Thank you, appreciate it. Not as bad as Dane's. What was it? Elvis falling down the ranking earlier. That was that was pretty egregious. Yes, but it's so good in the worst way. It's great. Following along this battle here, you can see Cooper Webster building a bit of a gap as a 4-car train starts to form behind Luca Alp at the EMM car. You've got Coanda, of course, Cody Deeth, and Alexei Nesov just making up the rear of that 4-car train. Again, we're going to have to wait and see as to sort of the extent of the fuel saving and the strategy element. Are they just going to go flat out, take some fuel halfway through and go again, or is there an element of that fuel saving to minimise the time in the pit stop? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, Webster has got the measure as the number 15 just gets tapped around as if it's not even there. Yeah, that was the Grid and Go number 1 car getting into the side of TC Esports and sending the TC Esports car for a bit of a ride going through the unique turn 3 that's definitely turn 2. It's time. I'm going to keep bringing it up. I don't know if I've got another Road America race coming up, but I'll just keep getting more and more angry. The last thing that you want is me and Arjuna to be on a Road America race together, because we'll just talk about car, like completely ignore the race. It'll be 45 minutes talking about how the corner numbers are wrong. Thankfully, you're safe from that, because we'll be racing Road America after this just one more time, and that will be for race number 21. Radical SR10s will be taking to this. Give that a quick shout out as to the final 6 races we've got scheduled over these 6 hours. Obviously, we're here with the Chevy Silverado at Road America. After this, we'll be taking the Super Formula Lights around Okayama. Then we've got Road America for the Radical SR10s. We've got Silverstone with the Chevy Silverado. That'll be the last time that we see this car out in action. Fuji for the Acura GTP, and the final race, Meme City. It is the Formula Ford and the Charlotte Roval, which is
bonkers. Of course, you might think 5 cars of 5 tracks. There is one combination that will be missing over 24. Do you know which one it is?
I knew you were going to ask me, and I don't know because I've been trying to think what it is. I don't know.
It's the Acura GTP at Charlotte. We raced No, I think it's right. I think that's not a good combo. I'll tell you what though. What was a good combo? If you want to go and see a meme, watch the Chevy Silverado earlier on in the evening around Charlotte, because it was at night time, and it's floodlit, isn't it? Because the outside, because the Charlotte Roval, the oval itself is floodlit, because race cars don't need headlights because the track is always lit. Wise words by Lightning McQueen. Problem is the infield's not lit though.
Oh, no, it was Lightning McQueen. Sorry. I thought it was
Yeah, calm down. The infield though is not lit. So they were driving into the darkness with no lights. It was very entertaining, let me tell you.
Oh, I've got to go watch that now. Yeah, once I've finished this 4 hours in, I'm definitely going to watch that. Sorry, for a moment I got the quote wrong. It's fine. We'll move on. 34.5 minutes left to go. Cooper Webster now that gap over a second to Luca Alpert in the EMM car. Of course, still that train with Victor Wolfson and Cody Deeth there. Alexei Nesov in and amongst the pack, and then a bit of a gap back to Pablo Espes in P6. Following the battle here, Joshua Anderson at the BS Plus Hybrid. Now, historically, in the Chevy Silverado, BS Plus have taken 2 of the 3 victories the car has participated in. Doesn't look overly competitive in this one. The BS Plus competition car, Pedro Sanchez Albert, currently running P12, and the hybrid Anderson in P9. Might be unlikely they'll be going for a 3rd Chevy victory in a row.
Just to quickly point out, by the way, if you want to go and watch that race I was alluding to, all of them are on YouTube. Split 6 races per part. We've got 4 parts over on YouTube. Obviously, you're joining us on Twitch. You've been watching basically all the way through, completely unbroken in the stream over on Twitch. But yes, on YouTube, it would be the 2nd race of part 2. It was race number 8 of VCO Infinity 5. Car off the road, and there is a spin as well, trying to just fire your way through all of it. And it is the TCE Sports car that has been stuck into reverse. It's trying to work its way back down the start-finish straight. Messy here on the start-finish straight at Road America.
Yeah, not ideal by any means. Is that that's the 15 TC Sports getting back round again and able to stay out of the way. I'm really impressed as to the fact there wasn't any further contact, in all honesty, with that one. Rolling against the pit wall, just hoping that no one's going to hit them. Probably the best thing to do is to stay rolling, but in the same lane, as to sort of minimise the relative speed. Let's take another look as to how it happened. Just a small bit of contact. That's the number 10. That's the Stintone Motorsport getting tagged out. That's I mean, we were speaking about driving standards earlier on being quite good. Out the window in the Chevys.
Yeah, and then there comes that finding his way through. That was Jack Keithley. There's a number 2 car to the right of him. He comes to the crest of the hill. He tries to cut over Hayden Bramley, who's then pushed straight into the barrier. I think that was a bit on Jack, I will say. He was trying to drop back into line, and I get it. But there was a car coming at speed that was going to be a crash every single day of the week.
Yeah, 100%. I don't disagree. Jack Keithley, he's a very capable driver. He's been around in sim racing for a while, to put it bluntly. He knows what he's doing. I think just maybe a slight misjudgment in terms of the closing speed more than anything there, and tagged round, and we saw the rest of it. Back at the front, Luca Alpert has got the gap back under 3/4 of a second, so maybe just starting to get a bit of a sniff of slipstream. I think it is probably just going to be a bit of a slow burn waiting game. No one in the top 5 really making any big punches as it stands, as we can see, of course. I think, again, it is just going to be waiting for that pit stop. Save a little bit of fuel while you can to minimise the time you spend in the pit stop and get the jump. We're right on board, actually, I think, with the incident that we saw. It's Jack Keithley in front.
Yeah, now watch this. There's Hayden Bramley, I think, on the right-hand side.
Oh.
Yeah, it just wasn't on. I mean, you say, like, Jack Keithley was experienced in the world of sim racing. He was pretty experienced, and one of the top dogs when I started in R Factor 1. And I started sim racing 13 years ago, and he was already pretty well versed at that point, a multiple champion. So he's been in sim racing well over 15 years, approaching 20 years in the world of sim racing. And I mean, look, everyone's allowed mistakes. Everyone's allowed mistakes, and that one I think was quite catastrophic, unfortunately. No mistakes being made though at the front of the field. Cooper Webster in charge at the moment. The top three, well, the top group really, relatively unchanged. Again, those points gap, it will be 1 point closed up by EMM. It's obviously not going to be enough for them to catch Koanda if they go at that rate, but more drama and maybe the opportunity will be open for them to sneak the runner-up position away on the point standings.
Yeah, exactly that. I think for EMM especially, it's a case that, you know, they're going to be, you know, trying to, you know, decrease the gap while they can, but more so just be there or thereabouts, minimize the loss, and obviously try and gain where they can, and then hope that Koanda, you know, have a big slip up. That is, you know, realistically the only way you're going to be gaining big chunks of points in this format, because of the way the points are structured. Only 1 point in between each position, which obviously in theory keeps everything nice and close, nice and compact. But it does mean that it's very difficult for EMM on pure pace to close what is now a 32-point gap as it stands if things were to finish as they were. I think, again, it's just going to be a case if EMM want to finish runner-up to Team Redline, which realistically, I think this competition is a fight for second in that standings. It's just going to be waiting for the pin to drop in Koanda to maybe have, well, an extra dose of misfortune.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think this is, we now have to speak of this as the fight for second. Even if Redline, right now, if Cooper Webster disconnected, right, and that would be the worst case scenario because they would score nothing. Luca output for EMM and Koanda, the two closest teams to them, are directly behind. They would close up 50 points on Redline, and over the final 5 races, Redline would still be in a comfortable position in the firm favourites. That is how comfortable Redline are at the moment. That's why Diogo Pinto could take the risks as he did in the previous race to cause all that excitement at Fuji just a few moments ago, because they've put themselves in a position where they're pretty comfortable and they can just ride this out and see what happens.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, as much as they, you know, want to win the competition, that's naturally their focus. They want to keep that streak up in terms of VCO Infinity editions on iRacing. This is the 4th one on the platform, and well, will most likely be the 4th one that Redline go and win. Ultimately, it's, you know, they're single races that they're competitive. They want to go and win it. So yeah, they will go and take those risks. Granted, they maybe don't need to, but you know, it's a bit of fun, and Redline obviously showing exactly what they can do. Diogo Pinto, again, it gave us an absolute spectacle as you ride on board with Cody Deeth for Eclipse Esports, the Aussie, trying to get onto the back of, well, staying on the back, I should say, of Victor Wolfson. Not really willing. I don't think this is a can't overtake. I do think it's a won't overtake at this stage in the race. Yeah, big lifting coast.
It wasn't even just the lift, that was definitely the clutch getting involved there. When as soon as the engine revs die like that, that's the clutch being put in. You heard a lot of it from Diogo Pinto in the previous race. Fair play. Obviously, there is a fuel stop for these cars. Whether they'll take 2 tyres or 4 is the question, but the more you get that fuel down, the more likely that is open for you. If you're burning all the fuel like you normally would, you come in and you'd probably do all 4 tyres because you'd have to take that much fuel. But in this, you kind of want to make it so that you only take the amount of fuel that overlaps a 2-tyre swap, and it saves about 3 seconds in the pit lane, 3 or 4 seconds if you do just the 2 tyres. And Cody Deeth there, you can see how early he was lifting going into the opening corner and getting that clutch on, just trying to balance the car at the moment. We'll say, by the way, to Redline's domination, is one thing I wanted to touch on. You say about the previous iterations of VCO Infinity. I mean, obviously my spreadsheets and stuff, you know, I was having a little look. Coming into this, they had 28 victories across the previous 72 races of the VCO Infinity before this. So they've passed 30 today, that's for sure. I don't know exactly how many they're on. But they have, yeah, so they're on 34 race victories. This would be a 35th. Absolutely incredible. By obviously, no shock to anyone, by far the most. To be clear, by the way, that is on a couple of occasions they've had 2 cars on the grid. That does account for both of the cars.
Yeah, but still, I mean, as a team, that's incredible, and I think just speaks volumes about their dominance, I suppose, and their stature in the world of sim racing. They are the ones always setting the benchmark, and I think we have given Redline enough praise over the last few hours, and you know, rightly so. They have earned it. But yeah, also, you know, not to discredit the other teams or anything like that, EMM have done a remarkable job. Of course, the last few months acquiring some big talent and really starting to now stake their claim at the top end of the field. Koanda, you know, again, we talk of this, and we put them on a pedestal. I think in some cases it's kind of a compliment to Coanda that we've been quite harsh on them, because they're still in second, fighting against some very serious competition. They've not had a bad day by any means. They've won races, they've gotten podiums, they're fighting at the front end in almost every race. Yes, they've been a bit misfortunate, but they've not been bad at all. So I think the level of competition we see in VCO Infinity is remarkable, and I think it's down to the drivers and the teams just absolutely loving the event in of itself. I know I definitely would love to be a part of a VCO Infinity event like this. I think the 24 individual races works incredibly well.
It does. I will say with the likes of Coanda, I was talking this with a few friends of mine recently, and yes, I do have some.
Didn't want to say anything, but
I think Coanda is in a bit of a transitional phase when it comes to their driver lineup. I don't mean like that as if like they're constantly chopping and changing, but it's just like who's becoming like the lead driver. For such a long time it's been Josh Rogers, and yes, that is technically still the case with Porsche Coanda, fair enough. But where you look at Coanda in the world of sim racing over the last 10 years, it would be your Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jongs, Mac Backhams and whatnot, and the only one that's kind of jumped into that kind of collection that's consistently a part of it, obviously over there, is Charlie Collins. Yes, they've signed Jordan Caruso from Altus Esports as well. There's a little bit of that, but they have a lot of junior drivers. And the more these competitions go on, the more I'm like, oh, well, I don't know who this driver is for Coanda and this, that, and the other. And then suddenly I was like, oh no, they're actually like just as fast as everyone else. And that's why I think Coanda's in a bit of a transitional phase where over the next few years you're going to see them have not necessarily a different lineup from what we're seeing now, but I think they're going to get back stronger again, being one of the top teams in sim racing like they are with Team Redline, but with a different lineup than they had 5 years ago, where there are some teams, even like your Team Redlines and stuff, which for the most part have like quite a lot of drivers which have been there for a long time, like Enzo Benito, for example.
You got to think as well in sim racing, longevity is it's a completely different subject to like traditional motorsport, because you look at the likes of Jack Keithley, who's been around forever. Like, you can stay in sim racing for a long time and still be incredibly competitive. In fact, even over the years, probably get better as you go through. But that doesn't mean it's not a bad thing to invest in the future, especially with, how much scope Coanda can cover. Yeah, you've got your Josh Rogers, Charlie Collins, blah, 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 and they do a very good job, but they can't always be in the car. They can't always invest time to every championship. And, it doesn't hurt to have a really strong junior roster. Ultimately as well, over the last sort of, couple of months really, we have seen a lot of big names take steps back from sim racing. Look at the likes of Luke Bennett, Jeffrey Rietveld, who of course left Team Redline to go and pursue other avenues. Granted, it's in the world of real life motorsport, so they are still in the industry as such, but some people are going to go and explore other avenues or take different walks of life, start a family, as rare as that is, and if you're a sim racer. But yeah, I know, right? But some people are going to go do that. So I think, yeah, it's a wise decision from Coanda to invest in that young talent while they've still got the likes of Josh Rogers, Charlie Collins, etc., who, by the way, are by no means old. I'm not giving them the young status by any means. Charlie Collins looks 15. But while they can still use those guys to help develop their team, and I think, yeah, you're absolutely right, Coanda could well be in a very strong spot.
I don't think we should be talking about starting families and stuff in the world of sim racing when we're literally doing a sim racing weekend on a sim racing event on Valentine's Day weekend. Speaking of families and stuff, though, I will just give a shout out. Charlie Crossland, recent Papa in the world. So obviously he'll be close to the EMM team and Hymo setups and stuff. So he's around that kind of camp. Big shout out to Charlie Crossland. It's not. I ain't having to get any kids anytime soon. I'm not ready to give up the situation of just being a commentator and whatnot. So that can stay far away from me.
Yeah, fair enough. No intention from me either. Purely because I like my money too much, and I'd like to keep as much of it as I possibly can, in all honesty. And just focus on getting forward. Yeah, it is the topic. I was in Rome, or about an hour from Rome yesterday on Valentine's Day, and my girlfriend was nowhere to be seen, which is, the way it is sometimes in this industry.
She's probably watching rugby.
Yeah, she actually was. She was watching the Six Nations.
Yeah, I know. She messaged me on Instagram, so that's fine. Me and your girlfriend, we're getting along apparently. Don't worry. There was a switch for third position. Cody Deeth has snuck his way through into third. Reason we're not getting super duper excited about it is there is a lot of fuel saving happening within this group, but there's some darts into pit lane coming in from Cooper Webster and Luca Alpert. Now things are starting to chop and change. Cody Deeth will take over the race lead along with Victor Wolfson. So now we're starting to see some things chop and change. Like I say, I think we're going up to this pit lane. We're going up towards this pit lane. It was a little bit more open on, you know, fuel saving and stuff like that. After this is going to be full push.
Yeah, it is, right? There's no need to save or anything like that. So that's what this race is. Like the first 25 minutes up until now, a bit of a slow burn. Up onto 2 wheels there to change the tyres as we sort of expected. The outside 2, obviously it's a clockwise circuit. Those are the ones that get hammered the most. Bit of a quicker pit stop though from Luca Alpert. Is going to get the jump on Cooper Webster as they exit the pit lane. That was incredibly tight as they emerge in some traffic.
Yeah, indeed. Got the grid and go there. The number 2 getting off the racing circuit. Whoa! And a big slide coming in for Parada, who also is off the road, I think, and that was just a little bit messy. But Luca Alpert, importantly, has jumped Cooper Webster, so maybe net race lead, depends on what happens with Cody Deeth and Victor Wolfson, who might not have to take as much fuel, so they might have even shorter stops.
But if they take tyres, it's the same amount of time anyway. Stationary in the pits. It's going to come down to who's most effective at riding the pit lane speed limit, I think, if we have that discussion again. Obviously no pit limiter in the Silverados, but yeah, getting as close to it as possible, really attacking that pit entry. And now Cooper Webster, you'll notice, probably not going to attack the back of Luca Alpert because he knows there's a bigger battle to go and win. Well, they've got this lap really to go and crunch, get the tyres back up to temperature, scrub the new ones back in, and get themselves back up to racing speed, which, you know, these are the best in the business. They're going to do that very effectively, but Cody Deeth and Victor Wolfson now have got a very important part of their race coming up.
I was having a conversation with Cam Roger this weekend about because we were watching the trucks, and we were talking about NASCAR in general and stuff. Biggest thing that I missed from NASCAR is 5 lug nuts on the wheels. I think that was such a cool skill to see the mechanic and just like go around. And if we didn't have 5 lug nuts, we never would have had the best scene in all of cinema, which is Guido obviously changing the Guido, oh, yeah,
Guido, come on, Lewis.
Guido van der Garde. It's a great scene, and that wouldn't happen without 5. So we need those back.
We do. I agree. I think it's awesome. And the sound is so good. When I was an apprentice mechanic, using a pneumatic air gun was the best experience of my life. You can see they are phasing through each other into the pit lane. Now come the other 2. Of course, Luca Alpert the final corner. He's missed his pit box.
He has missed his pit box. Coanda falling foul of the pit box, and Victor Wolfson just... do you know what? I don't think he was too far forward. I think he was too far right. Interesting.
He had to jump forwards, though. I think he was too far back.
No. He had to... He moved backwards and then forwards again. Right. I think he was too far to one side.
Either way, it's cost him. Yeah, no. It's cost them. Coanda once again with an absolute shocker. That is handed, of course, this race effectively to Luca Alpert and Cooper Webster. I don't think it was going to be overly consequential anyway, because look at Cody Deeth, who has come out 5.2 seconds off the back of the other 2. I don't know where that gap has come from, astonishingly. Eventually, Coanda get themselves back going again, but that is a shambles for the 81.
Yeah, and I think he also sped coming into pit lane because he's had a penalty as well. Second consecutive time that's happened. Dan Amor also had that in the Formula Fords, or had issues in the Formula Fords anyway. And so, yes, indeed, Coanda having some struggles with the pit lane. I'm going to steal what you just chopped into our commentary chat. Yeah, some proper Ferrari strat coming in from Coanda. They're typically associated with Porsche. Not so in VCO INFINITY, it appears.
No, evidently not. They're channeling their inner red. And, well, yeah, we just spoke about red cars that were good in the pit lane, and now we're speaking about red cars that most definitely are not. And, well, yeah, I think Coanda under that umbrella, unfortunately, it's just... and that's the thing, right, is that, you know, pit lane, you wouldn't typically think of it as the, you know, the big consequential thing. Like, yeah, fair enough, your pit strategy as the thing, but you don't often think about the pit entry, driving into pit box, getting it stopped, getting on your marks and driving out again. You know, that's almost like a trivial part of it, right? Your main focus is going to be nailing the lap times. And yet Coanda have just proved that if you mess it up, it's got disastrous consequences. Of course, with EMM, Luca Alpert leading this race, that's going to be a big swing in the championship fight. Yeah,
I'm trying to see where the Coanders actually come out on the track at the moment. 26, losing then 25 points at present to EMM. It might be 24 if Cooper Webster can sneak his way past, and they've got some lap traffic to get through as well, which will be causing some issues at present. The fiercely forward car is the one directly ahead of the EMM of Luca Alpert. For EMM though, this is actually looking pretty solid for them in the points when it comes to closing down on second position. We talk about that fight for second, it's really important. Commander have gone from 8 races ago looking like they're contending for victory to now with 6 races left to go, 5 at the checkered flag, looking like they're definitely in the battle to hold on to the runner-up spot, and they're not convincing in that scenario.
No, absolutely not, as Luca Alpert gets very argy-bargy with the back markers, obviously understandably so, wanting to hang on to the lead. Cooper Webster gets caught up a little bit, and of course in these cars, ever so slightly offline, and you can lose quite a lot of time. It's a very fine margin they have to be driving on. So Cooper Webster, because of that, going to lose 3/4 of a second. That's the Prism car, as, well, I think that's Thomas Enger car trying to find a way through as well. I think they're battling for position. Meanwhile, these guys are coming through. Eventually, Cooper Webster sails around the outside of the carousel. Now 1.1 seconds, the gap to Luca Alpert, who of course is vying for this victory. EMM know they've got a golden opportunity here to go and close a monumental points gap because of the blunder from Coanda. Question remains though, if Cooper Webster does catch him, how hard does Luca Alpert fight him? Does he sort of just cut his losses and take second to guarantee a good haul of points?
Yeah, indeed. By the way, yes, you were right. It was Thomas Enger Sim Racing. I thought it was fiercely forward early because the black and yellow, but no, I think you are absolutely right. It was the
big
Thomas
T
Enger
on the
Sim
back.
Racing. Yeah, it does help. Didn't read that. I just saw black and yellow, and I just jumped on that. As to the battle for the race lead, I mean, look, I'm not going to say it again, but there is what Will Chadwick was saying earlier in the race. I think if you are in that EMM car, if Cooper Webster gets there and he puts it all on the line, you've got to remember that Cooper Webster can kind of put quite a lot on the line now because they're 120 points clear. And the reason why I say that is they're so far ahead of everyone that now it matters a lot less. So they're literally just going into this trying to win as much as they can because the competition, effectively speaking, is as if they're in an endurance race. We're doing the 24 hours of Daytona and they've got a lap or 2 lead on everyone. They can take a little bit more risk because they've got plenty of time to play with. Luca Alpert is involved in what is going to be quite a tight fight with Coanda, I think, and they can't afford to take any real risk. I would take 49 points every single day of the week over being taken out, especially with the issues that Coanda have had.
Yeah, 100%. It's a golden opportunity that you don't want to throw away. What I am interested in is the fact that Redline will very likely wrap this up for race 22 as it stands. Well, in fact, yeah, race 22 would be, I think, the earliest that they can wrap this up. Of course, that's Silverstone back in the Silverado. Could be the crowning moment for VCO INFINITY V because, well, yeah, that's the insane gap that they've got. Even in a format where it is hard to gain points or close points, they have just been incredibly consistent. Well, Cooper Webster at the moment, 1.4 seconds the gap. I think on raw pace, Luca Alpert probably actually has got the measure on Cooper Webster. We saw a very close train earlier because of the fuel saving and such, but I think now Luca Alpert willed on the confidence now with Coanda's blunder to just sort of drive away and solidify this race victory.
Yeah, like I say, broken that slipstream and is in a comfortable spot. The only question is, did he take a little bit too little fuel and might have to fuel save a little bit more in the final run and is trying to break that gap, but then maybe he'd lift and coast a little bit more at the moment, but he's trying to hold the gap to keep Webs. A lot of question marks here for the EMM team. Don't rule out Cody Death either. Eclipse are in the mix. You can see that white, red and black car in the background, and Dane absolutely is right. Luca Alpert did use a lot less fuel over the opening stint, as did Cody Death. Cody Death we heard lifting and clutching in and coasting into corners quite a lot. So it's probably pretty solid on fuel and could maybe find his way past Cooper Webster.
Yeah, maybe so. I did think the gap was pretty big after the pit lane, but Cody Deeth has been able to chip away at that in the 67 Eclipse car. And, well, there you can see the gap. It's virtually nothing now between the two. Cooper Webster, yeah, having to do the brunt of the work. And I was surprised that maybe he didn't sort of try and slow down and let someone else take the helm so he could, you know, try and slipstream off other people. But he took the brunt of it. And as much as you can sort of, I'm going to call it Clyco, maybe, clutch lifting coast, potentially. We could go with that. Hate it, yeah, me too. Anyway, that's why I'm going to keep using it anyway. So he was Clycoing at the front end of the field. Even then, you're still not going to save anywhere near as much fuel as being in the slipstream around such an undulating circuit. But there is the gap nonetheless. Cody Deeth, I mean, yeah, I think it's a matter of when, not if.
It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't clutch, then lift, then coast. You would lift, then clutch, then coast, wouldn't you?
So it's...
Otherwise, you'd burn more fuel. Nah, it's not good either. Cody Deeth, though, has gone for the move. A little bit too deep, though, as they head into the kettle bottoms and, of course, through the carousel. And Cody Deeth is now up into second position. Yeah, I cannot describe my disdain for that.
Thank you. I'll try my best.
Not a vibe. Absolutely not a vibe. Can Cody Deeth, though, close in on Luca Alba? Do you know what? I think he can. I think he's got the speed at the moment in his Chevy Silverado. I think Eclipse, they could be searching for a victory here in this race at Road America. Already skipped his way past Cooper Webster. The EMM car is not out of reach just yet. No more pit stops to do. They're just going to be running out to the checker flag in 9 minutes' time. Should be about 5 laps at the line.
Yeah, and as it stands, 1.3 seconds. We'll see what the gap is this lap in terms of the lap times as well. Last time through was a 12.3 for EMM. It was an 11.6 for Eclipse. So on target very comfortably to go and get that. It just depends as to how hard Cooper Webster fights with Cody Deeth and whether or not the pair of them can go through. We'll see what the intention is now in towards turn number 1. I think a clear establishment there from Cooper Webster to say, nah, let's try and go and catch him. We've got still 9 minutes. That's still a decent chunk of time, especially with the pace that Cody Deeth is showing to go and catch Lupa Alpert. If the two of them can work together, very possible. There is the Coanda car. Can't even see them on the timing tower. All the way down in P25 is the day.
Yeah, no more licking required, or whatever you want to say about it. No more lifting, clutching, coasting, no nothing. And yeah, 25th at the moment for Coanda. That is disappointing. A couple of very disappointing races. The other thing is that for the most part, Coanda have absolutely got the speed to keep up with our race leaders to fight on pace for victory. The problem is there's been a few too many mistakes, whether it has been from poor qualifyings or incorrect strategy or silly mistakes or bad luck. They've been thrown out of contention and thrown off the pace team red line, even though I'd say pace-wise they're not a million miles off.
No, absolutely not. I don't think, they were there or thereabouts. That they were in the train for the best part of the entirety of the first stint. It only came undone in the pit lane. I'm just going to have a look at the lap times sort of since. The last lap time of 13.2 for Coanda. They're only a couple of tenths of a second off, and obviously that's without the slipstream and, probably quite demotivated. You'd be surprised as to how big of a difference confidence can make. So, yeah, they're down the order, but, yeah, pace-wise, they've been there or thereabouts. I think it has just been a case of those small inconsistencies creeping in and then making the cracks, wider and wider and wider, really starting to expose some weaknesses for Coanda. There you can see the gap. 49.2 seconds. Dane Bed is absolutely brutal with these graphics.
Yeah, he's pretty happy to show the distance between first and second. The live standings there in the top right of your screen, and you can see the gap that is between those two drivers. 50 seconds, obviously, a missing of the pit box, speeding in the pit lane, and various other problems for Coanda in this race. But 25th position for Coanda. Cooper Webster right up there. Cody Deeth trying to search for a victory for Eclipse. They're yet to take a victory in this competition this year, VCO INFINITY V. They have, though, had a runner-up position before. That was in the hands of Caleb Hydes back in the Formula Ford 1600s at Okayama in race number 7. So it's been a while since we've seen it on the podium, but certainly got the pace to do it in this one.
Indeed so. 6 minutes left to run, and you can see there is Victor Wolfson on the back of a car trying to, at this point, it's damage limitation. The gap between Commander and EMM down to just 9 points, and obviously by extension 9 positions. Every position that Wolfson can get could be huge. Yes, this race, at face value, a bit of a write-off, you might think, and they're down, they're out, and they're probably feeling quite defeated, but every single position, I think, is going to count in that battle with EMM. Yeah,
I mean, EMM are kind of a little bit in solid form. They had a podium a couple of races ago. They've had a few podiums. Obviously, they had a podium in the opening race in the Chevy Silverado. They had a podium in race 13, and they've had a podium in race 16, but they've not had a victory yet. SimRC down the inside, Jürgen Frank getting past Matthias Lettau, up in the 13th position for the SimRC squad. Cooper Webster's dropping down the order. He was in third. What's happened to Cooper Webster? Has he just disconnected from this race? It is a disconnection. Wow, I said it earlier. Oh my God. Maybe it's true. No, it's not. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They've still got such a monumental lead over everything. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
No, watch this be the pivot moment. Watch it happen again.
It
and
won't
then
be.
red line. Yeah, but I know it. Well, realistically, it won't. But that is huge for Cooper Webster. Now, are you feeling hopeful if you're Commander or EMM?
What, of potentially stealing the win away?
Or are you just sort of going, oh, well, that's 50 less points that the gap is embarrassing us by?
Do you know what? Actually, yeah, I would say it's more in that camp. I would say it actually doesn't matter. I think Redline are so far ahead that, don't get me wrong, they're at the point now where they, once they've dropped down the order and rejoined and whatever, they'll get back out there. They will score some points, I'm sure, in this, but it's obviously not going to be many. But look at that. He's scoring 16 points, and that's getting worse, yes. EMM is scoring 50 points. The gap's still nearly 100. You know what I mean? It's not getting much better because Coanda is so far down the order anyway. It just doesn't matter that much.
It's trying to empty a swimming pool with a cup, I think, with these guys. It's just going to be not enough and too late into the event for it to happen. Yeah, obviously Cooper Webster will get himself back in and try and, again, limit the damage, but look at that, Coanda only gaining 15 relative to them, and yeah, EMM a bit further back on that. Yeah, I think it's going to be inconsequential in the end, but you never know. If it's happened once, there's still a few more races where it could, in theory, there's a probability it happens again. The chances are low, but never zero.
Chances, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It depends if Cooper Webster's going back out on the racing later on this event. You'd have to say with 6 races left to go, most likely, but not necessarily. And as Dane Baird has just said, he isn't back after this one. This is his last race of VCO Infinity V, which is kind of the case. This is one thing that we really need to talk about. This is the last time that we're going to be seeing, obviously not so much cars and tracks, but we're getting to that point as Luca Alpert navigates some lap traffic with Cody Death right onto the rear end. 2 teams looking for their first victory in this competition. It's one of those ones where we might be seeing the last of certain drivers, There is Cooper Webster back out on the track, so still be scoring 13 points, and they will still have more than a race victory of points over the next team.
Yeah, they will. It's just how good they've been so far. There we can see the graphic reversed, almost poetically. A similar gap, is that? Maybe that's accurate. I don't know, but it would be quite cool if it was a similar gap that just got flipped on its head. Yeah, I mean, Redliner, yeah, they're home and they're dry, really. It's still remarkable that even after a disconnect, they've rejoined in 38th position, not even sort of plumb last. Cooper Webster obviously back out in 38th, and again, limiting the damage. The thing I wanted to say was with these guys, I think their biggest gripe with this race is going to be the fact that it's another a podium they're going to be missing out on.
Yeah, I mean, look, Team Redline might be able to get... Yeah, fair. Yeah, the stats are affected by this, and it's not really for your own fault, but Cooper Webster might be able to grab a couple of positions on the final lap or so of this race. Oscar Mangan and Yuri Toman switch positions there. The What's Cooking Racing Adventures car getting ahead of Vitality. And I will say Cooper Webster's just to keep an eye on him, he's about 4 seconds behind Lyubov Ozretskovskaya, so might be able to pick up a couple of spots before the end of this race. Should be able to outpace them. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go in this race. With where we are on the circuit, are we on the last lap?
No.
We've not been given the white flag, so no. We shouldn't be.
No, I don't think so. Unless they drastically slow themselves down. Cody Deeth, though, look at this gap. 2/10 between himself and Luca Alpert, all over the rear end of him through the carousel. Cody Deeth, of course, I think is going to be hoping this isn't the last lap. Having to go defensive into the kink, that's sort of the racing that you can kind of get in these Silverados. Luca Alpert definitely feeling the pressure. Now, he cannot be carrying any risk into this last lap. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't put up too big of a fight for the win.
Yeah, indeed. Both these teams have podiums. Neither of these teams have a victory so far in VCO INFINITY V. That was a big slide coming out through Canada corner from Cody Deeth, lit up the rear tyres, and do you know what? I'm not going to say that's it done, but that's going to certainly cause a bit of problem. He's going to have some hot tyres heading back out onto the start-finish straight. 15 seconds left to go. We will get one more lap at the line. We will get one more time around Road America to do battle for victory between EMM and Eclipse.
What an incredible save. Quick work there from Cody Deeth to be able to save that one. That was remarkable. Just goes to show how testing and tricky these Silverados are. White flag out, of course, and Luca Alpert into the first corner. Now, he's probably feeling a bit more in control of this race, knowing Cody Deeth has made that mistake. And can you blame Cody Deeth? I mean, he's closed this gap, and now he's got an opportunity with a lap left to go for the victory. Still in the slipstream, and still plenty of overtaking opportunities left to run.
He's done a really good job to close that gap down post-pit stop on what was the top two of Cooper Webster and Luca Alpert, and he's getting plenty of slipstream, but you're starting to run out of overtaking opportunities. Turn 5 is a great overtaking opportunity. And outside of that in these cars, really it's that run into Canada corner, and outside of that, Canada corner is quite an easy one to defend as well. The start-finish straight, we don't get the big slipstream drag races in these cars. They don't dish out as much of a slipstream as what we get in some other things like the Formula Fords we had earlier on in this event where Isaac Phelps crossed the line in first place. This, though, is getting tighter and tighter, and you kind of wonder where Cody Deeth might find an opportunity around here and whether it will require a little bit of a love tap.
Maybe so. You know, he's got to be careful not to clip Luca Alpert in front and through the carousel. Look at that, just how close they run to each other. It's a skill in of itself to run that close. I would say he probably wants a little bit bigger of a gap just to use a bit of the slipstream and not stall behind the EMM car. Bit of a snap as the rear end squirms into the fast right-hand kink. Now the run towards Canada corner. This is pivotal for this race. Bit wide though from Cody Deeth. That could hand the victory to Luca Alpert.
Yeah, I think Cody Deeth was too wide going through the kink. He was trying to line it up so he could go for a move into Canada corner. But alas, it wasn't there for him. Into the right-hander at Canada corner through Thunder Valley. It remains close. It's dropping down to a quarter of a second in this tight fight between EMM and Eclipse. The left-hander up the hill through Bill Mitchell Bend. Out wide goes Cody Deeth. He's throwing everything at it. He's got down the inside going into the final corner. There's contact and Cody Deeth is going for a spin. He asked for a little bit too much and he bit off more than he could chew. He's going to be able to carry on and go on into second position. He had to throw something at it, but Luca Alpert will cross the line for the first victory for EMM, who are throwing themselves right into the fight for second position in the title race.
Oh, what a race that was from Luca Alpert, and what a battle between himself and Cody Deeth, who in the end still able to finish second after a very intense battle all the way to the checker flag. A race of attrition, a race of strategy and some very difficult machinery. Rondaletto comes home in P5 holding off the BS Plus competition, which to be fair, I think they started something like P18 or something in that vein to carve through for Pedro Albert to finish P6. A very strong effort nonetheless. The first victory for EMM though in this event, 19 races in. Their consistency to be in contention for second place, having only just taken their first victory. I mean, yeah, you've got to applaud that, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to say, for Rondaletto, I think that's the best performance from Bike 500 by a single position here in VCO INFINITY. There is a drag race between Drago and Williams a little bit further down the order. And the whopping crash afterwards. Well, thankfully, we're not in an official session, so you can crash as much as you want after the checkered flag, apparently.
Yeah, apparently so. I wouldn't want to be having my direct drive force feedback turned all the way up, though, across the line. That would be a wrist break waiting to happen. Just waiting for the last couple of people to come across the line. And good to see plenty of battles and loads of stories throughout that race. And, yeah, some big races as well. A bit of a squirm coming out of the final corner for the 55 as they run to the line. Cooper Webster as well. Team Redline yet to finish this race. I mean, wash, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, by the way, we saw the Drago and Williams dragging their way up towards the line. The gap between those two at the line was 0.000. Get that for the race lead, will we? Across the line, there goes Team Red Line, 35th position. They were able to get ahead of Capybara and Olympus, so scoring an extra couple of points. Yes, it's a disconnection for Team Red Line during this race that's dropped them down to the cuts. It's going to cost them quite a lot of points, and they'll be frustrated courtesy of it. But realistically speaking, they are in a very solid position with just 5 races left to go in VCO INFINITY V. The final cars across the line. But let's talk about that drive from Luca Alpert. Just excellent put together. Dealt with the pressure of Cody Deeth, who was throwing everything at it on that last lap, but couldn't quite find his way through, certainly not cleanly.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, he gave it his all, and you've got to applaud that. I think that was just incredible defensive driving from Luca Alpert, doing exactly what he needed to in all the right places, parking the car, you know, minimising the opportunity for Cody Deeth to find a way through. And in the end, the Eclipse car just asked a bit too much of it. And that desperation, you know, you're going for your first victory. How much would it have meant to Eclipse and to Cody Deeth to go and get that? And at this level, you can't blame him for trying. I think he would have rather gone for it and spun than not gone for it and settled for second. Especially
when there's 10 seconds to the car behind. You know, you might as well just try it a little bit. Like, how bad's it really going to be? And in the end, he's actually lost nothing from it, because he could have gained that single point in the victory, but also has finished in second position, which is where he was running. So really not that bad. I think that's a good gamble from Cody Deeth and gave it a go. Luca Alpert then for EMM Esports will take the first victory for the team at the front end. Will win by 7.1 seconds, but that is definitely not the story. Cody Deeth in second position with Norby Kish rounding out the podium for Shezza Esports. We've got 0-7 and then the Bike 500, their best result in this competition so far. The 2 BS cars, BS competition ahead of BS Hybrid, Vitality, Was Cooking Racing Ventures and the Blue Mercure Esports. We'll roll our way through the rest of the field, see who we've got on there. Coand down there in 23rd position. This is page number 2. So we've got Jurgen Frank and Sim RC and such in there. We've got Pablo Espez in the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car, separated by very little to the Drago Racing. Cooper Webster for Team Redline in 35th position. Did manage to get a couple of positions ahead of Diego Nervi and Lyubov Ozaretskovskaya and move up into 35th position, scoring some important points for the team. Grid and Go, the second car for them down there. It's a bit of a shame and a bit out of position for them, unfortunately. I'm sure a lot of these cars back here will feel out of position. Retirements for Lion GP, for Impact Sim Sport, and a couple others on the next page as well. Hayden Bramley involved in that crash, of course, with Jack Keithley and the TC Esports car. We'll have a little chat then with Luca Alpert across the line to take that victory. And Luca, great drive, great dealing with the pressure on that final lap as well. Cody Deeth was giving you a lot to think about over the final run here at Road America.
Yeah, thank you very much. He definitely made sure the win wasn't gifted.
Yeah, I mean, how do you deal with a race like that? Obviously, you've got a bit of strategy in there with the pit stops, and there's a lot to juggle in those early stages. You were saving quite a lot of fuel behind Cooper Webster in the early stages, I assume?
It's actually tires, because, you know, the NASCAR tires do degrade quite a lot. And if you can manage the tires, you got the pace towards the end. And yeah, the advantage Cody had, that he pitted one lap later than me, so he had fresher tires, which gave me a really hard time fighting off yeah, my victory. But lucky, very lucky that I didn't get spun in the contact, and glad that I won the race.
Yeah, you say about tyres there. This is kind of the interesting thing, because obviously you change 2 tyres in the pit stops, which you can't just change the rear tyres. You have to change left side or right side, and yeah, that kind of makes sense. What's the balance like, though, after that? Because you've got one side of the car that's worn and one side of the car that's got fresh tyres on, and that's got to be quite a difficult balance, right?
Well, the balance of the car is, like, on its own quite weird, because the cars are not symmetrical, and that's why they're always pulling in one direction. And when you have one side with new tires, it's even worse, and you really need to be careful to not steer in a direction that you did not anticipate to steer into.
Well, Luca, great drive to victory. EMM are in contention in the battle for second position with Commander Esports. Best of luck. 5 races left to go.
Thank you very much. We're pushing.
Yeah, absolutely they are. Zach, I mean, that was a great race and a great drive from Luca Alpert, and EMM are there. They are knocking at the door. They are ready to go and ready to fight. And I am all here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that spirit from EMM, right? To take on titans like Redline and Coanda and, hold their own. Fair enough, a lot of the names are very established in sim racing, but to have that confidence and say, we're not backing down. They can sniff the blood of Coanda and the weakness is starting to come in and they're ready to pounce on it. And we've still got plenty of opportunity in this race. That last one, a huge stepping stone for them. They've got that momentum now off the back of that victory and Coanda's shortfall. And coming into Super Formula Lights, of course, I'm sure EMM are going to be looking to fire one back as well.
Yeah, Super Formula Lights at Okayama. We will be throwing the cars around. We've got some big names out there on the grids as we would expect. You've got the likes of Sebastian Job, who'll be taking to it. Graham Carroll for the Altitude 3M machine. I would say Jaden Sherwood might go pretty well here for Lion GP. Augustin Torlashi in there as well. Thibaut Casmon had qualified pretty well earlier on in the day for Vitality. Look, it is a strong grid. Darren McCormack will be the one taking on the EMM Esports squad and trying to throw them back into battle. We'll be battling with Elliot Veyron, who's well experienced in the Coanda camp in that fight for second spot. Tricky track, but I'm sure a lot of drivers that are racing on iRacing, especially the new drivers, they will have raced the circuit quite a lot. Those that have been on iRacing for quite a while, probably less so, because it wasn't quite as prevalent when I started on iRacing.
No, it's one of the tracks you get for free at the start of the game, the rookies, and quite often I see it with the Formula Fords, with the FIA F4, whether that's the fixed series or the Asia Pacific series. It's almost there or thereabouts because it's a track that just works really, really well. And I think in the Super Formula Lights, it's probably one that I would say works quite well. You've got that heavy braking zone at the hairpin at the back end of the straight. You've got, of course, the double hairpin complex to round off the lap. There are a lot of fast-flowing sections that, of course, are going to reward that commitment, and to go with it, some good overtaking opportunities. Couple that with just a very raceable and stable car, like I was saying at Fuji in the form of the Super Formula Lights. I think this is going to be a cracking race and a very important one, shifting us into the final fifth of this race, of this event.
Here is the starting grid then for race number 20. It's BS competition. It'll be starting from pole position. Rainer Talvar behind the wheel. Sebastian Job 2,000ths off. Pole position will start for Team Redline in second spot. Behind that, it's all grid and go on row number 2 with Mamasi and Quinte starting in third and fourth position. Mate Varga for Cesar Esports will start from fifth alongside the blue Mercury Esports of Augustin Bernier. Behind that, the second page will see the back end of the top 10 as the qualifying results would see Thibaut Casmon in 7th, Elliot Veyron in 8th position, Kieran Harrison and Augustin Torlashi for TC Esports rounding out that top 10, Kutiago Mortal for Dutch League Racing, and then the Maniti car of Jaden Ladick will start from 12th. We've got the Falcon Sim Racing car alongside Nicholas Boy for Drago Racing, Bike 500 fresh off their best result in this competition, ERE, Altitude and Solpec Precision Racing, Emil Bernsdorf, who's got plenty of experience in Formula Fords here on iRacing and plenty of experience on everything on iRacing, so we'll see how he gets on. Cinder Tech Source for What's Cooking Racing Adventures, Andre Castro for BS Hybrid, Tat and ResTech, Delta Automotive Major Garage, and then, of course, the Armamentario and team at PGZ, Oskari Karkinen behind the wheel. No sights of EMM thus far, and Darren McCormack. Mal Dadinka will start from 25th position with Fraser Smith for Project 91. Alessio Bonini for 07 will start from 27th position. And then Stint 1, Absolute Motorsport Aslith, and MG18 Simtech Pro. It's Toro behind the wheel of that car there. Finally, we get to Darren McCormack, 8/10 off of the pole, but outside of the top 30. Fight for second position might require an unbelievable drive from the Irishman. He starts alongside Norbert Leitner for Impulse. Then it's Delta Sport, Ride, Vulcan Sim Racing Team Teal, and the Fast Repair Motorsports car of Sergio Fernandez. 37th position will be Pablo Martinez for GT Spain and the U Amateurs car, Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Sorrento Motorsports Esports, Olympus and Brabham just outside of the top 30, looking for a pathway up the order. They're in the danger zone. We started to see some of the drivers who either struggled in qualifying when it came to putting in a lap time or just had a bad lap time onto the board anyway. FCB Sim Racing will start from 43rd with Caleb Hydes, a driver who's been on the podium today, will start from 44th position. No time set for Jaden Sherwood, nor for the Movano car, Scherer or Capivara. They'll start from 48th position. There's one final page. We'll see the Prism Motorsports car start from the rear of the field. This is not a track that I would want to be starting from, honestly, anywhere outside of the top 20. I think it's impossible to really get a great result. It's a difficult circuit to work your way up and keep yourself out of trouble. It's one of those where it is tight, it is technical, it is twisty, it is raceable that you can, you know, overtake and make those moves. It's not impossible. It's just that once you're stuck in that train where people have got slipstream around you, it just makes it that much harder in order to work your way forward. You get stuck, like we saw with Elliott Veyron at Fuji. You get stuck in that train where you just can't break away. You're constantly jostling for position, or you get stuck behind someone. So yeah, those that qualified inside the top 10, I'd say realistically are our big contenders. Who's winning? Go for it. Fire away. Give me the number.
I don't know. I'm going to sit on the fence. One of the top two.
That's weak, mate. I think Dara McCormack from 30th?
Yes, 100%.
Wow. I don't know how much he's paid you for that call, but fair play. I'm not so sure or not as convinced. At the front of the field, though, it'll be Rainer Talbot for BS Competition alongside Sebastian Job as they begin racing down into the opening corner. BS Competition on the left-hand side. The outside sweep coming in for Sebastian Job is my pick, by the way, for victory. Whoa! And there's a big old crash that takes out everyone. Whoa! Big flips. That is a massive moon mission on the way from some of our VCO Infinity field. We salute you for your service. My goodness.
I'm stunned. What on earth? Going into turn number one, it's just that thing that cascades one after the other. One small sort of catalyst, if you like. And look at that, Dara McCormack, P30 to P12. It's on. It's on.
Touche. I was going to say my pick for victory is Sebastian Job. I'm going to stick with that, but he's just taken over the front of the field, the open lap, by going to the outside. But everyone behind that mental. Got to see an onboard of Darren McCormack picking his way through all of that, because that was absolutely mental on the opening lap. Kind of put a smile on my face. I think it's hilarious, but wow. So it's Team Red on the lead for BS Competition. We've got the Grid and Go kart that sits in third at the moment. The teammate has dropped back a couple of spots, and moving their way through just a little bit is the Commander car that's now running in fifth position, of course, for EMM and Darren McCormack. Do you know what? I'd actually sit there and be like, if they end up finishing this race in 12th position, that might be a little bit disappointing, but to go from 30th to 12th and holding on to that, you'll take it.
Yeah, any day of the week. I mean, just to survive that opening lap, they're probably just breathing a sigh of relief and saying, you know what, it's happened, the adrenaline has spiked, let's get our head back in the game and try and work our way forwards now. Of course, on board with Dara McCormack, this is the race start. I'm looking forward to this.
I'm a little nervous, not gonna lie. Right, so we're gonna get a whopper as we go under the bridge here. So someone, I think, as an issue, full send as well. Not only does he fire his way through, it was it was absolutely launching it. Do you know what? That is why sometimes, if you're going to make a big send into the opening corner, make sure that you're not going around the outside, because that's where the crash always ends up. And speaking of which, there's a big one happening. Coanda going for a big roll as if it's the Summer Olympics. It's not, though. And he's ended up in the gravel trap on his roof. Big drama for Coanda. Big drama for Redline. Big drama for BS Competition as well. And Alessandro Quinte comes through for Grid and Go to take over the race lead.
What on earth is going on? He's stuck in the catch fence. Goodness me, that's Dara McCormack. EMM Esports, a big opportunity there with Coanda and Team Redline both getting involved in some issues to fire their way back into contention. Well, that's just been thrown in the bin. Rip it up, the script. You couldn't write this stuff. What on earth is going on? With 3 minutes in, it's Quinte for Grid and Go that now leads this race. We still got 42 minutes to go. At what point do these guys calm down?
But this is the thing, race like this, these happen in VCO Infinity, where everything goes a little bit mental, right? And you sit there and you think, oh my god, it's hugely dramatic. We're getting a really weird result at the front compared to where we normally are, as Alessandro Quinte just getting through some of the back markers. The problem is, though, is that Coanda have had a massive problem, as has EMM, as has Redline, as has all the drivers and teams that we're expecting to be in contention for those top spots for second. They're all kind of involved in that instance. So effectively, there is no major change towards the top of the point, fascinatingly.
Yeah, it's all relative, isn't it, really? You know, if everyone gets knocked out, then no one makes any big gains relative to each other. What is interesting, obviously, we've got Grid and Go, Cesar Esport, who took the victory after Fuji in the Wet Super Formula Lights race. Mate Varga has been given a golden opportunity here. I mean, if you're a driver on that grid, at what point do you just take a breath, calm down, and lock yourself back in? This is what happened to Darren McCormack, now nowhere near the top 12. I think he's a bit far back, and at this point, does he hit this car in? No, he just gets tabbed around. Oh my goodness!
Wow! Was that the Grid and Go car? Yeah, it must be the second. It must be the second Grid and Go car. Wow, that was a whopper. Yeah, tried coming through. Obviously, it would have had damage on the front of the car anyway, but tried coming through all of that. But clearly, the Super Formula Lights at Okayama is meme city. I mean, it was very entertaining, but I don't think many of the drivers will be saying that, apart from the ones that are still in the race towards the front. For Cesar Esport, the current result, well, it's not going to give them an extra position in the championship, but it is going to move them up relatively close to Coanda and to EMM. This is a look from up above. Also, what was happening between the like Sebastian Job and the BS competition car of Rainer Talvar and all that. Here comes Darren McCormack. Darren McCormack's already been flipped off. There he goes. Goodness me, what a crash!
It's spectacular. Something out of Speed Racer, it looks like, to be honest. In the acrobatics of it all, that was remarkable to look at from a top-down viewpoint. And well, now we can take that breath and settle ourselves into the rest of this race. I mean, I think everyone got a bit excited in the opening phase, and it's just that thing. It catalyzes and it just leads from one thing to another. It's a chain reaction. Everyone's close together. Everyone's vying for the same position on of the track. And yeah, once one thing goes, everyone's so tight together that. And especially with how sensitive these open wheel cars are, you clip the wheel wrong, and as we saw with Darren McCormack, you get sent flying up into the air. Sebastian Joe back out on circuit. He's the highest of the front runners. Elliot Vera in 42nd, Darren McCormack in 48th position. Seb Job, I think, just was able to getting away with just going into the pit lane for a fast repair. There was no real time loss, but look at that. Grid and Go Esports, the second car, Alessandro Quinte and Mate Varga trying to pull away from Alessio Benino in third. They're coming up, well, not coming up to lap Coanda. I'm sure Elliot Veyron is going to, manage the gap, but it's the fact that after the first 2 laps, Coanda and everyone wiped completely out of the race.
11 points between Coanda and EMM coming into this race, and there's only 2 positions between them. It's 42nd for Coanda, it's 44th for EMM. Cesar Esports in second will close up to that. They came into this race about 70 points, 70 or 80 points behind. So they're going to actually make a fair amount of progress, not a ridiculous amount, but a fair amount of progress up there to give them maybe a chance of doing it in the final 4 races. We've got plenty of time and plenty of battles still to come. Is that the Dutch League Racing car, Delta Sport rather, that are into the gravel at the first of the double hairpin sequence. It's not the easiest one to mess up. I assume if you lock a front left, you can kind of end up in that gravel trap relatively easily. Yeah,
my main concern with that double hairpin would be the rears actually going rather than the fronts, because you're trying to carry a lot of speed, and there's a 50-meter board going into the first one. That's sort of where you're aiming for, and you're sending it quite deep on the brakes, and you're not braking hard. You're sort of trailing it off, and that's really where it goes. I think, well, contact would get you off into the gravel trap more than anything. That's getting spun round through said hairpin, stuck in the middle of the circuit, and getting back going again. So it's not front locking or rear locking, it's just getting, well, shunted from behind.
I think that might have been the fast repair car that tapped the rear end. Probably not needing the fast repair after that just yet. You don't really want to come into the pit lane in a race like this. Reminder, with the Super Formula Lights, there is no fuel requirement or tyres that will mean these cars have to come down into pit lane. They can stay out for the entirety of this 45-minute sequence, and it is a straight run to the checkered flag if they're able to do it and keep themselves out of trouble. At the moment, it does seem as though Grid and Go are the ones in control, but Cesar Esports could be lining themselves up for a second victory of VCO INFINITY V. They had a race victory in race 16 a little while ago. There is potential for another one.
Yeah, 100% with Quinte. I mean, the slipstream in these cars, you could probably feel about 7.5, 8 tenths back. So I think Varga is right there where he needs to be. But saying that, the time screen refreshed and the gap's closer to a second. So Quinte bridging that gap nicely. The pair of them, of course, have got a good few seconds in front. And I think for Matej Varga, if you're looking at this as Cheza Esports and you're sort of going, okay, there is a chance we might be able to finish second here. Again, how hard are you going to be pushing for that victory? Side by side, just behind that battle, or well, this battle for what is third position between Amstel Motorsport 07 and also Vitality Thibaut Casabon getting in the mix. I think that could have been maybe I think that was Bernstoff and Deninter swapping positions just in behind these two, of course. Could well be a 5-car train in the near future. And Alessio Bonino, who was in the podium, recently being overtaken by Francesco Iliano, who, again, for Amstel Motorsport, has worked their way up into the podium. And again, for teams like that, you know, who aren't typically contending for the race wins or the podiums, this is a huge points game for them. If they're able to benefit from this in their own respective championship battles, say the fight for like P10, P11, P12, etc., having this opportunity, similar, say, to like an Alpine in Formula 1 suddenly getting a podium while like Haas are barely in the points, it's a similar effect. They can benefit from instances like this and come out of it very happily on the other side.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite as to what's happening with quite a lot of our teams towards the top. But I say that because Team Redline, points leaders, well, they're down in 24th position, but Coanda are down in 42nd. EMM, who are in 3rd, are down in 44th. BS Competition, I think, are down in 40th. Drago Racing are around the 30s with, I think it might be 40th or in that kind of camp with Nicholas Boyd behind the wheel. The only team in the top 6 that is in a solid spot, there's BS Competition, is in a solid spot, is Cheza Esport, which means they are the only ones making ground. No one else really is making any real ground on anyone, because everyone's having a bad race. And that's, like I say, that's happened in VCO Infinity a lot. If you go back and look, we've got some of them on Wikipedia and stuff, some of the results for the previous seasons. Most of the time, if one of the big teams has a bad race, it's not just them. Like, a few of the big teams have bad races. You can see it there. Look at those points. For Team Redline, they're gaining 28. For Coanda, for EMM, 9 and 8. For BS Competition, it's 11. For Drago, it's 16. For TC, it's 17. That really highlights 4th place. Cheza Esports gaining 49 points in this, when no one else really is.
Well, when it rains, it pours for VCO Infinity, definitely. You'd just be gutted. Say if you're like Darren McCormack and you see everything explode all around you, you're sort of looking at it going, well, yeah, I want to capitalise from that. I think that's why we saw quite an aggressive Darren McCormack, knowing that qualifying didn't go so well. He wanted to sort of fight his way forward and ultimately got involved in an incident that largely wasn't his fault. Maybe there was more he could have done to avoid it. Again, I'm not going to say too much because I don't think that's overly true. He got caught up in an incident and that's sort of their chance thrown away. But at the very least, it does mean that there's no real damage done in the sense that EMM are losing ground relative to Coanda. It just means that it's a race that they're not gaining. So it's not a complete write-off. It just means that they've got one less race to go and catch. 4 races left after this one, of course. And if Coanda continue their streak of, well, I'll say Ferrariism, as we saw at Road America, it's still very possible. And I'd say not even possible, likely EMM takes 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, the last few results for Coanda, here's the interesting bit. When it comes to the points, it's 12 points, then 47, then 28 and 28. That is not great. EMM have had 49, 21. 21's obviously not great, but 49, 21, 41 and 50. EMM have been comfortably outscoring Coanda the last 4 or so races. And that is surely a pretty large concern for the purple and orange, especially in a race like this where you'd actually be sat there and think that this race is actually, it's a missed opportunity, right? That's the important bit. It is, yes, all your rivals are having bad races. This is the missed opportunity to not have a bad race and pull out the gap and make sure that you are a little bit more comfortable for the final races. Obviously, EMM will sit there and be like, it's a missed opportunity because they didn't. They could have closed down some of the points. They could have overtaken. That's the main bit about a race like this. Is a lot of the teams will be thinking about it being a missed opportunity over anything else.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, I guess, especially EMM to sort of say, yeah, we were there, we were in P12. Kawanda are now down in P, wherever they are, 20 outside of the top 20 at the least. Jarrah McCormack is probably going, oh well, if I had just stayed in P12, that's then the switch, isn't it? And obviously Elliot Veyron, I mean, when is he going to catch a break in a Super Formula Lights race? It was a similar story back at Fuji a few races ago, and yeah, Kawanda definitely feeling it, I would imagine. The pressure, again, how much they deep Infinity. I know a lot of them really do want to go for the win, and naturally you will. It's a competition. You put hours and hours of work and prep into it. And so I would imagine they probably are quite stressed as there's battles throughout the entirety of the field with 30 minutes left to go. Yeah, I think like you're right. It's a missed opportunity, and what it means is that in terms of the championship at the front, this race is just a write-off for us to have an interesting result towards the sharp end, and also open the door for maybe it to become a three-way fight for P2. Because again, realistically, I think Redline are getting this wrapped up by race 22.
Yeah, most likely. I will say on the Kawanda front, the one saving grace for them a little bit is that going into the final race of the season, which is going to be mental, season as an event, it's the Formula Fords at the Charlotte Roval, and the thing with that is they have Dan Amor behind the wheel, and I would argue that on paper, in this event so far, he has been the best driver in the Formula Fords. He's had 2 victories in the Formula Fords. I think he's had 3 poles, and is always there or thereabouts. Yes, the Fuji didn't go well because of various issues, but he's got the speed. Oh my goodness, that was a big look, trying to navigate some of the back markers. I think we've got the grid and go-kart pull their way through. It's a 2-second lead at the moment for Alessandro Quinte, the lead car, and that might be the 3M. Grid and go and 3M, the Altitude 3M car, sort your stuff out, because those two liveries are too similar. I'm not good with colours. We've been through this.
No, we've established on plenty of occasions, and me as well. Again, for context, I wrote half my GCSEs in a green pen, thinking it was black.
Yeah.
That day where I was like, lads, is this a black pen? And you all turned around and was like, no, that's green. And I had my head in my hands for a good while. I can see the colours, and that's a huge lockup. Goodness me, there going into a very tricky corner, actually, that long right-hander. Obviously uphill, so getting on the power important, especially with the long straight that comes after it. But also, it is quite wide, and you can carry a decent amount of speed. Quite a difficult one that, again, I'm not really ever talented enough to really crack, as, again, seeing a very cambered hairpin, which it really does open the door for side-by-side action. You can send it so deep into that corner, as a swap for 14th there as Bernier goes through on Castro. Yeah, absolutely. We see the blue Mercure car just ahead of the BS hybrid, and all these positions obviously do mean the extra points and such, but you kind of want to use it to catapult yourself into the next group. And unfortunately for Auguste Bernier, Norbert Leichner's a little bit too far down the order, about 2.5 seconds clear of this. That can be closed down, but yeah, maybe it's not ideal. Also, for the battle for second position, the last lap for Sheza Esports and Mate Varga, it was a 20.8 for Grid and Go. It was a 26.1 for Mate Varga. That Sheza Esport car had an issue on the previous lap, and a pretty significant one at that. Yeah, 6 seconds. It's probably going to be a spin or a couple of mistakes, probably, then trying to reel it back in. We'll have a look here off the exit of the first hairpin. Looks pretty tidy, sending it into the second, and yeah, just asking too much of the front. Again, you're chucking it in. The weight balance, it just you ask too much of the rear tyres, especially as you're trailing, I think, ever so slightly on the brakes as you start to come off, if you've got the rear balance too far back, which all of these drivers are going to be doing. I was speaking to Kieran Harding, of course, we had him with the Drive Lounge Racing, about how far back the brake bias was for British F4, and it'll be very similar in the Super Formula Lights. Unbelievably far back, and again, it just triggers that if you get it ever so slightly wrong, carry too much speed into the corner, or put a bit too much front lock in, that rear is just going to say, absolutely not, mate. Do you know what? I don't think it was that, though. I think he was potentially in first gear and switched up to second. That snap, because it snapped. It didn't slowly go, it absolutely snapped. That reeks of shifting up to second whilst on power, trying to leave the corner, and too much steering when it happens. And when you do that and you shift up into second gear, it just snaps, you lose power, you just spin.
That's what that looked like to my untrained eye. But I don't have contacts to take part in British Formula 4 esports as commentator on the championship. Don't worry about it.
Oh, let's have a look.
There we go.
He stays in second, I would imagine.
Maybe she's the third. No, no. I'm wrong. Damn.
Unlucky. I absolutely has merit.
I'm leaving.
Like
I'm leaving. You're on comms yourself for 26 minutes. Have fun.
Cool. In a bit. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually did just leave the Discord call. It just looked as though he was wide initially going in, and that's sort of what went round. But yeah, shifting up too early is absolutely a problem. Only thing with these cars is obviously turbo. So you shift up, you actually lose power, because obviously the revs drop and you don't have anywhere near as much torque. And surprisingly, again, I came into the Super Formula. I drove the Formula 4 a week, and then I drove the Formula 3 a week, and then I was like, you know what, I'm going to try something even different. I'm going to go for the Super Formula Lights, having a theme here. Astounding amount of rear grip. Like, you can slam the power with very minimal slip, and get away with it. So yeah, I do think the majority of spins you're going to have in this car are either rear brake balance related or weight transfer.
Just disappointed.
I was going to say,
I just, my ego's taking a big hit. All right.
The tantrum. I remember that time. It was a Nürburgring 24-hour, but it must have been 23.
Oh, no.
Your PC died about 10 minutes into the stint, and you were gone.
Oh yeah, no, I remember.
35 minutes.
Oh yeah, no, I remember. No, it wasn't my PC. It was my internet was having some serious problems.
Yeah.
We had to rewire some bits to actually make it all work. But yes, I was. Yeah, no, I dropped you in it. No, this is close, but it's more my ego that's taken the hit. It's fine. If we could all just scrub the last 5 minutes from our memories, that would be amazing. Thank you. Actually, I don't care. I think sometimes you have to risk being wrong.
Perspective.
And just say it. You know what I mean? Don't be a wimp or something. Either way, Mate Varga will have overheated his rear tyres. That is one thing for sure. They'll be all right now. But maybe his confidence each time going into that hairpin might not be quite as high.
Indeed so. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that as a driver, the mentality, you have to have trust. And the minute you don't, you start making those mistakes. You feel a bit more tense at the steering wheel. You then, you lack that confidence to go in with as much speed out of fear of doing it again. And backwardsly, well, that's not even a word, but in that sense, you end up making more mistakes because of it, because you're tense, because you're doubting yourself. You sort of have that a self-fulfilling prophecy, a manifestation. The more you think of something, the more likely it is that it's going to happen. If you go, don't spin, don't spin, don't spin, you're going to spin.
Yeah, because you need to have that confidence to actually just drive the corner normally. The moment you start doing weird things is when it is going to spin. Sebastian Job on the comeback drive, working his way to the inside of the Sorrento. Is it motorsports? Is it esports? Who knows? Is it sim racing? But either way, it is behind Team Redline now, who sit in 17th position. And you can see the gaggle of cars up ahead. One of those being lap traffic that jumps out of the way. The rest of them all being for position.
Yeah, exactly. And this is like we were talking about with Fuji, where you've got the top teams carving their way back through the field. Seb Job, who is by no means a slouch, is, oh my goodness me, one of the cars just completely veered left. That didn't seem to be contact there. One of them definitely losing a front wing, thankfully just there in terms of the pit lane. That the 92. Trying to see as to who that is out there on circuit, but they're bringing it back in understandably very quickly for their fast repair. That was a very lucky incident to have happened just before the pit lane.
That's the GT Spain car. So they are into the pit lane, and we'll see if Sebastian Job can maybe pick up a couple. Yeah, you're actually right. If you're gonna have a crash at any point, you want it around there. Brabham Esports or Brabham Motorsport, whatever their name is now, I think it's been Brabham Esports that's changed a little bit. Who knows? But either way, that white and blue car is the one that's feeling the pressure of Sebastian Job. Now let's ride on board with GT Spain and see where that came from. So into the two wheels in the grass. I mean, that's why you don't try and turn to a corner with two wheels in the grass.
Yeah, I think they actually shifted up into fourth there, and that's why they spun.
Don't say it. I'll never speak to you again.
London Formula E is going to be cracking.
I'm fuming. I'm absolutely fuming. Oh my god, you can't
Game's
drop that.
gone.
You can't drop that. Also, you just been I'm commentating on London Formula E. If he actually does shift on the 4th, I'm actually going to flip my desk. Could you imagine? Oh no! Oh no, it's fine. It wasn't mid corner. It's okay.
I have missed this so much. Oh, this is quality.
Oh damn. I'm fuming. I'm getting all the calls wrong when it comes to apparently just purely specifically gear shift related instance. I'm just I'm 0 for 10. Sebastian Job though making the move to the inside, getting very aggressive to the inside of the Falcon car of Umalem, and he'll head out onto this back stretch ahead potentially of the group down into the hairpin.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, it is just going to be a slipstream fest, and then of course sending it deep. Sebi Job involved in an incident on the opening lap. They're 3 wide nearly as they hit the brakes. Sebastian Job on the inside there, the Falcon car just alongside him, able to get the drive and find his way through quite cleanly. And Sebastian Job back into the top 15, and I wouldn't have thought we'd be saying that after the opening lap, but yeah, he's just been grinding away at the last few laps, and with 20 minutes left to go, the gap in front, not unattainable. Definitely he's going to need to be pushing from here to the end, but yeah, Sebastian Job showcasing why he is one of, if not the best driver in sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a great comeback drive for Sebastian Job. Whilst certain people have been embarrassing themselves, Sebastian Job certainly hasn't been. Right involved in the fight, but that is a great comeback drive. And we've got to give some plaudits and a bit of a shout out here to Alessandro Quintet, who's doing an unbelievable job for the Grid and Go. He is in the number 2 Grid and Go car, is he not? And scoring some decent points for them. And where are they in the point standing? That's one question I'm going to have to answer myself. Uno momento.
See you in a sec then. Yes, Thibaut Casabon though. He's got a bit of a battle trying to keep what is a podium position. Found a way through on the absolute motorsport of Francesco Iliano. So the Vitality car through. I'll be honest, Vitality have been a bit underwhelming in Infinity for me. As oh my goodness me, what's going on a bit further back down here? This is the fight towards the lower echelons of the top 20. Graham Carroll getting involved. And in the mix, a driver that's absolutely not scared to get himself with his elbows. I think that was the Brabham car maybe going off just in behind them. And yeah, definitely keep him busy in the Super Formula Lights. It has been one of those races that has always had a spark lit and giving us some very explosive action. Have you found where they are yet?
I have. They're 21st in the standings. They have no top 10s. Their best result is 11th spot. And they're on 503 points. This victory will move them up a few spots for sure if Alessandro Quintet is able to see this one out, including putting them ahead of their sister car in the number 1. So now who's not bad for a number 2 team. That kind of works. Thibaut Casabon, I actually kind of agree with the whole Vitality sentiment of they've been a little bit disappointing in this competition. We know Vitality is one of the best teams in sim racing, and they really are. They've been very up and down in this event. They're not iRacing specialists. I think is the important thing. I think they are here for a good time, right? And that's one of the things. We talk of all the big esports drivers. We talk of all this. We talk of all of that. The big esports drivers are allowed to come into an event and have fun as well. You know, they don't just have to take everything super seriously. If they want to come in with zero practice and just enjoy the event, I think that's important. Wow, that was a big slide.
Yeah, it is important because, especially motorsport, we have this discussion all the time. As ascend to the inside there, these two definitely having fun. That's Falcon versus Altitude off the exit of the double left-hand infield section. But yeah, I think it's important. You know, motorsports and esports generally can feel like such a slog and such a grind that it really does start to feel like a job. Which, you know, yeah, fair enough, we get paid to do it, but we don't want it to feel like a job. We want it to be fun, and I think that's a good point. And Vitality, typically, I would say, are more prevalent on the sims like R-Factor 2, LMU, even Rennsport, of course, where the driving is more on the nose, more slipping, and that absolutely is not the way to drive fast in iRacing. They're still adapting very well. I mean, they've had a few stand-up performances, but yeah, I think they're just coming here, having some fun and enjoying the event, because I think that is what Infinity is all about. Yeah,
I think you'll see those Vitality drivers do pretty well should certain series return, and they are, like I say, pretty well versed in the R-Factor 2 Le Mans Ultimate kind of camp. That sort of series and that kind of area, that kind of style of simulation is a little bit different than how cars drive. here on iRacing and how they're balanced, and I get the feeling that they might run strong over the next sort of 12 or so months, as long as they can find their footing. Of course, they have done well over on RaceSport and stuff, which kind of makes sense and fits for the team. But I say here's just a little bit of fun. I'm not gonna lie, I said this before, when it comes to driving and stuff, I don't enjoy driving that much. I think because I went through the bit where you get in the car and it's always a bit of a slog, and you're always like practicing all this, that, and the other. And as soon as you stop enjoying it, it goes off like a cliff. And every time you try and jump back in, it's like, oh my god. This is why I'm a fat retired commentator, and I take up golf.
Yes. To be fair, John Jackson compliments your golf skills quite often.
Thank you.
So that's a good
Doesn't
thing.
compliment my driving or eating skills, does it though? Or
I think
commentary.
he knows how good you are at eating. That's the problem. The topic about enjoying it there, I've genuinely fallen back in love with racing. I've stopped competition. My last main thing was here we go, take a breath, the Rocket Race Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK
Nice.
a few years ago, and since then I've not really done Lewis, Cam Roger actually. He knew what gears people were in. When it comes to enjoying it, and I really have started to enjoy that competitive style of things, jumping into a race with no practice and having aggression like we've got on display here in VCO Infinity. The fight for the back end of the top 16 into this hairpin, nicely done between these guys, can't quite sort it out. And again, it's just that thing, jumping in, having fun, having a good time, and the thought of racing and being good, I think is something that's quite important, that you do tend to lose at this higher end of the field.
Yeah, indeed. That was Brabham trying to hang on against the DLR SimLab Cup, and they'll remain in 17th position. Speaking of that event, by the way, I got sent a video by Cameron Roger recently. It was a little edit of like some of the memories and stuff of the event, including a video I thought I'd never see. As there is some, I was going to say it's lap track, but I think that was actually a switch full position on this circuit in this mid portion of the track. The video was, do you remember there was a McLaren there? It was a...
Was it you climbing out of the McLaren? Please tell me it's you.
Was it the MP4-12Z or was it the 650 or wherever it was? And yes, it's a video. 650. Yeah, it's a video of me climbing out of that car, and let me tell you something, it wasn't elegant. No, you cannot. You have to ask Cam for that one. Oh, I've seen it. It's pretty funny. It is pretty funny.
It's that I wasn't there, you guys were, but that story of Ian Porter climbing into the Porsche at one of the R1 events.
Yeah, trying to fit into a car which the seat doesn't move on was not a good idea. But I had to climb out of this McLaren, and I am not a flexible nor small man, and it was abundantly clear that car was not made for a man of my size, and I don't mean that in height. 900.
I've seen some gentlemen drivers.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm chonky. Oh, Falcon's had a bit of a problem. There's a couple of cars off the road, including the Falcon Sim Racing car. Brabham, I think, have been off with them. Thomas Enger Sim Racing will work their way through, along with the Thibaut Courtois esports team that sat on the rear end. But there's been some drama here through the middle sector of the circuit. We'll drag it off of my fat belly and back on to the racing at hand.
Yeah, it's keeping us on our toes. This race has just had it all, really. The last half an hour of it. We're into the final third with 13 minutes left to go. There you can see the live standings. Red line ticking over at 900 points. That's a little bit wide there, and just there's not a gap. That corner you're turning in, you've got a lot of commitment, and you're not really slowing down too much for it. It's hard to close a gap there. Yeah, Falcon, I think, of hard done by.
I mean, looks like a third gear corner to me, maybe fourth. But their gears were definitely not a part of that incident. That was just poor judgment, and like you say, it was a little dab of the brakes, if anything, going into that left hand, and nothing more. Let's see. I said it was. Did I say it was third first?
Yeah,
it was third first. It is taken. See, there you go, genius. I fixed myself. That's just not odd.
Ah, what he shifted down into second is what caused that crash.
Yeah, mid flight was like, second will fix this. Alas, did not. Some of the cars are right though, so clearly his Super Formula Light is built like a tank with 12 minutes left to go. I'll sit ahead of TC Sports. Sherratt has got ahead because Luca Schreimer is into the pit lane, so that will most likely be for either a damage repair or something like that. It's not going to be a fuel stop, we believe. There's no need for fuel in this.
No, there's not. They can, in and out straight away. You can comfortably get a decent chunk of time. I did a half an hour race on 23 3 litres just in a Super Formula Light, and yeah, that was touch and go, don't get me wrong, but it just shows that it is pretty decent on fuel. Obviously 3 cylinders, what was it, 1.6, we said 1.4, and turbocharged. Oh my goodness me, big snap of oversteer there from our race leader. Thankfully he's got 8 seconds behind Mate Varga, so no major qualms on that one. But yeah, fuel efficiency in this car, pretty decent. 3 cylinders and turbocharged, you're probably not going too wrong.
Yeah, I think my car's more efficient though. Unless I'm throwing it through the roundabouts from Milton Keynes, at which point...
It's true.
Well...
Why are you in Milton Keynes, other than to get out of it?
VCO Esports Racing World Cup 2 a couple of years ago. That was...
Oh, Simply Raced, yeah, right.
It was a Simply Race. Dane was there indeed, as was... Cameron Rod, Luke Crane was there. Arjuna wasn't, thankfully. Any time to stay away, but it was good vibes. And of course, more VCO. I like all those events and stuff, like the live events. We've just come off. If you haven't joined us at VCO too much before, but you know, fair enough. Hello, welcome. Just come off VCO, the Esports Racing League round 6. We had in person. In the Netherlands at Maastricht, and honestly, of all the sim racing events that I've done, I said this to Florian at the time, I genuinely think it was one of the most enjoyable sim racing events I've ever been at. Everyone had such good vibes, such good spirits. We won't talk about the evening, but there was some beverage consumption.
I can imagine. Yeah, you get you and Arjuna in a room together, and Cam, and Ewan actually. I think he could stomach a few drinks, I'd imagine. Yeah, I can imagine.
They weren't that nice. They were being good boys. They were working the night after. Yeah.
Silly. No, I'm glad I wasn't there. It was the Daytona week, and I decided to stay back and race in Daytona. And then our race was ended by one of our teammates reversing in the pit lane again. It's disqualified. Goodness me! A dart to the inside there into the hairpin. That was a late lunge, and one that was executed, I think, actually to perfection. A bit further down the field, obviously, but yeah, a nice move nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a great move from TC Esports, getting past on the Brabham car. You've got Drago closing in on this fight. You've got one of the BS cars not that far behind. Will be in the hunt for moving up a couple of spots in the final 9 minutes of the race. Also from the Maastricht thing, I think it was on the VCO. I'm assuming it's on Instagram and on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it these days. An excellently directed video starring yours truly and Dane and Arjuna of me running around where we were staying. Great times. Brabham with Drago now to the outside, and Drago trying to squeeze their way through but can't quite make it around the outside of T1.
Yeah, it was a good effort, I have to say. And well, they've got the switch back and they've got the drive on that run into what is turn 5, this long right-hander. And I think maybe the Simply Race car letting them through so they can benefit from the slipstream. Of course, that Simply Race car has had its qualms so far over the last 37 minutes. And on the back straight, I think Drago, actually, to be fair, will probably be largely uncontested. That Simply Race Brabham car seems to be underperforming in terms of its raw pace. I think probably just nursing it home to the end, considering the battles that they've endured over the last 37 minutes.
Cut into 2 different camera angles of the rear wing. Dane Baird, obviously sponsored by Simply Race there, trying to get that logo on screen as much as possible. Through the double hairpin sequence, left-hander, then the right is, well, keep our eye on what is effectively the closest battle on this track. We've got Alessandro Quintet with 7.5 minutes to go, leading by 9 seconds. There's the BS hybrid car trying to find its way up the order, and it will look to the inside of the Thomas Enger sim racing. Don't actually know what happened to the BS hybrid car. They're in 22nd position, although make that 21st. But of course, they were running up into the top 10. There's obviously some issues for them. BS competition car, obviously the start of this car, this race pole position, is only a couple of spots behind and does have the fastest lap of the race in the hands of Rainer Talvar. Maybe expect the BS competition team to maybe find their way into some better positions. They're maybe 6 or so seconds behind this fight as salutes to Drago, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, BS Plus, I mean, they're very good. That's Nicholas Boy, who we would imagine be quite quick, but this race, I think, has been a bit of an anomaly. Let's put it that way. Sebastian Job, he's 6.5 minutes. He could still get a top 10 here, you know. He's on the back of Norbert Leitner, and then Ben Riemer just up the road. I mean, even more than that potentially is possible if he really gets on with it. It's a couple laps left to go. What are we running? A minute 20, so probably 4 or 5 maybe laps left to go. The Team Redline driver into turn number 1, closing in actually now to the Impulse in front, and well, I think Sebastian Job. I mean, it's one of those races.
Whoa!
Not the way the car should be pointing.
Look, I'm not going to lie, that is not the first time we've seen a car on its lid in this race. We've probably had more cars flipped over. Oh, it's Coanda! I think we've had more cars flipped over in this race than I've seen in any other VCO Infinity race.
Yeah,
there's been a lot.
It's been a few. I daren't go and count how many we've seen. There's probably even more that we haven't seen, in all honesty. It's just been one of those wacky races, isn't it, to be honest? Yeah,
absolutely. And you've only got 5 minutes left of me in the comms booth before it'll be tall and small, because Arjuna will join you for the next couple of races. Here's a look down. That's how it got flicked up. That looks like perfect physics to me. Any problems you see?
No, it looks all good to me. looks fine.
Scientifically accurate flip going down into the hairpin. Sebastian Job could be on the cusp of, after the drama earlier on in this race, of rescuing a top 10, and look at how good those are on the points. Talking to Arjuna a little commentary chat as well. He's saying that this looks like it's going to be a 22 race championship. Well, obviously we're going to be doing all 24, but meaning that Team Redline are likely to win it after 22, at least at this rate. And yeah, that flip seemed perfectly normal to me, no issues whatsoever. Very odd and a bit of a shame that wheel-to-wheel contact. You never know, rear wheels to rear wheels can cause some funky stuff on cars. I've seen some whoppers in my time as things get quite close here. In the battle for second position, Thibaut Casabon's called up to the rear end of Mate Varga.
I mean, this has been a drive from Thibaut Casabon. We talk about Vitality being slightly underwhelming. They most definitely have not been in this race. Mate Varga just in front. They have got a bit of lap traffic to contend with. I would probably say at this stage that's helping Mate Varga with a little bit of slipstream. He's going to hope that he can clear the car very quickly, but Thibaut Casabon on the rear end of Mate Varga into the opening corner. Just a handful of laps left to go, and this could be very good for Vitality. And again, for Jeze Esports, do they concede an extra point just to guarantee a big gain on EMM and Coanda?
If it's going to get aggressive, then yeah, I wouldn't fight it too hard. They've got the EMM car directly ahead of them. They're going to be putting a lap down. Darren McCormack behind the wheel of that, who has raced with Thibaut Casabon quite a lot. Casabon's got to the inside of Mate Varga as they work their way down this backstretch into the hairpin, and Casabon with the bright yellow bumblebee of Vitality to the inside. And will clear his way through, and does indeed. I actually think that you're quite right there. I think Mate Varga's looking at that and thinking, do you know what? The Vitality are not our fight. The 1 point lost in that is fine. We'll take the third position because you're well outscoring Vitality. You're well outscoring EMM, and those are the important ones for them to be outscoring if they're going to be joining that fight for second.
Exactly that. He just wants to sit back and, yeah, maybe if Vitality make a mistake, then fair enough, but I don't really think that's Varga's race. You're going to pounce on this opportunity. If the point system was like, you know, first is 5 points clear of second or etc., then yeah, we'd see Varga battle it. But for a point where you might get this opportunity again, might is with a big asterisk next to it. But likelihood is you're not going to get the big three completely down and out of this race. There's a couple of people having some issues towards the back end of this race. One of them that isn't having some issues is Alessandro Quinte, 9.6 seconds clear of the field, and well, just in a race of his own, really. I'd be very nervous having a car that close to my car, though. In the rearview mirror, I would be probably driving in my mirrors, having very little trust for the car behind to throw this race away for me. But Grid and Go have been doing a very good job. 2 minutes left to go. I think the next lap it'll be the penultimate time through next time by, and Alessandro Quinte, I mean, the race that he's had, again, lucky, yes, that everyone destroyed themselves, but he was the one to make that luck and carve his way through the field, and then beyond that, hang on and extend that gap at the front.
Yeah, absolutely dominating in that performance at the moment. Grid and Go come through to start the penultimate lap. you remember what the word is for third to last?
Oh, no, I don't.
There's actually a word for fourth to last as well. You know that?
I don't know.
You've got,
I don't know. When you say it, you've
got
know.
You've got penultimate lap.
Yeah.
You've got ante-penultimate lap.
Yeah.
And then, with 4 laps to go, it would be the... I don't know why this word exists. You have the...
Is that the word?
Pre-ante-penultimate lap. What's the point? Who's ever saying that? Apart from me, because I got told it, and I think it's so dumb that that's a word.
So you've got anti-penultimate and pre-anti-penultimate.
Yeah. So what's the one before that? Ante, pre-ante, penultimate. Just keep adding. If you keep adding pre and an ante, and I'm just stacking them up,
it's
we
like
can do the whole race distance.
You've got vacuum cleaner, and then you've got the vacuum cleaner, and then you just keep going. Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah, I mean, on to what is the final lap now for Alessandro Quinte. He's been just remarkable this race, hasn't it? It's been a remarkable race, a very big anomaly. Just 1 corner left to go.
Yeah, there's been some big old crashes in this one, but coming through all of that, it's the number 2 grid and go-kart to seal their first victory. I think even their first top 10 of these competitions here in VCO Infinity. There is a crash in the background from one of the back markers, but it was an absolute domination from Alessandro Quinte. On the podium joining, it's Vitality and Mate Varga for Sheza Esports, scoring some solid points. The hunt down for second in the title race.
Yeah, a bit of a wacky race and a good race for maybe some of the wrong reasons. We just come off the back, of course, of that Formula Ford race at Fuji, which gave us some incredible scenes. And actually, no, we're continuing on for another one.
We've been duped. We've been duped by the game. I did think that we were. I'll just take a deep breath. Do the same conversation. What were we saying before? The vacuum cleaner off you go.
Yeah. Class. No, because I was like, that last lap went way too quickly. No way are we in the final couple of corners now. No. I remember there was one time in the Apex Hunters United we had a similar situation where it was white, then not white, and then the checkered, and it was a very confusing scenario. That was a bit of a throwback a few years ago. This, now, the final couple of corners, at least you've got what you want to say now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, second time's the charm. We'll see him come through the final corner for the actual final time. And now the number 2 will cross the line to win. Grid and Go on top here at Okayama in the Super Formula Lights, comfortably ahead of Thibaut Casbon and Mate Varga. It's, again, a really, really impressive drive and just kept out of trouble. That's the most important bit in a race like this, where it's been absolutely mental.
Mental is one way of putting it, for sure. Yeah, that's the name of the game, really. Fair enough, maybe a little bit of fortune. Some people would have tried to back off and calm their way through the carnage and then get tapped from someone behind or get, make contact with someone else. That sort of happens. Quinte got lucky, but then also, used and channeled that luck to go and get that win, which is a very important win for Grid and Go, the number 2 car. Big shout out, though, to Sebastian Job, and again, more red line praise. Sebastian Job, obviously down and out, involved in those incidents in the opening moments. To come back and finish in the top 9 is a remarkable result. Thibaut Casbon as well, Vitality up there in P2. Again, good showing from them. Of course, the big names, EMM and Coanda. Wow, they've got a few races to try and bounce back and get some redemption.
Absolutely. Final few cars you're seeing across the line. There'll be some disappointed drivers out there, and I think there'll be quite a lot of them after the crashes that we've seen. Again, some of the largest crashes we've seen in this competition. I don't know how many rolls Coanda did earlier, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the count was getting close to double digits. It was a lot of flipping.
We'll have to watch it again, but it was a lot of pirouettes in the sky. And then there was further contact. They had another incident at some point as well. Anyway, here's the results.
Indeed, and Alessandro Quinte taking the victory by 10 seconds, a dominating performance from the second Grid and Go esports car. They'll overtake the number 1 car, at least, when it comes to the point standings. So they are the lead Grid and Go car now in the point standings. Thibaut Casbon, Mate Varga for Sheza Esports in third. Very good for them. And when it comes to their battle up the order, because all their championship protagonists are further down. Alessio Bonino for 0-7. Another good result for them with Absolute Motorsport, Aslith, Solpec Precision, Deltras Automotive by Major Garage, and of course Ride Sim Sport. An excellent recovery drive with a pit stop involved, courtesy of damage repairs on the opening lap. for Sebastian Job. Team Redline returned to 9th position, overtaking Gregory Hoverson for the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal late on in the race. You can see the rest of them. We'll flick our way through and pick out the odd one. Graham Carroll, 13th position. You've got Nicholas Boy there for Drago, 22nd. Rainer Talvar from the pole, all the way down the order. Darren McCormack got from 30th up to 12th and then back down to 31st position. All that absolute craziness, as you'd expect, and a whole lot of retirements to speak of. Alessandro Quinte has not joined us here for an interview yet, so we'll just talk for a second and we'll see if he does, but if not, we'll have a bit of a breather. I mean, look, let's just very quickly recap that race, Zach. Very impressive, very good, but for the battle for second, it is on like it's Donkey Kong.
Absolutely, that's one way of putting it. Yeah, we've got 3 teams now all involved. Coanda, EMM, and of course Sheza as well. So the final 4 races, the final 20% of this event, if you like, it's coming down to the wire. It has been really exciting. Obviously, you know, we've got the big names. Team Redline, yeah, they're going to win. We all know that. That fight for second is really what we're interested in. Coanda have had a couple of stinkers. EMM have been able to rise through and capitalize because of that. We're just going to have to wait and see as to what the final 4 races can bring.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. We only have 4 races left to go to crown our champion. We could be crowning Team Redline in just a couple of races' time. Unfortunately, we're not getting an interview from Alessandro Quinte after that victory at Okayama. So we're going to have a bit of a breather. We're going to take a break. I'm going to jump out of the comedy booth. I'll join you for the final couple of races because our junior will be back in to take you through the next one with Zach Sweeney. Of course, we'll be racing at Road America in the Radical SR10s. That's going to be exciting. It's going to be a thrill race, I'm sure. We know what it's like around Road America. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a second.
into the final 4 hours and final 4 races of the 2026 edition of VCO Infinity and heading to our championship crowning race, likely next time out. But glad to be back in the booth, our junior Kanky party alongside of Zach Sweeney. And Zach, I've had a couple of hours of sleep, decidedly more comfortable than the couple of hours of sleep I got in the back of my car at the Daytona 24 a couple of hours ago. But one thing has not necessarily changed, and that is that Redline are continuing to storm to what will be a 4th VCO Infinity Championship in 5 attempts. And the crazy part about that is one of those VCO Infinities was slightly different than the regular ones.
Yeah, in terms of iRacing Infinities, they're about to do the sweep, and to wrap it up a couple of races early in this sort of points format is insane. Team Redline, yeah, cool, they're going to win. That's old news. Kawanda, EMM, and Sheza, that's what I'm interested in, especially off the back of the insane race we just had at Okayama. 3-way fight for P2.
And that's what Ewan and myself had kind of identified around the hour 10 mark. Once Kawanda and Redline, their struggles somewhat separated them out, we thought fight for second could be on. Remember, EMM Esports are defending Esports Racing League champions, and so lots of excitement to see them continuing that form with a couple of new drivers lined up for them as well. Right, qualifying about to get complete for the 21st time today. And one lap qualifying, I can only imagine that it's been a bit of a pressure cooker for a handful of these drivers. Road America not expecting that qualifying to necessarily be that important. But guess what? Team Redline have once again punched their ticket to the front of the field. This time, it's Diogo Pinto on qualifying duties. Always handy when you've got 3 Porsche Esports Super Cup champions in your ranks. And he's 17 thousandths of a second shy. You're breaking into the sub 2 minute bracket. Alongside him will be Simone Bassoni for Sim RC. He's been quick in these cars. With David Sobrero for Thibaut Courtois Esports, alongside of Nikolai Peterson for Falcon Sim Racing. Capivara Racing and Blue Mercury Esports split row 3. Best qualifying effort for Capivara Racing for this VCO Infinity. Team PGZ and Drago Racing split row 4, Delta Sport and Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, Community, complete your top 10. Sheza Esports and Grid and Go's number 2 machine, 11th and 12th positions with EMM Esports and Stint 1 Motorsports, 13th and 14th. Victor Wilson, mainly been racing trucks, does his one race in a Radical. In 15th spot, Darius Andre will be on his outside. Lorenzo Castellani for 07 Racing has got Ruben Lasso and Fiercely Forward for company on row number 9. To complete the top 20, it's Armentario and Bike 500. Maniti Racing and the Falcon Sim Racing's second car, 21st and 22nd. ERE Race Esport Team, one of their slightly more disappointing qualifying efforts. They've been a real contender on occasion in this event. Altitude Freem Esports, Zane Khan lines up 24th, MG18 and Lion GP Fenster right behind them. Fast Repair Motorsports, Eclipse Sim Sports, Thomas Eng Sim Racing, and the Dutch League Racing crew round out your top 30. Then Tandem Restech and Impulse Racing, 31st and 32nd. Olympus Esports and U Amateurs 33rd and 34th, with Project 91 and Torrento Motorsports right behind them. It's a big field once again. Brabham Motorsports, Avalon Motorsports, GT Spain 92 and FCB Racing Sim in front of the Vitality Sim Racing team. Erhan Yovsky not hooking up the car in qualifying, but he's the last car with a time on the board. Nathan Moore for Solpec Precision Racing. He knows this car quite intimately. How familiar is he with Road America and working his way through the field? In front of the Was Cooking Racing Adventures, the other of the Grid and Go entries, Sherry Esports, Absolute Motorsport, Aslith, BS Plus Hybrid at one point a contender in the top 5, Mivano, BS Plus's other car, Prism Motorsport, and Ride SimSport. We've lost a couple of cars, but it's still a stacked field and a large field that's getting ready to go. And potentially the penultimate race before Redline can wrap up the championship.
Yeah, exactly that. They need, well, it would be 100 points clear of the rest of the field going into the final 2 races. If they're 150 points clear after this race, well, that's it. We get a full pace lap to get those tyres and tyre temperatures and brake temperatures up to it. And yeah, I mean, for Redline, it's, yeah, they had a couple of poor races and things, but they've just excelled for the entirety of this event. And to wrap it up, like I said, in a points format that is this tight, that level of consistency and just brutality that they constantly deliver in the world of esports, yeah, realistically it's going to be wrapped up on not this race, the next race, if they can maintain what is already a monumentally large gap.
I don't think there's much expectation for anyone to drag it out further than that. Top right of the screen, if it ends as it starts, the gap never trust the commentator's math, so I'm whipping out the calculator very quickly on this formation lap. It would be at 123 points, so Kawanda would need to outscore Redline in the next race by 24 points, effectively, to keep the championship alive, because I would assume any tieback is going the way of Redline. Yes, they've had some setbacks, as you are bound to do in this event as wild and random on occasion as this, but Zach, at the end of the day, their consistency to start things off was remarkable. First 9 or 10 races, no finishes outside the top 4.
Yeah, it's just, it speaks volumes. And again, you know, the Redline praise, you know, we've been speaking about it for hours, and you know, there's a reason why they are the best team. I don't think that's much of a discussion. They are the ones that set the benchmark, and it's because they, you know, other teams have got great drivers, don't get me wrong. A lot of teams have got great drivers, but what Redline have is a full roster of drivers that are at the absolute top of their respective discipline, and even those that, you know, have their specialist sort of car track combination, they can go and adapt to the other ones, and it just allows them to be that far up the field. And the difference as well with Redline, they've faced adversity, they've had some poor luck. Like, you know, we looked at Okayama, they got completely thrown away in the opening lap. They were thrown to the back end of the field, and yet Sebastian Job still was able to scrounge a P9, which, yeah, fair enough, you know, for Redline is you know, nothing to write home about. But it's the fact that they can limit the damage and then maximize the reward when they're given that opportunity. It's a recipe that allows them to excel. Of course, 13 podiums from the 21 races. That percentage has dropped over the last couple of races, but 6 wins thus far. And I think Lewis was saying 34 in total across all of the Infinity events they've taken part in. Fair
Wow.
enough, maybe across a couple of cars. But I think that just says it all, really, doesn't it?
I know it does. Love the stats. Lewis will be back for the final 2 races, but Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Zach Sweeney for the next couple. We'll see a look at a couple of the drivers. There's Diogo Pinto, one of the 3 Porsche Super Cup champions, Esports Super Cup champions. That Redline has as part of their lineup. Simone Pisoni lines up alongside in that Sim RC machine. They're looking relatively rested, given where we are in the proceedings. David Sobrero as well. Good to catch up with him at Sim Racing Expo last year when our team at RaceSpot were on site with Rennsport for a community event. And then Nikolai Peterson, formerly of the Apex Racing Academy, if memory serves, now with the Falcon Sim Racing team. Best qualifying effort from Capivara Racing and Francisco Camillo. Excited to see what he can do, as I am, to see what Olivier Piatek can do. We've got a really strong front 6 that are going to launch off to turn 1 in a couple of corners time.
Yeah, indeed. So I think obviously Redline are going to want to get their heads down and get through. I think if they are able to outscore Kawanda and EMM by at least 24 points, it could be wrapped up in theory at the end of this race. We're not going to focus too much on that. But it's possible if Kawanda and EMM continue to have some poor runs. The thing, of course, with the Radicals, very touch-and-go cars, a lot of power, a lot of torque, and very fun to drive, I would imagine, especially around this Road America circuit. The slipstream is going to be there, and with it, I'm sure, some really good racing as we round the final couple of corners to get this one underway.
And love scrolling through the front of the field. We're up to the top 12 or so as we'll send the pace car off and away and kick off the final 4 races of this 2026 VCO Infinity. And while, yes, championship fight may well and truly be all but academic at this point, fight for second, still plenty to be settled. Here at the America's National Park of Speed, we're ready to go once again. The final race at Road America in this edition of Infinity. Green flag drops, and instantly David Sobrero tries to split the middle and make it 3 wide for the lead. Looks like some chaos in the background, but I'm not quite sure what to make of that. Sobrero splits the middle, takes the lead of the race as we scamper out through turn 1. No grass and gravel really being kicked up as down the hill on the brakes into what is apparently turn 3. And on the nose of one of the grid and go machines, there was a car being spat off into the gravel. But onto the run into the moraine sweep, onto the back straightaway. What a start from David Sobrero.
Yeah, that was a crucial start there, splitting the middle, having that confidence, getting the jump off the rolling start. Side by side as Diogo Pinto fires one down the inside into turn number 5. Around the outside tries Silverado to keep his foot, but can't quite keep it there. There's more contact and a bit of a pile-up out on the exit.
It's Bassoni. I'm not quite sure if he got tagged around or if he lost the rear end by himself and then set off the chain reaction. Also involved was Delta Sport, one of their better qualifying efforts as well. Meatball flag for them, alongside of Vitality Sim Racing and BS Plus Hybrid. So 3 signs of troubles as through the hurry downs and up toward the carousel. Just now the long right-hander before we have to work our way through the kink, and that's where commitment in these downforce cars will be important. EMM Esports, Raphael Renhofer dropping down outside the top 40 in what could have major implication in the points. Through the kink, separation building.
Yeah, indeed. So Diogo Pinto controlling the pace and Silverado just staying with him. Look at that train, and that's how powerful the slipstream is. A fight for 5th. That's Piatek versus Samuel Ward. The Team PGZ car conceding on that occasion into kind of the corner again. A great overtaking opportunity if you've got that run through the kink. There's a car off in the background as well. I think potentially it could be Takalo. There's so many people that have gone off at any different point on the, so far on this lap. It's hard to see who's where. Once they break the beam for the opening lap, we'll start to piece together. But one thing is absolutely for certain: Diogo Pinto and Team Redline lead the opening lap.
That's for sure. Converts. Not expecting any fuel saving needed in this race, remember. Not expecting pit stops either. Silverado back around the outside. It's about the front 8 trying to extend their advantage. Francisco Camillo one side of the road, then the other. Look at the gravel picked up on the exit of turn 3. Onto the back straight once again. Victor Wolfson for Coanda Esports. He's back in 12th position, remember. Points on the top right of your screen as they run right now. Redliner full 120 points in the good. Now David Silverado is going to be back to 3rd because it's Francisco Camillo in that Capivara racing machine that's challenging around the outside underneath the Corvette bridge. They will tuck. And this is when Road America presents its multitude of ways to pass. And you can basically go side by side through every single corner here. David Silverado dropping down to 4th momentarily as Peterson in the Falcon Sim Racing machine looks to the outside.
Yeah, these guys are, I'll be honest, battling incredibly hard in the opening phase of this race. We've got 41 minutes left to go, and they're treating it as if it's the final lap. You're in a train, you're in a slipstream train. Get used to it. There's no pit strategy or anything like that. Largely at this stage, I would say the position there's contact there, sent into the kink. You could see that coming from a mile away. Samuel Ward sent off through the kink.
It was Alex Spetz to the inside, and now we've got cars almost shoving into the grass on the run up towards Canada Corner. Falcon Sim Racing still fighting with David Silverado, who's trying to watch for Blue Mercure and Olivier Piatek. Another meatball flag for Sam Ward, as you would expect, and so at some point we'll have a chance to breathe and pick our way through some of the replays. But ending lap 2, that moment hasn't come just yet. The intensity by no means has settled, but it is 9 cars now in this leading train that is breaking away, but it could be a leading 2. If 3rd and 4th continue to squabble, Silverado and Peterson, Falcon and TC yet to settle in amongst the 2 of them. And the shot from Silverado from Olivier Piatek, not quite sending him quite clear. Instead, down the hill, they're not quite 3 abeam. But look at how this pack is continuing to lose time to our 2 leaders.
Yeah, I was just about to say Diogo Pinto and Francisco Camillo doing this very, very well. They can see what's going on, and they're just tucked in behind each other. Not bump drafting, but getting away, using each other's slipstream to pull a bit of a gap, knowing there's a lot more to lose here. Let's not fight too hard. And then you've got this absolute melee in the background, of course, of their mirror. Nikolai Pedersen trying to keep Piatek at bay. David Silverado side by side with Piatek. Alex Spetz just trying to hold off Kai back as well, up over the crest under the Corvette banner there and in towards turn number 6. And for a moment settles down. But like I was saying earlier, 40 minutes left of this race, and they're going at it way too hard, I think, for this stage. No complaints from us in terms of the action that we've got. But racecraft-wise, it's just allowing Pinto and Camillo to get away.
I think we have seen a questionable level of racecraft on occasion in this edition of VCO Infinity. Maybe the number of cars has had a part to play. Oh, Vitality Sim Racing just run into the back, I think, of Customs GT. And then BS Plus getting mixed up as well. and that is a wrecked Radical. Both sides of that car worse for the wear. And that was before technically they even got up to turn number 1. So there was drama and there was wrecked race cars early in proceedings. The next sign of any chaos was then down in towards turn number 5 when SimRC and Simone Personi found themselves unceremoniously turned around. And Zach, this is what happened. 3 wide and slightly pinched in the middle, and shove, whack, wallop. Delta Sport get tangled up as well. Unfortunately, Personi stays out of the way and avoids rejoining unsafely.
We have seen some pretty dodgy rejoins so far in this race, and it's unfortunate. But again, just that racing incident, you're 3 wide into turn 5. The car on the outside that was sweeping round, plenty of space between all 3 of them. It's just that case of trying to give way in the middle to the car on the inside and the car on the outside, who more than likely can't see each other. So you're very much pinched there, and I think just wrong place, wrong time, opening lap, and then you've got to wait. The carnage ensued there, just crawling, trying to get back going, but a good rejoin in the end. But in front of that, I mean, well, I don't really know what you can make of that. Just clumsiness on the opening lap.
Armentario tangled up there, as in the live picture. 2 seconds covers the gap between first and third. David Sobrero in front of Peterson, who now is also passed by Alexander Spetz, who makes the move. This queue now joined by Victor Wolfson and Daniel Ola in the Sheza and Kawanda machines respectively. And not further, much further I should say, to Delatraz Automotive, Maniti Racing 07 and the ERE race team. Tommy Razier picking through the carnage quite successfully. Although Grid and Go, Hadi Noah Mamasi is plus 28, Will Murdoch is plus 32. Another race where craziness on the start has meant drivers who struggled in qualifying, Zach, haven't necessarily paid the price in the race itself.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they've done the effort to negotiate their way through, very Lightning McQueen-esque, through the wreckage and the carnage, and pretty much a parallel to what we saw just a few moments ago in the Super Formula Lights at Okayama, the likes of Dara McCormack starting P30 all the way up to P12 in the opening lap. You know, it can give, it can take very easily, you know, in the snappy fingers, blink of an eye, all of that effort can be very quickly taken away. But a lot of these drivers, again, have made the most of that. You kind of go into those races, especially, you know, these radical races, with that kind of expectation that something at some point is going to go wrong, and quickly responding to any yellow flags or tyre smoke as caution and not an opportunity, as the majority of sim racers do when they keep their foot flat. Working their way back through the field, Kawanda, of course, Victor Wolfson working with, and a big lift off there on the back of Jesse Jones. I think maybe our first sign of actual racecraft to get onto the back of the train in front.
I think what you were describing earlier, by the way, is sometimes also known as the Arca brakes, and always great when Lewis and McClay gets a chance to scream that in the commentary booth, which he's done on his fair share of occasion. Live points top right of your screen. You can see Kawanda slowly closing some of the deficit as they'll now pick their way past Jesse Jones. At the front of this queue, there's a little less fighting as, well, racecraft maybe on display. Alex Spetz, David Sobrero working together. Olivier Piatek and Michael Kaibach in the Stint 1 Motorsport machine versus Blue Mercury Esports. No such working together there as they chop and change positions. And those top 2 now well and truly clear of the drafting range. And got to give a shout out to Francisco Camillo, who is holding at the front of the field with one of iRacing's finest.
I mean, yeah, you've got to give props. Fair enough. Yeah, Diogo Pinto is incredibly rapid, and that's what I love about Infinity. Again, it gives so many people their chance to showcase just how good they are. Francisco Camillo staying with him, the Brazilian for Capivara Racing. Yeah, Slipstream going to be playing a factor in that, but he's there on pure merit. Of course, the pressure building for Capivara. I think they've got a lot less to lose than Team Redline. I would love to see Camillo make some sense.
Nothing to lose at the end of the day for Capivara Racing. An opportunity to measure yourself against the benchmark of a team like Redline, a driver like Pinto. Most significantly, look how calm he is right now behind the wheel, not letting the situation get to him, or to quote the formidable Max Pappas, not letting the pressure outweigh the pleasure, at least for the time being. Nikolai Peterson back in the scrap. Slips past Alexander Spetz on the run up to turn number 1. Last lap, it was a couple of tenths of a second lost to the leaders for this chasing group, and so Let's see if we can pull up some lap time comparisons. At lap 4, they actually gained about a 10th and a half, but look at that lap 3. Because of all the fighting, 1 full second. That's where this group lost the draft, and almost 3 wide down into the braking zone of turn 5. I worry they're starting to resume hostilities once again.
Yeah, at what point do you think they're just going to go, yeah, fair enough, the top 2 are gone, let's just battle for the scraps now already? There's still 34 minutes left to go. Alex Betts on the inside of Nikolai Pedersen as they run through. It's the all-red Drago on the outside and the mint green Falcon that's just able to nip its way past. That is playing nicely into the hands of David Sobrero for TC Esports. And again, he's going to be looking at that and saying, go, 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 get out of here as quickly as I possibly can. Fair enough, he's going to be in a bit of a no man's land relative to Diogo Pinto and Camilo, but at the very least he could be in a pretty safe spot to secure a decent podium for TC Esports. You can see the gap visually growing, but of course through this section of the circuit, not really an overtaking opportunity. He's going to be hoping that Pedersen and Spets once again go side by side through Canada corner. The gap only 0.7 of a second. He needs a couple more yet to feel even slightly safe.
Looking very relaxed. The action's a little bit deeper in the pack, and it's going to be 3 wide, and Victor Wolfson sees the chance to cut underneath and grab 2 for the price of 1. Oh, on offer, why not take it? Olivier Piatek and Michael Kaibach were so preoccupied with battling one another. Didn't see that. Wolfson's now +9. Clinical moves on display as well. The gap down to 114 points. Trying to keep something at play. Although again, remember, expecting the next race, NASCAR Trucks at Silverstone, to be what could be the race that settles things. Jesse Jones passes Kaibach, and guess what? Piatek and Kaibach are ready to resume the hostilities once again.
I'd say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. These guys have just been at it, hammer and tongue, for the last 13 minutes. And again, no complaints from us in the commentary box, but they might be complaining a little bit later on in the race when it becomes a big lottery as to who's going to finish where. The positioning, you know, in 30 minutes time, I would say largely they're going to be in a similar order, or at least a similar position in 30 minutes time. Nonetheless, we're getting some great action. Jesse Jones going defensive into turn 5. Alex Betts trying to close back in on David Sobrero, who for a moment in TC Sports was able to extend the gap to 0.7 of a second. That no longer is the case, as our 2 leaders of Pinto and Camilo continue to stretch their advantage up in front. David Sobrero, he's well, trying to hang on to that podium, and Alex Betts, I would imagine, for Drago, off the back of the shambolic Super Formula lights at Okayama, largely not due to any of their own faults, would like to again find themselves onto the podium. But like I say, there's still half an hour of this race left to go. How much is this track position actually consequential?
Almost 1/3 burned. Well, again, no pit stop, so I think track position is relatively consequential. That's why they're fighting at the front of this queue. Also trying to see if they can latch back onto the leaders. I think that ship has sailed. I think behind Delatrouse Automotive, 07 Racing, the ERE race team, 12th through 14th. They are looking to try and close slightly on the group that we're watching now, which has built up a bit more separation. A couple of teams that picked their way through the chaos and all the madness, battling amongst themselves. It's Will Murdoch, a lot more experience on Gran Turismo, but venturing a lot more into iRacing in the last couple of years. He's battling against Hadi Noah Mamasi at 34 and 28 positions gained respectively in this race.
Oh, good effort, I'll be honest. Yeah, it just goes to show that in such a big grid, if you can just ride the wave and find your way through, you can definitely reap a pretty good result. Obviously, Grid and Go off the back of the victory at Okayama. Well, one of the cars at the very least, not this one, I don't think. But yeah, fighting inside the top 15. Good points on offer. BS Plus Competition have had their, their shining moments in this event. Lacked the overarching pace to really contend, but still up there, fighting actually very closely with Drago for the top 5 in that championship, if you like. Drago, I think, have picked up a bit of momentum, so it's going to take a little bit more than this for BS Plus to solidify themselves inside the top 5 in terms of that team standings at the end of this event as we approach the closing stages. But for now, Will Murdoch hanging on pretty well.
And if you're wondering what team that is in 4th position, it's Redline Kawanda EMM, and then Sheza Esports. Daniel Ola has just slipped up to 9th position. They are almost 40 points clear of Drago Racing as it stands. The Drago Racing crew have had a really up and down VCO Infinity, where sometimes they have just been mixed up in some of that lap 1 madness, and it's held them back from competing. And you know, part of that potentially is qualifying. You leave yourself in the danger zone. Redline have done a good job of putting themselves towards the top 10 on basically every occasion. Not everyone has had that sort of luxury in qualifying pace and dealing with the one-lap pressure. Alex Spetz is now at the front of the field in this chasing peloton. Francisco Camillo still within a car length or two of Diogo Pinto as we head into the final 29 minutes of this 21st race on offer, and what is also our final race in the Radicals. What an interesting car it is. Definitely not one that many of these drivers will have had much experience coming into this particular event, and therefore maybe, Zach, we've got to ask our winner what they thought about this particular car now that its piece has been said. Oh, Victor Wolfson looking aggressive on the back of Nikolai Peterson.
Yeah, down the inside of turn number 3. The second proper corner on the circuit, just able to get it stopped, pitched in, nicely done there from Wolfson, and up into the top 5. Coanda, this is more like it. This is the sort of driving we expect to see. Flash the headlights from Pedersen, and side by side as well, the fight for third. Definitely looks like they're enjoying the Radical at the very least. I expect later on the brakes, but I think in the end, David Sbrero going to win out on the inside of turn number 5 there. That's going to allow Wolfson and Pedersen to close back in, but the switch back up the hill, I mean, it's given us some good racing. Whether they enjoy driving it or not, this Radical is an absolute spectacle. Would have been nice to see a bit of a guest appearance maybe from like a Suelo Almeida to see what he thought and how he would get on in this field. But yeah, the SR10 definitely proving, I believe, the quickest of the bunch in terms of the Radicals.
At least that we have on iRacing. There are quicker cars that Radical have. Unfortunately, cars that I can actually fit in. The smaller the car that Radical makes, the harder it is for the tall of us to fit in, tall and small in the booth. You can presume quite correctly Zach Sweeney would fit in the various Radicals on offer.
Thank you.
It's just a statement of fact. There is no question about it. You would fit quite comfortably into the variety of Radicals on offer. Tom Drewer, Radical USA, giving a listen. Maybe you give us a ride. Maybe Zach gets the SR1, I get the SR10.
And we see who wins. You got the aerodynamic drag though. Your head's halfway out the car, so I reckon I'd fancy my chances. Let's put it that way. Interestingly, actually, from what I've heard, there's not too big of a pace discrepancy between each of the Radicals. Yes, there's a huge amount of power difference, but because they're the similar chassis, similar aero kit, they actually have their own merits and their own rights in terms of pace. David Sbrero definitely having some merit in terms of this battle. Back to the sharp end of the field as Alex Spetz starts to the inside. I think more as a spot my breaking point marker and not run into the back of the TC car in front. A brilliant battle between these four, though, you have to say. Meanwhile, Diogo Pinto and Camilo continue to get away with 26.5 minutes left of this.
Yeah, this will continue. Olivier Piatek leads a second group that's increasingly dropping back. There's not much difference between the SR3, which now sits as the middle rung of the Radicals, and the SR10. The SR1 is a much more basic beast, as 2x2 trickle down into turn 5. Long way around for former motorcycle racer Jesse Jones. Michael Kaibach tucked in behind. Daniel Ola, Maxime Naz for Maniti there too. In the big green machine. Meanwhile, Victor Wolfson alongside of David Sbrero as they sweep through the hurry downs, and Sbrero says no thank you to Nikolai Peterson, offering a move up the inside. A little bit close for comfort, but we'll get away with that one. And now that second group back inside of drafting range. How quickly things can shift around, and what a camera angle this is. You can never have a camera here in the real world. The joys of sim racing. Slap bang on the apex of the kink, the Radicals fly past.
God, what an angle. I love that. We need more of that. Yeah, we need to fight. There needs to be like a really low rising gantry. I know that would never happen in real life, but we need one. Yes, that battle though.
One sec. I need to wait, wrong way. We're doing this live on air. There we go.
Boom. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Big props to the cameraman. I've seen some. Have you seen there was a cameraman at the Winter Olympics on the speed skating that completely fell over and nearly wiped out one of the competitors? I would say that the cameraman would be in no way wiping out competitors in that sense. It would be a very poorly cameraman if that was in real life in the motorsport world. Yes. Jesse Jones. Go on.
No, we need to find a way of making cameras that cars can drive through, which if anyone can defy the laws of physics, please do tell me. Jesse Jones, a little bit of a sitting duck. This is, again, quite a racecraft-driven race more than anything right now. Yes, there's the technical, you know, hit your references, get on the power nice and smoothly, don't lock your brakes up, but for the most part, it's just understanding where momentum is going and riding it to the front of the field. We're nearing half distance, and at some point, these two will pull the pin. Diogo Pinto, Francisco Camillo will battle amongst themselves, but that point seemingly not quite on us.
This race is very reminiscent of high-level karting, right? You know, that dynamic that you have where you're nose to tail with cars, and you're very easily and very capable of making moves, right? You can dart to the inside and not lose too much time relative to the pack, but it's then that, you know, that overarching working together, like we've been seeing with Camillo and Diogo Pinto. They've been, you know, they've been with each other. They've not been battling, and they've been able to, you know, push each other to an extent that they've been able to get away from the chasing pack behind. The likes of Spets, Wolfson, Sobrero, Pedersen, and then that chasing pack that closed back into them. Very karting-esque. You wait, you sit in that train, you sit nose to tail, you get onto the back of them, and that's then when the melee continues. It's an incredibly precise style of driving, style of racing, and it makes for really good final laps where you've got loads of people sort of jostling and darting to each side of the circuit, probably I'd imagine in 22.5 minutes time where we are to that closing stage. Looking forward to that one.
Don't you do it. You and I, we do believe in the commentator's curse, right?
No, do not put me under that same umbrella. I know it's very easy for you to hold an umbrella over my head, but I will not be having it with the commentator's curse.
Oh no, you're one of these Luddites that does not believe in the commentator's curse.
I'm Lewis's kid, what can I say? Come
that's
on.
true, like father, like son. Too wide for a moment across the line. I very much believe in the curse of the commentator, especially given that, Victor Wolfson shoved out wide. Peterson will sweep up the pieces there, especially given that I've now not just done it in the sim racing world, I've done it in the real world as well. Oh, out wide for Olivier Piatek. That was uncomfortable as he sent himself understeering into the grass. Michael Kaibach slips through. Daniel Ola now getting a shove from Maxime Naz as he pushes the air on the back of the Radical SR10. You know, it's 8:30 now in the morning here on the east coast of the US. We are getting into breakfast time for any of the Americans who are racing with us. Good time to have a traditional Road America breakfast. Head to the Gearbox concession stand. Fried egg, cheese and breakfast meat on top of a Sheboygan hard roll. Traditional egger. If you can't tell, Zach, the concessions at Road America are world class, and I am dreaming about them right now.
They sound very American.
Yes, well, I mean, a bratwurst isn't necessarily American, is it?
No, that's true, but the combination of foods and the assembly of said concessions, very American, let's put it that way. I've just come back from Italy and I have had some pretty decent food all weekends. In the north of Rome, I will say the best pizza in the world, Naples. Oof. Any day of the week, you could have me a pizza in Naples.
See, they definitely would not approve of fried cheese curds. Of course.
They would. Do you know what? They really have a go at me for how the British make carbonara. They're like, you can't put ham in it. No, the Italians are very passionate about their food, as you know, I think we all know. I think they would probably have a heart attack looking at anything served at Road America.
Oh, well, for cheese curds, Wisconsin staple, you've got to have them if you head to the state. It's not just to the track. What are the other things that you would have at Road America? I'm trying to think. Well, there's one thing that's not maybe appropriate for 8:30 in the morning, but a good old Spotted Cow, a Wisconsin beer, one of the dozens of breweries around the area. But that's the one that seemingly is the most popular by all the racing community. And there's an age-old saying that you can buy a case if you want, but as soon as it crosses the state lines and you bring it back home, it just doesn't taste the same. 5 seconds the margin now between the top two and those trying to chase them down. Look at the big send from Maxime Naz. Pin pulled from him as we head into the final 20 minutes under the Corvette Bridge into turn 6. He's now up to 9th.
Yeah, really nice move there. And again, it's that really good racecraft, that good awareness in these scenarios, in these pack racing dynamics, knowing when and when not to go for those moves. How can you maximize your progress through the train without detaching the carriage from the rest of them in of itself. It's very easy to get roped into a battle and let everyone else run away. And what I'm really impressed with Naz is that he's just able to carve his way through. And it's not like they can miss him. He's not exactly being a ninja. He's in a bright green car. And I can see that green. So definitely it's visible through the kink. And he's just slowly working his way forward, being patient, taking his time. And there is definitely a good result on the cards here. Jesse Jones, the one heading the field, of course, in that Falcon car. 15 positions from 22nd, up now into 7th. And once again, detached from that main battle for 3rd in and amongst the top 5. But yeah, I have to say, Maxime Naz up there. Still 19 minutes left to go, though. So let's not... what was the phrase? Count our chickens yet? Or something in that vein?
They are... I mean, count your eggs, I think, is probably...
Something like
probably
that.
more appropriate.
I don't have chickens.
Yeah. By the way, quick look at the points. You can see 1 point splitting Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage and one of the Falcon Sim Racing machines in the fight for 9th. We're heading into the business zone of things where every point counts, and therefore with a position being worth a point, your track position increasingly will matter. Down the hill, the second grouping as well and truly lost. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So Michael Kaibach in 7th. As much as David Zabrera or Alex Spetz side by side in front of him. His attention preoccupied by Jesse Jones and Maxime Naz, who forces 3 wide. Pin pulled indeed. Once more down to turn 5. The big green machine stakes its claim to the inside and now roars up to 7th.
Yeah, what a move that was there. And again, great awareness. Now's the case, you've got it. Can you keep it? Rides, obviously, on the rear bumper, looking back at Jesse Jones, who's trying to get on the back of Maxime Naz once again. But yeah, the Maniti Racing, the German driver, up now into 7th position. The gap 2 seconds to Victor Wolfson just in front. I say just in front, a little bit a ways in front. But if they battle once again and the carnage ensues in and amongst that battle, well, Maxime Naz, don't count him out for a podium just yet. Still plenty of opportunities still to go in this race. Jesse Jones, the Falcon Sim Racing, and well, still in the slipstream, probably feeling a little bit of a wash through the kink. We saw it earlier that if you're in that slipstream, if you're in that tow, the Eclipse car in the Silverado went very wide earlier, but able to follow quite a little bit better these radicals. Inside line into Canada corner, not taken on that occasion, just showing his nose and putting a little bit of pressure onto Maniti. You
know, I think Jesse Jones would probably quite enjoy racing a motorcycle around Road America. It's one of the highlights of their year. They do some great motorcycle racing here, and well, it's an old school track, and that's why it's still loved by many. The fact that it's kept the charm of what made track so unique in the olden days. We, yes, have some gravel, but there's no wide asphalt to run off into by any means. This fight for 7 on back, I think, will only intensify. There are some teams up here, though, in the mix looking for some solid points. Drago Racing, TC Esports involved in potentially what could be a fight for 4th in the championship, but it's going to take Sheza Esports to have a little bit more struggles in the next 3 races.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Here goes Alex Spetz to the inside of the TC Esports car of David Sobrero. The all-red Drago on the inside. Of course, there you can see the yellow, the black and the blue of TC on the outside. Under the Corvette bridge and in towards turn number 6. The outside line being taken, keeping that momentum. Great respect between the pair of them. And now into 7. Interesting to see Pedersen and Wolfson not get overly involved in this battle either. Not the best of exits on that run, though. And this could allow Alex Spetz to launch a counter-attack.
Couple of issues down the field. Altitude Freem Esports, black flag for them. Hitting the incident limit. Also saw Project 91. Spin for them down at turn 5. Through the carousel. Holding each other tight, but giving each other that space needed. And now who blinks? Nikolai Peterson wants to force David Sobrero into submission. Rolls the speed around the outside in what is a sketchy corner at speed. 1 moment and you're hard into the wall on the outside. Think back to Joseph Newgarden's huge crash in the NTT IndyCar Series there in recent memory. All the fighting between these drivers and the fact that Maxime Naz is on a tear right now means 3rd through 6th could be joined by 7th on back in the next couple of minutes.
And that's why I don't think that chasing pack is battling too much. They know that there's something more to go and catch. Jesse Jones, obviously, you know, he likes his motorbikes. Obviously, the Radical, I'm sure he's feeling quite at home in terms of the torque and the power delivery because, well, it's a motorbike engine in the back. Of course, the style of racing, very reminiscent of sort of a MotoGP, Moto2-esque thing. So I'm sure he's probably loving this dynamic as Will Murdoch still battling away with Grid and Go, this time for 14th and 15th. So they have been able to gain a net position from the last time we checked in with them and pushing hard because they can see a huge train of cars in front of them that they're probably feeling a little bit of FOMO that they're missing out on it.
A couple of check-ins further back with some fights. Bike 500, the Argentine crew in front of Absolute Motorsport. Alessandro Porter at the wheel there. Thomas Eng Sim Racing, Wojciech Dvorak. Did see a whole handful of cars lose out on the race start, including the likes of Tatum Restek, Fiercely Forward, Lion GP, Mivano, BS Plus Hybrid. Some big names getting caught up here at Road America. Oh, little half spin there for Dvorak in the Thomas Eng Sim Racing machine. Avoids hitting the wall with what is 14 minutes to go. So while Maxime Naz has pulled the pin and started to ratchet up the pace, yet to see Capivara Racing Team and Francisco Camillo start to put the pace onto Diogo Pinto. Now, there's a big enough gap behind that I wager he could start to look for some moves if he wanted to.
But the thing is, in a complete isolation 1v1, right, you've taken away a lot of variables, haven't you? Like, fair enough, maybe Spets, Pedersen, Sobrero, that battle, you can move forward in the train and then try and get away because the other two are going to battle. In this, you get past, they're going to slipstream you back and launch a counter-attack. You can battle all you like and lose a lot of time, 7.5 seconds. You know, when you're battling, it's a handful of laps if you're battling really, really hard. When you pull the pin, it's then you're committed to that battle at that point. They can battle all they like, but realistically, I think it's only going to come down to the last 2 or 3 laps that in this battle in isolation is really going to matter. Ultimately, the last lap is the most important one. That is, of course, a given. But I don't think Camillo wants to risk losing out too much or bringing more people into this fight. I think he wants to have Diogo Pinto all to himself with just a couple of laps left to go and have an all-out brawl where they know they're going to be untouched.
Let's listen in here as we head down to turn 5. He's not doing any lifting, and by no means is he bouncing off the rev limiter and struggling to pull alongside. Well, I didn't quite feel like he was lifting off into the corner either, so I'm not quite sure what to make of this. What I make of this in the fight for 7th is that, well, they've decided they don't want to join the fight for 3rd. Maxime Naz passed by Jesse Jones. Behind him, Piatek and Kaibak, who have been locked in battle for closing on 35 minutes and counting. Bit of a gap then to Daniel Ola, Lorenzo Castellani, Sheza and 07 Racing. And off the road for Maxime Naz. Olivier Piatek will lose out as well, and 07 Racing, Lorenzo Castellani, we got an issue. Car stranded under that Speedville bridge, and it's the ERE race team and Tommy Razier.
Oh, goodness me, that is the worst place you want to drop it, and the rejoin not 100% either, able to get back going with no further casualties, but that is huge. Such a shame for Miniti and Maxime Naz there. The racecraft and the battling up until that point was enthralling, but well, that's what happens when it tips over. Just too late on the brakes, straight into the back of the Falcon car.
So we'll take another look at it and then also see what happened to Piatek, to the ERE race team as well. So Piatek has to take avoiding action. Tommy Razier comes through, and as Piatek is sideways on the track, he then just gets tagged as Piatek comes around. And oh my heavens, I need to see that onboard from Hadi Noah Mamasi.
Yeah, I think that would be good to see. It's that thing, I think he did attempt to hold the brakes. We saw all 4 tyres locked there. Oh my word.
One more time on the nose cam.
Do you know, I would be checking the Spider-Man web flinging pose just in case, because the reflex is on display there. Oh my word. An off track, sure, but I think he can live with that.
Least of the worries there. They are still alive. And now the fight for 7th has well and truly dissipated. 3 abeam as they filter into the braking zone. Down at turn 5 once more. Spets, Peterson, Wolfson, Sobrero. The running order for the time being. Less than 10 minutes now left on the clock. Next up, remember, we make our journey over to Silverstone, break out the NASCAR truck machinery for the last time today before the last potential reign of Infinity. The Acuras at Fuji. Before we close things off in what will be, I think, one of the most bonkers combination of them all, Formula Fords at the Charlotte Roval.
Oh, that's going to be quality. I have got... Me and my girlfriend are supposed to be spending some time this afternoon. I might be having my phone up and watching that final race of Infinity, I will be honest, because it's going to be a cracker, isn't it? On board with Wolfson, and yeah, a big lift there just to not get overly involved with the two in front. Yeah, I mean, the combinations, one of them had to go. Truly, very selfishly, I'm sad it was the Acura at the Roval that we don't get, but I understand why maybe that was called. Formula Fords at the Roval, though, that is just going to be pure banter. The curbs there are pretty brutal. Obviously, the dynamic of racing that's there, it's going to be pretty brutal. And I just think what a way to end off what has honestly been such a good event. Infinity always is a really good event. It's one of my favorite in sim racing. I love being a part of it for the times that I've been able to. And it's just a good event. And I think a really good race to crown things off with.
A bit of banter. I've got to ask, how did you say the manufacturer name?
For who?
The GTP?
Acura.
Oh, I thought I heard Acura. Yeah.
Which is it?
It's Acura. At least I thought it was Acura.
Accurately Acura, maybe.
Acura. Oh, there you go. I like that one. That's the way to maybe remember it. Acura. That sounds very, very posh, though. So maybe that is the right way to say it, given it's the luxury line.
British English.
Yeah, no. You've come up with a marketing component for them. By the way, Hadino Mamasi and Will Murdoch, they're still fighting, but now for 9th and 10th positions. So make it 35 and 39 positions gained. Qualifying not going well. In VCO Infinity, it doesn't always make a difference. Lap times hovering around just under the 2-minute bracket, actually. So now that we burned a bunch of the fuel off, we're going faster than we did in qualifying. Using the same fixed race setup as these drivers started about 40-ish minutes ago. And I think that means, no question, Zach, we are getting 4 more laps at the line.
Here we go. And my question or my query that I want answered in the next couple of laps is, when does Camilo pull the pin and go for the move? I want to see Diogo Pinto under pressure. I mean, if I was Pinto, and obviously the talent between myself and Diogo, quite extreme, my race would be driven largely in my mirrors, right? Fair enough, through the corners you're going to try your best to focus forward, but on the straights right now I'd be staring. Is he going to go for it? Where do I have to defend? What do I have to go and do? Is he going to go for it? And you can see every time just cruises up onto the back, then drops back a little bit. Now I think that's going to work in Camilo's favor here, because Diogo Pinto has now been lulled into this sense of, oh, he's not going to go for it. You know, I'm safe. I don't have to defend. I think that's exactly when Francisco, he needs to strike at that point. He needs to make the most of some momentum before he gets sort of locked into a battle with Diogo Pinto, because I think it's going to be very unlikely he's going to get through and pull away.
I'm not feeling as though the pull the pin moment is anytime soon, unfortunately. Wait and see for a bit longer. There's a fight building for 16th position. Ride SimSport Bike 500 just swapped around. An all-Argentine crew, the predominantly white car, but with the multicolored highlights. Then behind them, Olympus Esports. Delatraz Automotive, a little bit further down the running order for them, unfortunately. Jump up in proceedings down at turn 5. Sorrento Motorsports Esports trying to peel Impulse Racing out of 12th position. This is nice to see that even though plenty of cars, a good 15, 20 mixed up in some of the initial moments of madness, that they're able to finish this race and push to the very end. 5 and a bit minutes left on the clock. 3 laps to go this time by, and still nothing really building from Camillo. Maybe as well there's the element from the team where they'll say, you know what, we'd like second place here. There's no point really pushing too much and risking here.
Yeah, but yeah, fair enough. It'll be big for their respective championship position. But realize, when are you next going to have an opportunity to win a race? Do you know what I mean? And especially against a driver like Diogo Pinto and Redline, right? On merit. it's one of those things where you kind of do have to sort of put it aside and you know, drive with your emotion and say, do you know what? No, I am going to go for this. Nikolai Pedersen under a bit of pressure from Alex Spets. Victor Wolfson for Coanda goes to the outside. I think momentarily thinking of drawing it 3 wide. In the end, they all settle back into single file through turn number 1, the battle for 3rd position. This is the 3rd to final lap, the anti-penultimate lap.
Okay, no, don't. If you do that, I am going to just kick you straight out of the commentary booth. Father like son indeed. All this nonsense, anti-penultimate lap. Oh, just keep it simple. Who needs to be so confused? To be fair, I'm confused on an almost constant
I'm not
basis.
Confused. It must just be you, Arjuna. Must just be a skill issue. Come on.
Hey, you're confusing the people. I have no idea what you're referring to. Capybara Racing, a chance to write themselves into the history books. Redline on course to win yet another edition of VCO Infinities. They'll do the clean sweep of iRacing editions. The only other team to have won an Infinity was when we ventured out onto Assetto Corsa Competizione. And the Renvelten group able to come out on top, but hard to really line that up in the same history lineage with what Redline have been able to do. And so really you would have to say, you know, that's 4 consecutive Infinities that Redline are looking to lock up.
Yeah, it's sort of like that spin-off, isn't it? It's kind of like, you know, going for your Spider-Man movies and then going, oh, Madam Web as well. Not to say like Madam Web was, you know, not to compare the ACC Infinity to Madam Web or anything in that vein, but it's sort of that spin-off, a really cool event. But in terms of iRacing, in terms of, you know, some of the absolute best of the best, yeah, Team Redline have just been... I don't think that... I'm trying to think of a word good enough, but I don't think there's one that really does it justice. Ineffable, I think, is the word. Indescribable, I think that means, if memory serves me correctly. And Camilo, swapping place with Diego Pinto.
Yeah, by the way, just as I changed back over to the fight for 3rd, Capybara see that opportunity to write themselves into the stars and shoot to the lead. Now, is this calculated from Pinto, knowing that once he's back in the tow, he can slingshot his way back forward? Is he going to make the move back down into turn 5, or will he have a bit more patience? Remember, former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, defending iRacing IndyCar Pro Series king. Long way round. And I don't think he's one to cut underneath. His nickname, Captain Consistent. Last thing he's going to do here, throw a rash move out.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Redline, to be fair, they've got, you know, not a lot to lose in the sense that it's pretty much wrapped up side by side into turn number 5. The red of Drago, that's Alex Spets on the inside of Victor Wolfson. This is the battle for the final place on that podium. 2 minutes left to go, so the penultimate lap this time by under the Corvette bridge and through turn number 6. Alex Spets goes through. Pedersen tries to get the up and under, but can't quite draw alongside the Coanda car, and still these 4 locked together. Oh, up over the bump there from Alex Spets.
I think that's aggressive defense, making it clear to those behind what the intentions are. This is going to build and bubble up onto the final lap. There's no question about that. Has Capybara Racing been saving the Hankook tires underneath them to be able to push in these final moments, because 3 and a bit tenths the buffer. Rolling the speed up into Canada corner, penultimate time. Remember, next race, Redline are on course to lock up the championship come the end of our final race with the NASCAR Truck Series machines. Is Diogo Pinto really going to lay it all out there for a single extra point? As a white flag in hand, one more trip around Road America. It's 4 more miles for Capybara Racing to try and hold on to what would be a memorable race win. Up to turn 1, Pinto with the steam. It's the longest straight on the lap. Straight around the outside, he sends it, taps the brakes to try and avoid running into the gravel. And as they descend down to turn 3, it's going to be the exit here, trying to compromise Camillo. And now, in the slipstream once again. Who blinks first on the brakes?
We'll find out in a few hundred meters time, all the way to the white line. Look at that, Camilo not taking any chances. Diogo Pinto keeping him pinned, then opening it back up. This slipstream, this slingshot was there. Still alongside though is the Capybara car on the inside of turn number 5. Diogo Pinto sweeps the long way round, keeps his foot in just about, still side by side up towards turn 6.
But inside line could work here. Oh, Camillo's going to lean on Pinto. Tongue waggles there for the young driver, bottom left of your screen, and now cleared through the hurry downs. It's Pinto in front once more. Has he gone too early? There's going to be one more chance in towards Canada corner, and then out of Canada corner, Bill Mitchell-Ben could set something up into the final corner. Good sweep through the kink though for Camillo. Even in the face full of dirty air, he stuck the nose through the corner and up to the kink for the final time. It's full bravery on display.
Yeah, indeed so. He's going to need a good run here. Hook that curb, and look at that from Camillo in the slipstream. He's gaining and gaining. Pulls to the left. Pinto, of course, he's going to try and defend that into Canada corner. The final opportunity for Capivara to take victory, and they sweep their way around the outside. Pinto late on the brakes, now through the sweepers for the final time.
Bill Mitchell-Ben could settle it. Pinto the long way around. And while Wolfson and Spets are fighting for third, could we see a drag race to the line? Capivara Racing looking for history. Contact between the two as they begin to ascend up the hill. Neither driver knows, but Francisco Camillo, what a win! Capivara Racing, a storybook ending for them as we say goodbye to the Radicals at Road America.
What a battle, what a win, 29 thousandths of a second. It's not the first time Diego Pinto has had a near photo finish in this event, and look at what it means to him. For Redline, it's another stat they can't go and get. But for Capivara, what a battle, and purely on merit. That was such a well-delivered race, well-executed race as well, and I'm sure a very elated driver as well.
Oh, love the emotion. Pinto, again, take it or leave it, another race win. But once again, soak it in. And I tell you what, he is still in disbelief, and I can't blame him. Oh, this is what VCO Infinity is meant to be all about. Mixing the best in sim racing with those looking to prove themselves. And prove themselves indeed. Couple of teams struggling to the checkered flag. 4 who are going to be dropping down the order with black flags. Drive-through penalties to be added to their post-race time. Includes the likes of Stint One Racing and Michael Kaibach. Their battle with Blue Mercury Esports unfortunately turning a bit too physical as we ran through proceedings. We'll take a quick look at the results that are provisional. I say provisional because not every car has crossed the line, but we want to go and grab a chat potentially with our drivers before we head off into the next race. Camillo, 29 thousandths of a second the margin of victory. Pinto and Redline one step closer though to grabbing the championship. Falcon Sim Racing come out on top in that tussle behind. What a fun fight that was through the mid-pack. David Sobrero and the second of the Falcon machines in the top 5, while Sheza, some good points for them as they look to lock in 4th in the proceedings. BS Plus, Hadinoma Massey for Grid and Go, fighting to 7th and 8th, plus 42 and plus 36 respectively. Victor Wolfson and Alex Spets, they drop back slightly after tangling with one another. I don't think that's necessarily what either of them were hoping to see. And as we continue to trickle our way down through the results, look at the drivers able to take advantage of chaos and madness. Includes Absolute Motorsport, 32 spots gained for them. Ride Sim Sport, 36 spots gained for them. Unfortunately, some other drivers not having so much luck. Zach, as we scroll our way through these names, a chance for us to breathe. But a reminder that because this is Infinity, because we're about to go once again, it's truck machines at Silverstone that we're getting ready to rumble with next.
Yeah, let's bring it on. And, well, what could be a coronation in the United Kingdom. The King's England could well be the crowning moment for Team Redline for what would be their 4th consecutive iRacing VCO Infinity. And what a record it has been. Very narrowly getting their 37th VCO Infinity victory just then. 29 thousandths of a second denied them. And Camillo, wow, what a drive. And like I say, that was a really well-calculated race. It could have gone any which way. And you just have to give it to him. Your heart's on your sleeve at that point, and you are just throwing everything you possibly can at a chance. And I love to see that passion, which I think, me and Lewis were talking about it. Sometimes you lose that love of it. The more you do it, it becomes a bit of a job, bit more of a chore. That was showcased right there. That sim racing is still an incredibly passionate sport, still a very passionate hobby for a lot of these drivers. And what it meant to Camillo there was, you saw the glee, you saw the jubilations, and a very well-deserved victory.
That's what you love, right? The fact that we get to enjoy some of those emotions. In the real world, when the helmet's on, visor down, you know, sometimes you don't get to see that joy as they cross the line, but it was clear, it was evident, and so great to be able to see. Sorry, the reason why I'm not looking at the camera is I'm trying to now join a whole bunch of new iRacing sessions as we get ready to go. Truck machines at Silverstone. No rain on the forecast, which I think is probably in the benefit, but we will see a pit stop here, Zach. There is a guarantee of that with these trucks capped at 80% of their maximum fuel capacity. Question will be 2 tires or 4 tires. Difference is about 3 seconds in the pit box.
Yes, Silverstone is an interesting one because it is very technical. Obviously clockwise, so similar to Road America we saw a couple of hours ago, you would imagine it would be the left sides and probably only 2 tires depending on the fuel saving situation. But that being said, you still have long left-handers. You know, you've got Brooklands, which obviously puts a lot of strain on those right-hand sides. You've got Maggots, Beckett's, Chapel, which again will lean on those outside tires. Also through turns 1, 2, you're really leaning on them, and you are wearing down all 4 tires here. The question is going to be, these teams know a lot better than us as to what the right strategy is going to be. I imagine it will still be just the one side, based on sort of where they are in terms of the fuel strategy, but we'll have to wait and see in what will be probably about 25 minutes time when we really start to see that strategy kick off. Yeah,
we don't have any updated points just yet because that last race completing a little bit behind schedule, but doesn't mean that we're going to delay the racing, such as VCO Infinity qualifying about to draw to an end in the truck machines, and Phil Denez has been one that's really mastered the balance of the setups that we have. A shout out to Team Conti setups, to Michael Conti himself for helping to build our fixed truck setups that these drivers are competing with. And it is Phil Denez that provisionally has grabbed pole position. We'll see if anyone in the remaining 14 seconds is able to break his grasp of that position. But a look at the track. Glorious British sunshine, not a lick of rain on the horizon, Zach.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what you come to the UK for, right? Sunshine. Every single year, every single day. Did you know we're actually on a streak every single day in 2026? Somewhere in the UK it has rained. Thankfully, not the case here in Northamptonshire, or the virtual Northamptonshire at Silverstone. Nice weather, which I'm sure probably these guys are very grateful for in the Silverados, because they'd be stuck on slicks for it, which no one wants. Yes,
these are not machines enabled for the rain. I tell you what, that could be an interesting use case to test the driver's skill. Phil Denez, fastest of them all in qualifying, and it's only 46 thousandths of a second between them. As Cody Deeth for Eclipse Sim Sport looks to try and put the pace on. Benito and Redline, could this be the race where they seal it? Well, Luca Alpert for EMM Esports wants to try and get some points for them. Same for Alexei Nessov for Team PGZ and MG18 Simtech Pro. Andre Castro, BS Plus Hybrid, he brings his experience in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series to us, whilst cooking racing adventures alongside, while Oscar Pye for Kawanda trying to do something to prevent Redline from clinching the crown. Sheza hoping to solidify 4th in the standings, line up 10th, with Falcon Sim Racing and Grid and Go behind them. Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy and the Sim RC machines then 13th and 14th, with ERE Race Esport Team, Visceral Esports, and then Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and TC Esports running through the 17th and 18th positions. Project 91, Impulse Racing, top 20 for them, 1.6 seconds through the front 10 rows, Bike 500, and then Thomas Eng Sim Racing, 21st and 22nd. Gridandgo.com, Falcon Sim Racing, 23rd and 24th, with the Lion GP Fenster crew in front of Brabham Motorsports on row number 13. Jordan Johnson for Solpec Precision Racing has mostly been racing in prototypes. Big change into these machines. Sorrento Motorsports will be on the outside of row 14 with Blue Mercury Esports and Movano, 29th and 30th respectively. Delta Sport, Ride Sim Sport, Absolute Motorsport Aslith and 07 Racing, 31st through 34th. With Drago Racing, some work for them to do, once more qualifying not going all their own way. Olympus Esports on their outside, Scherer, Avalon, GT Spain 92 and Tatum Restec, your top 40. With Capivara Racing, well, they go from the highs of victory to 41st in qualifying. It'll be a very difficult race for them from there. Fast Repair Motorsports then 42nd. U Amateurs, FCB Racing Sim, Armentario, Prism Motorsport, Stint 1 Motorsport, the Dutch League Racing Crew, Altitude Frame, Maniti, and Vitality. Saw Erhan Yayovsky and Yuri Toman, I believe, not able to get the most from the truck even after some interesting qualifying efforts. Let's see what Marcel Chinchik is going to be able to deliver. Well, a look through the grid Drivers getting their final moments of warm-up. Zach, is this going to be the race where the championship gets settled? Red line could get it done, and once more Benito has qualified well.
Exactly that. So they need 100 points from Coanda or whoever's in second position at the end of this race. Currently, they're on 109. So as long as they finish inside the top 10 and Coanda wins, obviously, then yeah, it's red lines. They get it crowned and they're done and dusted. 22 races into a 24 race event as well. Yeah, I think speaking volumes. I can't remember off the top of my head when they won it the last 3 times. I can't remember if it was wrapped up early. I would imagine it was.
At least one of them was. I know the one with Urano probably was only in the penultimate or final race, because that came down to the wire. I don't think this will be the earliest, though, that we've had Infinity wrapped up. My memory serves that maybe race 21. Although my memory is a pretty fallible thing at this point. Cloud cover is potentially a talking point as the drivers sit and wait for the field to populate and for us to get racing. Weather conditions, well, cool air temperature, track temperature, actually relatively toasty. In the correct units, 92 Fahrenheit works out to 33
Whoa.
Celsius. But knowing that these trucks are going to have the opportunity to come down and change their tires, the difficult thing about them is you can't choose front or rear tires. Instead, you're choosing left or right side tires being changed on the machine.
Yes, which obviously Silverstone clockwise circuit, it is the left-hand side tyres that do get the majority of the battering. Those on the outside, obviously, they have the weight pressed down, they have the longer distance, that sort of it. But there are a number of long left-handers around Silverstone as well. Brooklands, Maggots and Beckett's, obviously, a few of them. And that does put a lot of strain on them. So maybe we could see some all 4 tyres being taken. If we are only seeing 2, which again depends on the fuel saving, it's going to be the left-hand side.
Pace car off and away. But we have to wait for the green flag. Once the green drops, everyone entitled to go racing. Advantage for the pole sitter limited to the clean air in front. One final trip for these drivers with the NASCAR truck machinery. What an interesting addition they have been to VCO Infinity. What can they do at the home of British motorsport? Fanning out wide, 3 abeam inside of the top 10. Dinez challenged by Deeth, who sends it around the outside. It will offer the inside to the American as they filter in through the village and loop. And Deeth has overcooked it on the brakes and now watches as Benito slides up to his door. Alexei Nesov in the black and yellow machine is the one that now slides up to 3rd. There was trouble though off the corner. David Bosga in the grid and go machine, one of those that slips through the grass. But as we head on to the Wellington straight, 1 car out wide, rejoining as they bounce over the grass, and it leads to 3 wide.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a tasty one to settle out. The top 5 and 6 pretty much settled. Phil Dinez from Cody Deeth and Alexei Nesov as they run through the Brooklands Luffield complex, the left then into the right, probably on what I can imagine is fairly soft suspension for the trucks, leaning quite a lot. They probably feeling a little bit of a bounce around those long left-handers. Not the bumpiest of circuits is Silverstone. You can get away. It is relatively flat, so at least there's one less thing to worry about in that sense. Now this is going to be probably the biggest challenge of this combination. Maggots, Beckett's and Chappell riding the tyre, very little, if any, downforce to lean on. And these guys making it through. You've got to really be testing it on the brakes, on the power, that weight transfer through this complex. And for the most part, they're doing pretty decently.
First side-by-side was Grid and Go and Impulse, 18th position. They did lean on each other. Other thing to remember is because they're so tire limited, got to manage the thermal characteristic of the tire as they get to the exit of that complex. So Benito tucked into 4th position as we head up to Vale to end the opening lap of the race. And, well, live points as they stand right now. Red line on a even 1,000. If it ends like this, it would be enough for them to be our 2026 VCO Infinity champions. Make that 4 out of 5 Infinities and all 4 on iRacing. Benito does not need to push the case here. Needs to stay out of trouble.
Exactly that. I would actually prefer it if he finishes 4th, just for the nice even 1,000 points. What a way to end it. On the back of the PGZ car of Alexei Nesov, there is Enzo Benito in the bottom right. I remember at this circuit in, I think it was ERL, in one of the GP cars, he had a bit of a moment through the loop, sent a move to the inside of someone and tapped them round. I think it was on R-Factor 2 back in the day. So maybe looking for something a little bit in the opposite of that vein, to the inside of Brooklyn's now. This time goes the Team Redline car, getting it stopped quite nicely, but giving it a go around the outside is the 14 of Alexei Nesov, but there's not really much that you can do to thwart Enzo Benito on that occasion. The 88 of Luca Alpert is there. He took victory in the last Silverado race at Road America in a battle with Cody Deeth, actually the Eclipse car. Those two were doing battle. The Eclipse car was the one that spun round in the end, asking a bit too much through the final corner, and that cost him chance of victory. Cody Deeth looking for a bit of redemption in that vein, currently running second, still finished second at Road America, but I'm sure would like to do one better.
Well,
BS Plus, 2 of the Silverado victories so far this event.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start to pick our way through some of the replays on the start. Lethargic car in terms of responding to change in direction, and that's something that, for those that maybe have been racing in prototypes, would have been a pretty quick adjustment. Benito lucky that he does not get tagged there as they work through the first part of the corner, but then BS Plus, actually BS Plus hybrid machine, is the one that sends the 46 around. Alberto Senau in the MG18 machine, and look at the chaos elsewhere as they struggle to put the power down.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Is you're managing that rear tyre a lot, because that's the one that's taking the biggest hammering, and if you're only changing one side, well, one of them has to do the entire race distance, and that is opening up a whole can of worms in terms of problems. But for the most part, those at the front kept it nice and clean. Towards the back end of the field, of course, you've got 50 cars all hurdling through turns 1, 2, and 3 at Silverstone. It's never really going to be a pretty sight in this car.
Now one more look at it. There's the overcommitment from Cody Deeth initially. And then Last Cooking Racing Adventures trying to stuff it in 4 wide. They also get tagged, but straighten back out through all the contact. I guess the good thing here is these are relatively simple cars in terms of the bodywork, and so should straighten out pretty simply if you bang off someone else after the initial moments of contact. 5 cars in this leading train as they pull away from Coanda Esports and Oscar Pai. Although realistically, all the way down through the top 25, there's not much separation through the field right now. That looked like trouble. Oh, big trouble as well. Who's that getting spat off behind the bridge? I don't think that was Drago Racing. That might have been Thomas Cope in the Olympus Esports machine.
Maybe so. I think you might be right. We'll have to confirm in a sec. But yeah, again, the battling, considering how strategically dependent this race is, they're really getting their elbows out. That's one of the grid and go cars through Brooklands and Luffer. Let's take a look as to what happened.
So Drago, TC, and it was Olympus. And as TC gets pointed 90 degrees in the wrong direction, then Thomas Cope goes for a bit of a loop and hits the wall. That's a rough one. I don't know how he's going to cope with that one off the exit of entry. Thank you. Because he's just involved in an incident that wasn't anything to do with him, and he saved the TC car and then just got rammed up the backside for it in the end. Yeah, the car behind coming at them with some speed, and maybe the change of direction in this car, nothing like what we just saw in the Radicals, in the sense that you can dart out of the way at a moment's notice. Probably a lot more sluggish. You like your sailing in the Olympics, probably a similar effect in the Silverado. Oh yeah, I was watching Sail GP slightly earlier. Oh, how exciting some of that stuff is. Now, Florian, if you're listening, sailing simulation. I know Roman Grosjean Esports might have an intrigue and interest in entering a team. Roman actually tweeted out about some sort of simulation. I don't know what it was. It wasn't the type of racing I was watching. It was more like a Dakar-based, like, navigation style sea-based thing, but we have got to find other ways to venture out. The main reason I'm trying to do this, somewhat selfishly, is there's a new game that I saw announced recently, a racing game, Zach, that I think we need to include in future editions of the VCO Esports Racing League, the multi-platform tournament that VCO hosts. If you don't know what I'm talking about, well, it's the upcoming, sure to be guaranteed Sim Racer approved title Star Wars Galactic Racer.
Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Get on that. I think we should. I genuinely think Mario Kart esports would be scenes. I think we should have Star Wars. We should have like meme racing league or something like that. We should have like Star Wars, Mario, something in that vein, and just have a laugh with it. I think that would be quality. Speaking of like different kinds of racing, me and Ewan at the back end of last year went out to Abu Dhabi to commentate on drone racing. And there are some very high-tech simulators for drone racing that you can get. I would love to see some of these guys take to that.
Yeah.
Me and Ewan were awful, by the way. We had to go in the simulator. We couldn't get it moving.
It's so remarkable, the dexterity that the pilots have in being able to operate those machines on full display in the Winter Olympics coverage, albeit, you know, maybe a slightly noisy drone following one of those luge risers down the ice path, down the run. Also cool, just seeing the technical side of that makes it possible. They can't go all the way down the run, those drones. They lose signal, so they do about half of the run and then have to turn around and fly back up to catch the next one. More trouble on my timing screen, and that's always a worrying thing for me to see. Oh, it's Alberto Senna once more. And that's at Stowe. You can get away with plenty at Stowe. There's asphalt for you to run off into.
Yeah, it's a really wide corner on the exit. You can take a really aggressive early apex and fire it down and obviously get on the power quite early. Obviously a spin, you've got that runoff to lean on should you need to. And then of course it means you can get back up to speed. Let's take a look as to what happened. Send down the inside, and like I say, really attacking the entry. Just got it overcooked a little bit too much there. I think was about to get it stopped, but just ever so slightly ajar from the apex.
And then the problem was, as Grid and Go and Drago Racing were fighting as well, that is what really made them vulnerable. But they locked the right front as well. That did not help their case. Very easy to heat the tire up, and that robs you of crucial mechanical grip. Cars very reliant on it at the end of the day. Like Zach mentioned, there's no aero performance in these cars helping them. It's all reliant on the full contact patches courtesy of the Goodyear tires. Benito slips forward to second. Phil Denez is trying to break away.
Yeah, exactly that. Through Maggots and Beckett's, a bit of commitment for the 89 BS Plus, and Phil Denez, of course, very at home, I think, in this car. Speaking to him earlier, he was like, didn't do much practice, but just feeling at it really, and loving the driving style that he obviously has to adopt in order to succeed. I'm sure it's quite a fun car to race because the braking zones are a bit longer, the turning in, the apex speed a bit slower, which I think actually makes for some great racing. I find in downforce cars that everything happens far too quickly. That you tap the brakes, you trail in, you're off, you're back on the power, and it doesn't really make for those sends that we see very often in these Silverados. Because everything's longer, there's a bigger margin. I think it makes for some pretty cracking racing. 34 minutes left to go, and Phil Denez, like we said, trying to get away. I don't think Benito is overly keen on that. I think the number 3 team Redline would like to get 1,003 points to crown themselves the VCO INFINITY V champions, and you want to end on a win, surely.
Yeah, but it's not an even round number, so it would be disappointing. So, no, Enzo, back in line, back to fourth with you.
Four, come on.
On board with Luca Alpert. Down a gear. Ginger, patient on the throttle. And these are the cars where if you never really had to learn throttle management, they may not have as much power as some of the other machines in the NASCAR ladder, the formerly known as Xfinity cars, often run about 900 horsepower to the rear wheels. These have enough to get you in trouble, no question about that. And Luca Alpert managing the tires, managing his pace, slots past Alexei Nesov.
Yeah, tidy little move there. Not overly combated from the PGZ car of Nesov, and Luca Alpert goes through, and yeah, it's that thing. Obviously, Brooklyn's a very wide entry, and again, you can either start turning in quite late or really attack the entry and get an early apex, and I think that's what worked well for the EMM car. Luca Alpert up now into fourth and trying to stay on tabs with Cody Deeth, a very technical circuit here at Silverstone. Really, I would say separating the good from the great, and this pack at the front end of the field really keeping each other very honest indeed. Still plenty of this race to go, and still with the strategy, let's not forget. So I'm sure the best of the battling is yet to come.
You certainly hope so. Nesov, fierce competitor, but also one that I think is aware of what is at stake. The reality is that we are entering into the pit stop window. It's a wide window, and we've seen lots of different ways to approach it. These truck races, by the way, I do want to call it out. They have been the cleanest races we've seen throughout VCO Infinity. Of the 51 starters, only one retired. That's Stint One Motorsport, unfortunately. Share Esports needed a trip down to pit lane. Everyone else has just been plodding around, and that will mean at some point, once we dive into the pit window, once we get to the end of this race, Zach, I think we are going to see traffic be a factor.
For sure. I think negotiating that is going to be important, especially because of how, I don't want to say one-line dependent these cars are, but if you get it ever so slightly wrong, you can very quickly lose a couple of tenths or even up to a second. We saw with Cody Deef getting it slightly wrong at the beginning of the race, and cost him dearly in the opening phase. Still able to sort of recover. Half an hour still to go, and plenty of this race still to run. Consistency, a big factor with well, Silverstone in general. I mean, very easy to make those mistakes. We've seen a couple of them creep through, but largely, I think, like you say, the fact of the cleanliness of these races comes down to how forgiving this sports car is. I think it is probably the most robust car we've got in the roster.
That also is a help, but I guess, you know, being a bit more ginger, that's part of it as well. Nearing on 15 minutes complete. 2 more races to come after this. It will be Acura at Fuji with a chance of rain, and then the Formula Fords at the Charlotte Roval. Fight for second is still close in points, and so EMM and Kawanda definitely have to look at that, Zach.
Yeah, we will indeed. So at the moment, what is it, 19 between the pair of them. That was as close as, I think, 9 coming into the last couple of races. Of course, Luca Alpert in 4th, Oscar Pai in 7th. So following the 81, the blue, the white, and the orange Kawanda. It's Oscar Pai. Again, at this stage, with so few races left to go, I think it is just going to be a case of minimising that damage to Luca Alpert and to EMM more correctly. Still viable. Also, don't count out Share Esports. I would say they're probably a bit more of an outside shot. After Okayama, maybe we thought, because Mate was able to secure, what was a P2 or a P3, I think, in the end. After that one, coming into the pit lane, that is Sindra Sass. So the Was Cooking car coming in very early relative to the rest of the field. Of course, jostling around the timing order because of the distance slashed because of the pit lane. With half an hour to go, they'll top themselves up with fuel. It'd be interesting to see if they change tyres. We'll wait and see what the likes of Fuldenez, Enzo Benito do when they come into the pit lane. But yeah, I think EMM versus Kawanda is realistically what it's going to boil down to. I think Scherer just ever so slightly outside of it, too much in 4th, but still a fantastic effort. Also, meanwhile, by the way, Drago versus BS Plus. You can see BS Plus there 5th on 799 points, whereas Drago 763. Was some moves being made through the field. Of course, they've been swapping positions in BS Plus. Again, Phil Denez up there, scoring the full 50 points. That's going to be a big help to secure a top 5 in a very competitive field in VCO Infinity. And again, these, you know, there are merits and difficulties to a traditional 24-hour race. Don't get me wrong. It is a big old battle of consistency, wit, racecraft, bit of luck, bit of strategy. But I think equally, this sprint race endurance format, this sprint endurance format that we've got works really, really well and opens up a whole different type of consistency. As around the outside of Stowe corner goes Cody Deep. That was brilliant there from the Eclipse car, managing the throttle on the exit, getting caught on the AstroTurf, and that is going to allow Alexei Nesov to momentarily draw back alongside. Meanwhile, by the way, Phil Denez and Enzo Benito running away with things at the front. 3.4 seconds back to Eclipse.
And not just running away, but starting to close up. Tyre management closing on half race distance, and last lap it was very close in terms of times, but Benito finally has the pace advantage. I wonder if, I'm trying to remember what we've seen through truck races, but the 1 lap difference, the undercut versus the overcut, it's changed from track to track, Zach. Which one has been more powerful? And a place like Silverstone, it's really interesting because it's such a slow pit lane in terms of pit lane speed. And so without a pit lane limiter, I would almost want to pit later just because there's a risk of your opponent speeding and therefore you having a chance of running through pit lane with a little less risk.
That's true, yeah. It would probably take some of the pressure off. We saw in Road America with Coanda getting it all sort of wrong. I don't think a shambles does it justice, in all honesty. Thankfully, they have been able to sort of recover and still be in contention for runners-up. If that is the thing that costs them in hindsight, it's going to be quite heartbreaking. But yeah, that's the thing. No pit limiter, so you do ride the pit lane speed. I think it's 80 at Silverstone off the top of my head. Obviously, whatever it is. You do have a little bit of a grace period, though, that drivers very much will be exploiting. Even traditionally in normal cars, they don't typically use the pit limiter. They sit in a slightly higher gear, second or third, rather than the usual first, and they sit sort of 20 or 30% throttle to gain, and we're talking 0.8 to like 1.5 kilometers an hour through the pit lane. It's very, very tiny margins. But especially a long, slow pit lane like Silverstone, it could probably gain you upwards of a second if you get it right. Obviously, if you get it wrong, disastrous consequences. Alexei Nesov once again fighting with Cody Deeth through cops.
Yeah, oh, and Cody Deeth has slipped off the track all by himself, and Nesov grabs one place, Luca Alpert grabs another. And Cody Deeth is going to have to slot back into 5th position. 1,002 points for Redline right now. Reminder, if things stand as they are, Redline will guarantee themselves the championship. I say guarantee themselves the championship. There is a risk, I guess, that they get so many penalty points that brings others into contention, but the amount of carnage Redline would have to cause to do that, I think they'd probably have a pretty wrecked race car before they got anywhere near.
I would like to see it, purely sadistically, because I think that would be historic for all the best reasons. Obviously, in the world of Redline and sim racing, it would be a shambles, but I think, you know, for the memes, we could see it. Obviously, it's not going to happen. Redline, they're going to win the championship. They're going to keep it clean. What we are going to see probably is a slightly more aggressive Redline, knowing they've got, you know, literally nothing to lose at that point. They will get their elbows out a little bit more. I know to an extent they have still been taking risks. I think Diego Pinto in the Formula Fords at Fuji in that wet race, in that fuel-saving race, of course. And, you know, they have been taking risks and they have reaped the reward because of it. But I think, yeah, the next two, Redline are going to treat very much as sort of exhibition races should they wrap it up in this race, which, being real, that they're going to do it, aren't they?
Yeah, it does look as like that is going to be the case. Our camera at the end of pit lane sees Bike 500, a handful making their way into the lane. Sindre Setsource as well. Interesting that, I believe, seeing a bit of a split call. Falcon Sim Racing, I'm pretty sure, took 2 tires. Pretty sure Sindre Setsource took 4 tires, and he's directly into a fight with Marcel Cinchik as well. In terms of pace fall-off, it's always interesting to look at the best and last lap times, and so let's focus in on this fight for third momentarily and check in with Alexei Nesov. Zach, fall-off, around 2 seconds of that.
Yeah, exactly that. Look at that, best 282. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some of that is probably going to be battling and you know, maybe a little bit of tyre saving. You know, your best lap time probably is going to be a lot quicker than your average lap time. I tend, as an average sort of rule, I like to say your average lap time should be within a second of your best. As sort of like a general rule, obviously there are extenuating circumstances, but in clear air, that should kind of be what you go and aim for. Obviously, 2 seconds is quite a lot, but I think it does show the brutality of Silverstone and the tyre degradation that we're seeing, particularly at the rear. There is a lot where you are riding on those rear tyres, accelerating and burning quite a lot of rubber. Into the pit lane, though, because EMM with 23.5 minutes left to go.
So, first taker from inside of the top 10. And right around the half race point. So clearly just trying to split it as equally as possible and make life as simple on the tires. Now, let's keep an eye on this because it's our first sense of what the front runners are going to do with tire choices. Remember, we saw Sindre Setsource take 4, but he was tangled up in some contact at the start. Oh, there we go. Finally, the crew members simulated to be running around just left sides, being thrown onto that. Luca Alpert, 7.8 seconds stationary, back out onto the track.
Yeah, so that's an important stop there, and he's obviously come out and able to get some clear air in front of him. That being said, there's a couple of cars there, but all in all, I think he should be okay to get those tyres back up to temperature, which, of course, for the rears, no problem whatsoever. They'll be straight up back to where they were normally very quickly, I can imagine. Yeah, I think we are going to see only the left tyres. I don't think the DEG drop-off is too bad in terms of, you know, the trade-off that you get. But I would like to see someone just try 4 tyres. I'd like to see how much you can gain from having a fresh set completely of new tyres, because I think Silverstone, it lashes both sides. Not equally, but definitely enough to feel the effects. Let's see just how much confidence is out there for Luca Albert. A very crucial next couple of laps. Really needs to dispatch of this traffic as effectively as possible.
Oh,
as the
Fraser
car
Smith!
a little bit sideways.
Oh, and you can see Luca Alpert's just bemused, confused, and everything in between. 3 wide into Cop's corner with Mivano and Andrea Barillaro taking advantage to sweep past Fraser Smith in the Project 91 machine. That's the danger with coming into pit lane early, though, is you deposit yourself into traffic. And in previous races, we have seen drivers elect to stay out when they know there's no clean air to drop into. Has Benito found some clean air? A crucial time down pit lane. A pit road speeding penalty could suddenly send the championship into a 23rd race, but so far so clean. Benito followed in by Nesov, Oscar Pai, and a couple of others thinking that the end of lap 11 is the time to come to pit.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously a very close call for Luca Albert there, and he wanted to dispatch of the traffic as effectively as possible, but they were just having absolutely none of it. Lucky that wasn't exaggerated into a bigger incident. Very easily could have been. Enzo Benito finds his pit box up onto one side, so only going to be the left-hand side tyres taken. Back down, bit of splash of fuel. In fact, actually, no, up onto both sides.
So, you wanted 4 tyres. We're about to get it. And so red line will see EMM sweep through to take the race lead. And we have another 20 minutes in which to settle things. Behind Alpert, well, Barillaro in that black Movano machine has slid directly into the path of Benito, but using those 4 fresh tyres to his advantage minimizes the damage. And this is where actually, yes, Luca Alpert may have track position, but because he was slightly further down the running order, he's only leapfrogged Benito by about half a second, and so instantly rearview mirror filled, Benito's on the hunt.
I do think 4 tyres might be the better call. We've seen with Enzo Benito that the trade-off, not massive. I mean, yeah, fair enough, Benito and Denez were a little bit further in front than the rest of the pack, but the confidence difference now, in terms of traction for the last 20 minutes, Benito's not bothered about saving tyres or anything like that. Goodness me, sideways through Woodcote as he battles to get the power down, but he's not bothered about saving tyres whatsoever. That's not even a thought in his mind. He's just a case of, okay, I'm now going to drive this car as fast as I possibly can, lean on the tyres as much as I want. Luca Alpert and anyone that takes 2 tyres doesn't have that luxury. That's still an element in the back of their minds, thinking, I still need to make these tyres last. And look through Maggots, Beckett's, and of course soon to be Chapel. Enzo Benito just able to throw the car in and brake so much later with just that much more confidence. And then crucially, I think the main thing is going to be the traction coming out.
We would be remiss to forget to mention the fact that Alpert lost so much time behind the Project 91 machine coming out onto the old pit straightaway, and so I don't think he ever really expected to now be in a position to defend. Question remains as to what Phil Denez is going to be able to do as the Californian slides his way into his box. Is he going to take 4 tyres? Pit crew scrambling around, left sides first. Into the marks behind for Cody Deeth for Eclipse Imports, and it's just the left sides for Denez. He will emerge in the lead of this race, just waiting for the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy crew to return to pit lane for their one and only pit stop of this race. And once things equalize out, the margin between Denez and Benito will settle in around 6 seconds.
Yeah, and well, Benito, as long as he finishes in the top 10, he's wrapping up the championship. So that's inconsequential in that regard. There's Cody Deeth on the back of David Toth, finding a way through the 67 car, and oh my goodness me, they've come together! The Eclipse car has made contact with David Toth, and that could be disastrous for Eclipse in this race. They were podium front-running contenders, and unfortunately that's been thrown away. They've lost a couple of seconds there. Yeah,
not the first time we've seen good pace for Eclipse, unfortunately not be met with a result. Oh, Mivano Barillaro yet to pit. And Lewis Woods and Falcon Sim Racing try to peel him off the inside. Instead, it will open the chance for 3 wide and Alexei Nesov to swing his way through. Oh, these truck machines have not just been some of the cleanest races. We've seen some great racecraft as well. 17 minutes left to go on the clock. Barilaro. And then Brabham and Williams F1 Team Gaming, 3 of the teams yet to bring their trucks to pit lane.
Yeah, leaving it very late. I would imagine they're only going to take 2 tyres because of that. It just means that they put less fuel into the car. I wonder if maybe they're going for a very aggressive strategy and no stopping. I don't know if that's possible. We'll see. 17 minutes is a long way left to go in this race, though. Sam Hammerstead leading the way for Williams. Phil Denez, Dan Handover, Enzo Benito, then Luca Alpert. Of course, Enzo Benito with so much more confidence in the car, again taking those 4 tyres. What I'm curious to see is how quickly that gap between Phil Denez and Enzo Benito continues to drop. Was it worth taking all 4 tyres?
We won't get a proper lap time until the next time by. Phil Denez, 2:07.838 last time, but that of course includes the fact that he shortcutted the track slightly to enter pit lane. 5 seconds the margin to Benito, who has Daniel Handover, who now alongside of Sam Hammerstead for Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, yet to pit. Barilaro from Movano has made his way down to this lengthy pit lane at Silverstone, where the speed limit's actually 60 kilometers an hour, and I think at the very least Drago Racing may have been one to fall afoul of that. I saw Nico, their team manager, having to come down and serve a drive-through penalty, unfortunately. And so as you look at those live points, Drago in 7th in the championship standings, only getting 5 points in this particular race. They're being leapfrogged by TC Esports, but more significantly, Zach, they're being left behind in the fight for 4th.
Yeah, they were. And to be honest, 2 races ago, I sort of thought maybe BS Plus, they didn't really have much of a chance. I thought it was more probable that Drago would just wrap up P4, P5, you know, simple as that, really. But no, it's a completely different story. And also, to be fair, Chelsea are under a bit of pressure again in that battle for 4th. If things don't go their way in the next 2 races, BS Plus could yet still find another position. A shame for Drago. But again, they've had their fair share of misfortune, to be fair, as have everyone. But yeah, Drago maybe the short end of the stick on a couple of occasions. Davidov currently running P9. Again, basically just needs to do his best to limit the points differential between himself and Phil Denez, who is probably the favourite to win this race. Still the gap between himself and Enzo Benito, 5 seconds. So Davidov's job, limit that points gap, and I'll see if they can hang on for the last 2 races.
And just think, Zach, right, if David Toth and Cody Deeth, that incident had lost more ground for David, suddenly BS Plus are gaining more ground in this race, right? So every incident has got increased consequence late in this race, right? With every position being worth a point. You don't have much opportunity to fight your way back through the field. Here comes Cody D trying to fight his way back past Indre Setsource, sets it up through Vale, and gets that stopped nicely. You can really ride the curbs on either side of the track that limit the track usage for Formula machines, but not such a problem in these heavy and lumbering stock cars. 6/10 eaten into the advantage. Last lap for Enzo Benito. But with 15 minutes left on the clock, is 6/10 a lap enough to see him get back to the lead?
Well, only time will tell. It is a long lap at Silverstone, so each lap is going to be eating very much into that 14 minutes we've got left. I expected a bit more from 4 tyres, to be honest. Maybe there's still a drop-off to happen for Phil Denez. Enzo Benito, again, either way, they win the championship. They get themselves another podium, whatever. But yeah, I think Enzo would very much like to crown themselves champions with a victory. Phil Denez 4.5 seconds clear. It's going to be tough. It's going to take a mistake from Phil Denez on those worn tyres. It's going to take them to completely drop off. And the imbalance, I think the main thing is going to be that traction differential. But once Benito's on the back of him, it's not going to be a contest in terms of the battle. It's just a case of can he close it. Also a battle for 8th position. Eclipse, obviously, Cody Deeth after that incident a few laps ago. He's, well, he can see Davidov just in front of him. Do you reckon that's a bit personal?
Well, what I really was also curious about was Sam Hammerstead only stopped for about 4.8 seconds. Now, is that because he took no tyres and it was just fuel? Or were they that efficient in being able to change the left side tyres? The lap time will tell the ultimate story. Watching through Maggott and Beckett, does seem clear to me like Setsos behind in the Was Cooking Racing car has got a little bit more grip underneath them as they roll the speed off the corner, wiggling a little bit here and there as we sit on board with Sindre Setsos. See how early they brake on the run up to Stowe compared to what it's like in the Acura GTP machines. Tap on the brake, trust the downforce. Setsos on the bottom right, Hammerstedt on the bottom left, and it's going to be a painful 12 minutes left if he really is on the same tires that he started this race with.
Well, it'd be a very Lightning McQueen-esque moment, wouldn't it? No tyres, just gas for Sam Hammerstedt, potentially. It was a quick stop. I mean, he had very little fuel to put in, but it would be a very efficient stop if he did take tyres. I mean, that's a lot of risk for very little gain. I mean, yeah, short-term gain, maybe long-term loss for Sam Hammerstedt. And very quickly, Setsa's going to go for the inside and much more confident there to the inside of turn number 3 here at Village. Just about able to get it stopped there and not run off the road. Sam Hammerstedt, of course, firing one back in counter-attack in the battle for P9 and P10.
Loving these onboards. Just get a sense for how patient you need to be driving these trucks around. Very excited, by the way, for the trucks to have the opportunity to race on the streets of St. Petersburg alongside of the NTT IndyCar Series. St. Petersburg, a street track coming to iRacing as well in the next build, in the next handful of weeks, so that'll be cool. And there are a couple of iRacers that will be actually racing in the Truck Series race, and also then in the MX-5 race at St. Pete. So very cool that new content going to be probably used by some of these drivers in the future to prepare for real world weekend. Back up front, out of Beckett's, and looking pretty steady, I think it is fair to say. Let's compare lap times over the last 3 for Dinez and Benito. Yes, it's a couple of tenths here and there, but with what should be, I think, 5 laps to go next time by, time is running out. Benito needs a little bit more pace if he wants to close the gap.
Yeah, it's not enough at the moment for Benito. Yeah, fair enough, he's gaining, but he's not gaining by enough. Phil Dinez matching and keeping Enzo Benito at bay. Yeah, fair enough, he's slower, he knows he's slower, but he's got in his head, okay, I need to manage it and only lose this much per lap in order to stay on target. Obviously, you want a little bit of a comfort buffer in that range, but Phil Dinez, I mean, he knows he wants that win. He knows what it would mean to BS Plus in terms of their championship hopes inside the top 5 and potentially the top 4 if he's able to hang on as well. I think he's doing a really good job nursing those tyres, and I think it did start right at the beginning of the race. Enzo Benito, I think, maybe knew he was taking 4 tyres and probably a little bit punchier at the beginning, but now really having to deal on them and push. Now, the thing is now, Benito shouldn't push too hard, that he completely burns them out and, well, completely nullifies his advantage in its entirety. So we'll keep an eye on that gap as it ticks over the next 9.5 minutes, as we've got a very tasty battle here just in behind the Was Cooking car. Sam Hammerstedt trying to keep Jordan Johnson at bay.
And remember, I do think that Hammerstedt is on 4 very warm tyres in comparison. Jordan Johnson, 2 tyres for him, 4 tyres for Christoph Karakas, who we ride on board with now, down towards Brooklands and Luffield. Watch how the steering goes to the right under the brakes because the truck's trying to lean sideways. Very soft suspension, as Zach was mentioning earlier, to be compliant and move that weight around. Not much of a defense offered by Hammerstedt. I think he realizes that maybe 12th is what he's aiming for here. There's 4 more seconds behind to Sim RC and Gareth Higgins.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a margin to play with here, which means they can probably get the gloves off in maybe a lap or so to minimise the risk of actually being caught. But yeah, they're not under too much threat for now. I think the time you lose in a battle in this car, especially a very intense one, is probably quite a lot relative to someone that's just driving on the race line and lapping normally, if you like. So they do kind of have to be careful. Gareth Higgins, 3.6 seconds, 3.7 seconds. To this train, and of course if he's able to drive onto the back of him there, you can visualize the gap. It's not very much at all. Could find himself into the top 10 here. A bit further forward, Cody versus David Toth. Now these two came to blows not too long ago, but the pair of them can see Oscar Pye for 6th place. Now I wonder how much racecraft is there going to be in the very short amount of time it takes them to catch onto the back of the Coanda car. Cody for a bit, well, we'll see.
remember that Coanda Esports are trying to make sure they minimize the points lost to EMM moving forward. The focus is going to be second in the championship for them. So they are going to be a little concerned. Cody Deeth might actually help them out here in holding up David Toth, although Toth wide berth to the incoming Eclipse SimSport machine down on the apex. Nice and wide entry out through Village as begin to go through those gears once again. Not many of these drivers probably using the H-pad and shifters, just relying on the paddles on the back of their wheels as they have become so accustomed to through traditional road course racing. Cody Deeth drove around the outside at the Village and put the power down nicely to close the gap actually up to the Frenchman Oscar Pye. So Coanda might be under pressure, and if they lost another point, what is currently a 19-point advantage becomes an 18-point advantage. And with 2 races left to go, that's, well, it's a lead. It's not a comfortable lead.
It's something, isn't it? 3.5 Phil Denez to Enzo Benito. Just seen a couple of comments in the YouTube chat. Sean Campbell saying we ball with a H-pattern and heel and toe, which I respect. Fair play. That is how it should be driven. Apparently Cody Deeth running H-pattern as well, so that gets him some extra brownie points from us in the comments box with that one. I think it's, whether it's quicker or not, I think it will probably always be quicker just doing it with the paddles. You don't have that time in between gates and things. Fair enough, you might still have to lift in between shifts and things, and you probably are still blipping on the downshift, and that you definitely are. But I just think there's something really satisfying about bashing it down with a H-pattern that you just don't quite get with a sequential.
Well, anyone who has watched the NASCAR Cup Series in the last year or two will know that even though the modern machinery doesn't necessarily require all the dancing on the pedals, the driver that's the best at it most consistently, Mr. SVG, he does still do the 3-pedal dance, left foot on the clutch, right foot brake, and managing the car through the phase. I think that's what is what I've heard why SVG does it, because it gives him maximum control over what the car is doing, which, you know, when you're that good, you've got that much awareness of being able to control all those minute details. Yeah, I understand it. For me, nah, don't need that. Back up front, let's check in with lap time differences, because that is really what's going to tell us if this gap is closing at a fast enough rate. 3.7 as they head down the old pitch straightaway. 4/10 on the last lap, but Phil Denez is holding up the advantage that he needs to reach the checkered flag up front.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing exactly what he needs to, which is keeping Enzo Benito at arm's length. Benito, he's driving the wheels off that car. He absolutely, I'm sure, is pushing, but it's just not quite enough. I thought the advantage per corner would be significantly more than it is on those fresh tyres relative to just the 2 fresh of Phil Denez. You look at 4/10 a lap over, what, say 16 corners at Silverstone. It's, you know, what, 400ths per corner that he's gaining, which I don't, it's nowhere near enough, is it, to catch Phil Denez. Still 4 seconds with 4 minutes left to go. He needs, well, what is that, 2 seconds lap really, and he's nowhere near that.
We'll take another look at the lap times when they break. Will they or won't they get an extra lap? Nice and easy for us in another one of our 45-minute time sprints. Cody Deeth has slipped past Oscar Pye. That's a point in the favor of EMM, running 3rd on track, 3rd in the championship as well. And that's the first lap since the pit stop, so Enzo Benito is not in the green.
Yeah, no, it's game's gone, I think, for Enzo Benito. He's the chance of slipping this one, well, the chance of winning this one is slipping, I should say. Of course, ultimately their priority is the championship and another podium to add to the tally. It's by no means a mean slouch, but it's going to take a lot more than what Benito is able to deliver to go and beat Phil Denez, who I think is just the measure in this car over the last 22 hours currently now. I think he has just been the one setting the benchmark and realistically has done a very, very good job at the sharp end of the field. That, in fact, actually now growing the gap. I think Benito maybe burnt out a bit too much of that advantage. Maybe getting caught in the battles early doors in the stint didn't do him any favours. Well, I think we can start to consider Phil Denez now as the, not concrete winner, but starting to get there. Maybe some fast fast drying concrete, let's put it that way.
Just needs to avoid any mistakes, and this is the car where mistakes could be made. There's one from Oscar Pye, out wide a little bit, sweeping out through the long right-hander. Now, if we were using the old pit lane, can you imagine what both pit entry and pit exit would have looked like, with trucks depositing themselves directly out onto the entry in towards Maggotts and Beckett's. The new pit merge is still quite precarious to shoot drivers off onto the inside of the run through the loop and village, but seems to be working a little bit better. Just behind these drivers, by the way, who are still in the fight for 6th, 7th, and 8th, Sindre Setsos has been caught by Jordan Johnson. Jordan Johnson, remember, took 2 tires. Sindre Setsos took 4. So even though he's got fresh rubber all around, Jordan Johnson just has got more grit, more balance in the car.
Yeah, strangely, right? Because 2 of the tires have done, double the distance of the others. But nonetheless, I mean, he's doing a good job onto the last lap of racing as well for Phil Dinez. 4.3 seconds, yeah. As long as he doesn't throw it away, it's his to lose. But it does mean it's the crowning lap for Team Redline in VCO Infinity 5. And they're 4th in a row on the platform of iRacing. Insanity, to say the least. But still battles throughout the field yet to decide, and well, still 2 more races after this to decide the battle for 2nd in the championship as well.
I wonder, we're going to see 2 very contrasting reactions at the line. Obviously, Dinez is going to be thrilled with the race win. I wonder if we're going to see any elation from Benito. It does kind of look like he's got a half smile. He's definitely tired, though. So this is going to be that moment where they can finally relax, Zach, and enjoy those final 2 races in VCO Infinity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure they've been enjoying all of it. Me and Lewis are saying, sim racing is very sweaty, very grindy, and it does sap some of the enjoyment out of it. I think VCO Infinity is one of those opportunities to sort of blow off some steam, and Redline, albeit very tired after a very intense last 22 hours, yeah, I'm sure they're going to enjoy the last 2 races. Side by side, that's the TC Esports. This is all the way back in the fight for P23, and it's getting very busy into the loop.
Just a reminder, right, of the fact that because we reset this field, Zach, every hour, there's drivers who get a chance to enjoy some of this great fighting, and they are going to be 3 wide as they run down that Wellington straight. They've got this final lap in which to battle, and TC Esports' Jack Keithley slip up the inside. Oh, but then contact with Project 91 and Fraser Smith. Not the first time that we've seen him involved in some physical contact. While all of this continues, let's turn our attention up to the front of the field. First, to celebrate with Phil Dinez, who has mastered the trucks, to say the least. And while he's danced in Road to Indy machinery and GT3s in the real world, he's mastered the trucks in the virtual world. Dinez on top here at Silverstone in race 22 of VCO Infinity, and in style to close things out. But behind, it's Enzo Benito, it's Team Redline, champions of VCO Infinity in 2026.
Carl, what a drive, and yeah, we can see the celebrations. There's someone in his bed in the background. I wonder what they think of the championship victory of Enzo Benito, bringing it home for Team Redline and celebrating in, well, the only way you possibly can, I think, in the Silverado. And look at the emotion there from Enzo Benito. Big congratulations to Team Redline, once again defining domination in the world of sim racing. 4 on the bounce in VCO Infinity on the platform of iRacing, 100% win rate Infinity in the platform of iRacing. And once again, setting the standard. And
while we wait for the rest of the drivers to come to the line, let's go back through what has been a monumental 5th edition of VCO Infinity and see the road to another championship crown for Team Redline.
Infinity, we rise again. No limits, no end. Faster every time, we don't break. Together we
Yet another championship to add to the historic lineage of Team Redline. But Phil Denez is the one that grabs the win in race 22 of 24. Just 2 more to come. Redline can relax as yet another podium added to the tally. EMM Esports take vital steps forward in the fight for second in the championship, closing their margin on Coanda Esports. Alexei Nesov in 4th, thrilled with his effort, as will be the Falcon Sim Racing crew with Lewis Woods 5th on the board. Cody Deeth in front of Coanda Esports, while Sheza Esports was cooking Racing Adventures, and then Solprec Precision Racing. 17 spots gained for Jordan Johnson. Rest of the field will work our way through. Not too many big movers and losers, to be honest, in this 11th through 20th page. Chopping and changing mostly from where they started. Going down through the field, though, that's where there's some more stories. Marcel Chinchik, qualifying didn't go his way, up to 25th. In comparison, MG18 started in 6th, down to 27th when the results tally through. Still 40 cars all on the lead lap. Drago Racing, this result really puts them out of touch for 4th in the championship standings, and all but the top 46 on the leading lap, and a couple more in trouble. Let's see if we can quickly catch up with Phil Denez, winner once again in these trucks, and he is standing by with Zach Sweeney.
Yeah, thank you very much, Arjuna. Phil Denez, how does that one feel? You seem to be pretty handy in the Silverado.
I guess so. Yeah, like I said in the last one, I don't have too much experience in this car, and it seems to gel with me really well. Now, a lot earlier in the morning, didn't expect too much out of this one, but yeah, I'm super happy. Congrats to Redline for their championship, but it feels good to at least take away a little spotlight from them in this race.
Yeah, exactly that. They have been the stars of VCO Infinity, to put it lightly. Obviously, with BS Plus competition, pretty intense battle, and a potential 4th place in the championship for you guys. Obviously, I can see you're probably quite tired over the last 24 hours. How is it playing on your mind going into the final couple of races? Are you focused on that championship?
No, I think we're just going to go for best results that we can and finish on a high, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, big congratulations for your victory here at Silverstone, and best of luck for the last 2 races.
Thank you, guys.
Always great to catch up with our winners, and as Phil mentioned, steals a bit of the spotlight from Redline as they grab yet another VCO Infinity Championship. But 2 more races to go. We'll say goodbye to Zach Sweeney. We'll welcome back Lewis McLeod. Don't go anywhere. Final 2 races in VCO Infinity to come. Welcome back, Lewis McClade, to the VCO Infinity broadcast booth alongside myself, Arjuna Kangi Party. Our champions have been crowned, Lewis. Redline once again. Perfect in Infinities on iRacing, and now leaves us with 2 more races, starting with the Acura GTP at Fuji with a chance of rain, a chance for us to have some fun.
Yeah, I almost actually wanted Redline to drop back a couple of spots and then not do races 23 and 24, because they could have had the round 1,000 points. But alas, that's fine. They're not going to. A 1,002 it'll be, and they will take part in the next 2. We've got 2 races left, one of which is what I would classify as quite a traditional and normal lineup, and the other one definitely isn't. We've got Acuras at Fuji, and then, as you've been mentioning quite a few times, the Formula Fords at Charlotte Roval.
Are you expecting as much chaos as I am in that particular race?
Do you know what? Actually, I think it'll be calmer than you think it'll be.
Oh, okay. Well, Lewis is sending his stall out there. Let's head over to the Fuji Speedway, where for the final time, threat of rain has materialized into actual rain, and therefore qualifying a slightly mixed bag in terms of the conditions. Let's take a look at how they will line up for the penultimate race of VCO Infinity. With our championship being settled, it's the points behind and the places behind that have now got to be locked and loaded, and Elvis Rankin hoping to bring Coanda to second in the championship. He'll lead us to green alongside of Sean Campbell, 2 drivers who very much, you'd say, are prototype specialists. Same for Drago Racing and Movano, with Nicholas Boy and Loic Rabier behind them. David Adam for Blue Mercury Esports alongside of Carlos Fenalosa for TC Esports, your top 6, with Gustavo Ariel for Team Redline. Now able to have a nice quiet drive. Oh, Gustavo doesn't quite know what that's going to be. All action from 7th for him. Cody Deeth going back-to-back in 8th position. Altitude 3M, and then Williams F1 Team Gaming, your top 10. Peter Zuber in the Grid and Go Machine, 11th. ERE Race Esport Team in 12th, with Was Cooking Racing Adventures and the Falcon Sim Racing Team splitting row 7, and 1 second through the front 7 rows. First sign of just how difficult and changing those conditions were. EMM have some work to do. Jerome Fisher needs to close on Rankin at the front in the fight for second in points, with Absolute Motorsport Aslith on the outside of row 8. Impulse and Delatraz 17th and 18th, with Jesse Jones for Falcon and Luca Neudek for Scherer completing your top 20. MG 18 and SimRC 21st and 22nd, with the Fast Repair Motorsport crew alongside of the Team PGZ machine. You Amateurs and Sheza Esports. Remember, Sheza are 4th in points. Norby Kish has left himself with a lot of work to do as well, with Stint 1 Motorsports and Delta Sport behind them, and Thomas Engsim Racing and 07 Racing, your top 30. Ride Sim Sport and Sorrento Motorsports Esports 31st and 32nd, GTS Spain 92 and Avalon Motorsports 33rd and 34th, with Prism Motorsport and Pedro Sanchez Albert. That's not a lap that I'm sure he will say he hooked up. Tatum Restech, BS Plus Hybrid, Solpec Precision Racing, Dutch League Racing, and Vitality Sim Racing alongside of Armentario. These are a lot of teams with slower times than I would have expected. Brabham, Olympus, Bike 500 and FCB as well. Before you get to those failing to set times, Miniti, Capivara and Visceral, it will be 49 that take to the green, down from the 54 that we've been seeing regularly through the event. Now, Lewis, I'm not sure if I believe my timing screen or not, but I'm seeing a mix. Some on the wet tire, some on the dry.
Well, the last time we were racing here at Fuji, which obviously was a few races ago in was it the Super? No, sorry, was it Okayama? I can't remember. Basically, it was wet, and the person who won the race won it on slick tyres. It would have been the Super Formula Lights. It would have been race 16. Super Formula Lights around here, and it was wet, and the person that won was on slick tyres. Tamas Simon ran away from everyone, 20 seconds clear. The conditions were pretty similar to this.
Like Lewis and I were just discussing before our break came to an end, it is very light rain, which I think is why the top 4 have all elected to stick on the slicks. Adam and Fenalosa for Blue Mercury and TC Esports on row 3. They're the first to go different. But it is about 50-50. So really interesting, Lewis, that some are going to gamble and they think that there's enough rain for the wet tire to be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, they might go pretty quick early, David Adam and Carlos Fenalosa, but I think they are going to struggle. Those tyres are going to overheat aggressively unless more rain's going to hit the circuit. Shout out to David Adam. He is a 10K I-rated driver. His I-rating is 10,000 on the dot. He is, and this is what I couldn't believe earlier, he is the 104th driver above 10K. Isn't that mental?
That's too many. Too many at this point. With our championship secured for Redline, though, 2 more races in VCO Infinity, where bragging rights will be on the line for all. They'll fan out as we drop the green at the Fuji Speedway for the final time with the Acura GTPs, and a couple of rooster tails as we navigate down to turn 1. And oh my goodness, bowling into the corner. I see Sim RC, Mivano, couple more will get tangled up. But as we descend down towards Coca-Cola and the sweep through the right-hander in towards the hairpin, Rankin leads, Nicholas Boy's up to second. The wet tires have gone nowhere fast.
Yeah, it's just I just don't think it's the right time for them. I don't think it's wet enough out there for wet tyres to really. It is going to get worse potentially for the wet tyres. I would expect them to start pretty well and then get worse as the temperature creeps up and up and up for them. For everyone else, like that are on the slick tyres, realistically things should get better for them as temperature is put into the tyres. Look, Rabier and Sean Campbell going side by side for 3rd and 4th position, going in advantage of Rabier, but it is Elvis Rankin who is holding firm at the front. Crash, are we going to get down into the hairpin?
Gustavo Ariel released from the pressures of having to survive this race for a championship. Overcommitted down at that section, and there's more trouble behind. I see the Dutch League Racing Machine in trouble, but on the screen, oh my goodness, the rooster tails kicking up in this portion of the track. Clearly a bit more moisture here as the windshield wipers working hard and physical. This is where the wet tire is working well. Elvis Rankin has got a meatball flag. Nicholas Boy has cycled to the front of this field. Opening lap of chaos as expected.
Where did Elvis Rankin get that meatball from? He was going side by side. I think Sean Carroll and Nicholas Boy were both looking down his inside. And clearly there has been some form of contact. And unfortunately for the Commander team that currently sits second in the points, he is going to have to return to the pit lane to have something sorted on the car. I mean, it looks fine. That's going to be the most annoying part.
Now, they will need to pit in this race, I think. Fuel tank capped at 70% capacity. Although maybe the rain is going to slow the pace down slightly. Sean Campbell, Nicholas Boy trying to now build up their advantage. Plenty heading down to pit lane. There was a total of about 8 meatballs that I saw on that opening lap. And Lewis, let's ride with Sim RC and head down to turn 1.
You've got Impulse there on the right-hand side. You've got the Delatrav Automotive. And, well, I mean, Sim RC were just sent. That's just it. They were pointing in the right direction and they weren't. Nicholas Boy leads. Carlos Fenalosa in the wet tyres is going on the attack here to try and sneak his way through the middle of all of it. Has got past Elvis Rankin. We now look to the outside of Sean Campbell. I think in this 3rd and final sector, you might see Carlos Fenalosa take over the race lead. Reminder, this car is on wet tyres. Everyone around is on slicks.
And there's only about 15 more minutes of rain, I think, based on the forecast. On the left, those with the blue circles are on the wet tyre. Blue Mercure, David Adam dropping to 11th while Fenalosa goes on the hunt. It's interesting how different the strategy choices played out for them, and it's a overcast day in Fuji as well. Difficult to pick things apart from our overhead camera. Fenalosa's going to try and cut back underneath, and they are 3 abeam as they put the power down and run down the longest straight in the VCO Infinity calendar. Elvis Rankin not going to head to pit lane just yet. He will do that at the end of the next lap, and so Fenalosa tucks back into 4th.
Yeah, I mean, look, Elvis Rankin is leaving it as long as possible, so when he comes in to serve it, he can stick some fuel in the car as well. Use the fast repair, so he's actually not stationary for any real major time. Stay on the same tyres and just get to the end of the race on that. Like I say, if they have to take fuel, obviously when it's wetter, they're not on the throttle pedal as much as they would be in the dry, meaning you burn less fuel. So theoretically, you might be able to do this race on no stop. I think it's unlikely to be able to do this one on no stop. I think you would really have to stop once. But Elvis Rankin's probably going to have to do it where he's going to have to save fuel despite stopping for the fuel because the tank's only so big.
Although you say that, I wonder if we are seeing fuel saving. Oh, Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, or as Zach Sweeney would call them, the community car, off at the hairpin, and that's more trouble for a couple of other machines as well. the fact that they are so on top of one another, I don't think it's just conditions as Fenolosa will finally be able to switch his way to the lead of this race. I do kind of feel as though there is some pace management going on as well. The problem for Fenolosa here, Lewis, it's been a long day, excuse me. The problem is the wet tires are slower in a straight line, and so that's going to mean he's a sitting duck if he's not clear enough when they exit out the right-hander.
Yeah, isn't it because the tyres are a different size of the wet tyres, isn't it? It's something odd like that, where it's like you would think it wouldn't make much of a difference, but because obviously they're slightly bigger, they're not as far. It's very bizarre. Into the pit lane though comes Elvis Rankin, and he will drag that Commander down to pit road speed. And to be fair, the last time, one of the times I can remember a Commander coming into the pit lane around here, it was Dan Amor. It was in the Formula Ford, and he got a penalty. So hopefully they won't do that.
Sorry, there was bowling balls once again, and only just wrecked race cars. David Adam, Kasper Ullmanen. I think I saw Francis McGinn as well. Apologies there, but you see a peak of chaos here, Lewis, and you can tell drivers who are on the slicks are hitting puddles and really struggling to wind the car up.
Yeah, especially down into that opening corner where you drop down the hill quite aggressively, and it's such a big braking zone. Look at that on the live standings, though, because of Commander being in the pit lane and where they've come out. EMM with where they are in the race. We're seeing some of those replays further down. Vitality, Falcon, there's the Solpec car as well. But now EMM are ahead of Commander in the live standings.
Big changes. Commander haven't come down, but remember, maybe they can get to the end from here. Goodness gracious me. Oh, my days.
That was a big hit. A really, really big. I mean, it's so fast down there. Really odd bit of contact there while you're driving in someone in a straight line. I cannot understand. Is that the one of the Falcon cars? The one that's got the wrong livery on it, where it's like a wrong angle or whatever. However they've submitted it, maybe with the wrong car. It looks a bit odd. I think that was the one. If there's a car there on the straight, don't drive into it, Chief. That's simple. I can't make it simpler than that.
Drag race off the final corner as Gustavo Ariel is pinched by Nicholas Boy. Fenolosa has cleared up the road, although at some point he will pay the piper when the conditions begin to dry out. Look on board with both Nicholas Boy, bottom right, as they bang doors. Gustavo Ariel to his left in the webcams, you see. I'll slow it down in time. Both drivers are on the slicks, let's not forget. Costing each other time, though, in this fight for third.
God, don't get these boys into the Daytona 500 later on. Obviously, that's the IRL one, which is happening about an hour and a half, I think, after we're off air, and I will be watching it.
Good timing.
As much as Zach Sweeney's not into it, I'll honestly tuning out of this. I'll be watching the Arsenal-Wigan match, and then tuning into that, sticking Pebble Beach onto the other screen. I'm going to have a cracking afternoon. It's a great weekend. Who needs Valentine's Day? Get out of here.
We've had Infinity, we've got a plethora of sports, and we've got 3 wide off the hairpin. As a little bit aggressive for the ERE race team. Lent on Mivano. Tatum Restek there to pick up the pieces. For Fioroni and Bassett, wheel to wheel. So awkward to slow the car down on the dry tyres for this part of the track. As much as there's not big rooster tails, that's only because they're at such slow speeds, squirming around as they put the power down. They are losing time, hand over fist right now.
Yeah, the opening sector, really is both the opening sectors. Because you're riding around at such relative high speed compared to this sector, the downforce really helps at that point. In here, though, you've got that slow speed hairpin, and then you've got these 2 final corners that are so awkward. With how slow they are, you don't get any assistance, all suspension grip and what your tyres doing. Obviously, the tyres are a little bit too cold and not right for this. So that's why that final sector, it's almost certainly where Carlos Fenolosa is pulling out all of his gap, really, compared to Sean Campbell and Gustavo Ariel behind. We've got side-by-side between Loic Rabier and Matthew Bassett, and they are going to go side-by-side into the opening corner, along with Nicholas Boy and Gustavo Ariel, and it is going to be the Drago racing car ahead of Team Redline that we see there.
Gustavo, I think, lost a lot of time off the corner. Not quite sure what the story is, but again, remember, championship's already locked up at this point, so no harm, no foul. Lots of cars did need to take to the pit lane, by the way, so expecting a couple of them to be diving back down in the latter stages for maybe a splash and dash after pitting on laps 1 and 2. Movano now leads this little battle pack. Victorino in the PGZ machine is underneath of Matthew Bassett, both in red. PGZ with the white alongside. Bassett the black and red. Slightly easier to pick the two apart. Then Eclipse Sim Sport and Thomas Eng Sim Racing behind them. And as they work their way through, Sorrento Motorsports Esports there as well. They are plus 25. And drivers on the wet tires, Lewis, are making good advantage of the tire right now.
Yeah, exactly. And if this rain doesn't last, I think it's just kind of staying. We're getting a little bit of moisture on the surface of the racetrack that keeps being added to. It's not being cleared up enough. Like I say, it's leaning towards the wet tyres at the moment. Will it towards the end of the race, though? That is the question. Carlos Penalosa and Sean Campbell, by the way, have just navigated a little bit of lap traffic. I think it's the blue Mercure car might be going a lap down and getting boxed in here. Matthew Bassett, he was trying to think of which way to go, looking to the left-hand side of Noah Osbaldeston, but there was no gap there because the grass was there, and it was Cody Death to pick his way through.
Remember, lap 1, we had some bowling.
Oh, hello.
Fortunately avoid the bowling, but they overshoot the brake zone to Eclipse Sim Sport, as well as I believe that was Matteo Victorino in the PGZ machine. It's Matthew Bassett that now leads this little grouping. About 5 minutes more of rain atop this track before I think we begin to see drier conditions, but there was enough rain that I think the wet tires have proved to be a worthy gamble in the early stages, knowing there's a pit stop incoming. Send up the inside. Oh, a bit of contact there. Victorino makes the move.
Yeah, the points obviously switching around quite a bit with the likes of Cody Death and even the Deltras Automotive by Major Garage Car. That they're needing to score some decent points here in this race because they're trying to get into the top 10 of the point standings. You can see on the live standings there on the right-hand side, that is the case for the pair of them. They've deposed the Vulcan Sim Racing 44 car. The 33 remains in the top 10, but the 44 no longer is with its current race position. So as much as we're talking quite tightly of this battle for second and third in the top of the table between Coanda and EMM, there are plenty of battles up and down this field that all these drivers have high aspirations of stealing positions away from us. Still a fair amount of time left to go. Obviously 33 minutes of this race and 45 minutes in some Formula Fords at Charlotte. A lot of positions to be gained, a lot of drama left to be had. A lot of opportunity to move up the standings.
I think we could see some changes in that top 10. $5,000 of prize money to be split between the top 5. Well, Gustavo Ariel very close to the back of Nicholas Boy through turn 1. He was able to hold on to the position because of the straight line speed, but Tatum Reztec plus 32 from where they started this race. Wet tires have been a boon to them. Jerome Fisher in that EMM machine that's fighting for second in the championship. Front of him, it's Thomas Eng Sim Racing behind. It's BS Plus Hybrid. But it's all wet tires slowly rising here. And EMM hoping not to be swarmed. Look at the grip on offer from those wet tires as it looks to the outside down to the hairpin.
Yeah, far better from the BS Hybrid car. Easily able to flick its way through. But still, even with that speed difference for the wet tyres, Carlos Penalosa leading by 7 seconds. Look at that graphic. It's still pretty 50-50 in that top group as to whether you should be on slicks and wets. And I think this race will more likely come to the slick runners than the wets. Obviously, at the moment, being short-sighted, it's definitely getting better for the wet tyres as each lap goes on. Just get the feeling as we approach that checkered flag, the rain's going to ease up quite a bit, and we should be in pretty good stead.
But I think that's when those wet tyre runners will come in, fill their fuel back up, remember, and put the other tyre on. Nicholas Boyes wide through the final corner. Opened a door for a couple to slip through. Another driver losing time on this particular lap. That's Matthew Bassett, who's been in the thick of the action, I think it's fair to say, for so much of this race so far. About 15 minutes complete. Oh, just loses it. Dry tyres on a wet track.
Yeah, I know Zach Sweeney and Dane Baird have probably sat there thinking Lewis is going to talk about what gear he was in. No, I'm not. That was just a bit of a lock-up on the rear. I made a bit of a blunder earlier. I said someone shifted up and that's why they spun, and then we got an onboard with Dane. Dane was like, I'm going to make sure that we can see the gear, and there was no shift. Fuming, I was. Made me look like an idiot on broadcast.
I mean, that's easy, but throwing you straight under the bus. Can I join?
Yeah, live as well. Absolutely brutal. Honestly, and then it happened later on. And I said, well, no, it wasn't because they shifted gear. And he wrote, well, guess what? Yeah, they shifted gear.
The fun we have behind the scenes. Gustavo Ariel, Niccolo Fioroni swapping back and forth. It does seem as though with only a handful of minutes remaining in the expected band of rain that's on top of the circuit, parts of the track still dry enough for the slicks to work. Switching through the very slow end to the middle sector, up the hill into the final sector now of the lap. Sean Campbell's done a great job to hold 8.8 seconds off the back of Fenolosa.
So, I mean, he then to have pulled. I know, obviously, Gustavo Ariel had to work his way up the field here, but he's got a 5-second gap to Gustavo Ariel. That's not many people in sim racing that can say they've done that in their sim racing career, getting 4 or 5 seconds over a driver of that caliber. Behind all that, though, it is all kicking off. Fiorino, you've got Noah as Boulderston, who's finally got to grips with the wet weather tyre. Nicholas Boy, who I was going to say, he's probably got the speed to get back involved with that fight, but I don't think he's got the grip to keep them behind for much longer.
In the second grouping, as Boy, Fiorino and Ariel continue to tussle amongst themselves, it's Eclipse Sim Sports and Cody Deeth going back to back, switching the keys to a NASCAR truck machine over to the keys to an Acura GTP. Gets off the corner nicely behind him, BS Plus Hybrid and Jerome Fisher squabbling. It's interesting, Lewis, that a lot of the cars that had to come back into pit lane for a bunch of repairs, for the most part, did decide to switch onto wet tyres at that time as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just seeing it as that this gamble's not really working out, so they're going to bail from these. On board with the 78 Armamentario, the best number in sim racing and motorsport. We both agree on that one. That was a big hip check, though, coming in from EMM. And 12th position for Jerome Fisher on the slick tyres in that EMM car. Still a few points now shy of Commander, is starting to make progress and move their way forward bit by bit, just to score those extra points one step at a time.
There's a second band of rain that's now building, but it is about 30 minutes away. So how quickly does the track begin to dry? And when does that switch get flipped? Because it's, Deeth on the curb. Got him very, very squirrely. He'll hold the inside, though, and should be able to put the power down nicely and frustrate those behind. Movano up high. Out of the draft momentarily, but single file they get once again. Yeah, it'll be interesting once that switch is flipped, because it happens very quickly in the world of iRacing. You can see here, no drops falling in the camera shot as Loic Rabier slides up to 8th.
Yeah, kind of this position keeps switching between Movano and Eclipse. You got the Thomas Angus Sim Racing as well as the BS Hybrid, and they're all pretty tight. But again, the two lead cars in this are on the slick tyres, and Cody Deeth did a great job on the points to move Eclipse into the top 10, and now locked on points with the Delatraz car. Looks to the outside, and it was actually the inside, and flicked his way back through on Loic Rabier, and some big slides coming into the hairpin. That's, I mean, look, it's going to be super awkward there, one of the slowest parts of the track, and the slower that you get in these wet weather conditions, the harder it is. Again, these cars are not built to go that slow.
And as well, we should point out, this is relatively light rain for what Fuji is capable of producing. We could have a proper monsoon. BS Hybrid, Thomas Ang Sim Racing, wheel to wheel as they fight through the chicane once more. Got to say, this has been a close race, closely contested for the most part. About 23 machines have not needed a trip down pit lane. I am very curious if Elvis Rankin, who's 23rd on the board right now, is going to be able to eke out the fuel to reach the checkered flag. I tell you what, let's see what the view's like for Carlos Fenolosa, because what a drive. What a drive to control the front after the chaos of those opening couple of laps, and now putting himself halfway through this race in a great position.
Yeah, 11 seconds clear, of course. When that pit stop's dealt with, they'll stick a little bit of fuel. Again, they might not have to. If they're driving slow enough, they may not have to, and we'll have to keep our eye on Carlos Fenalosa for that one. We've seen some big fuel saves happen throughout this event so far, as Noah Boldeston gets past Nicholas Boy, and Gustavo Ariel has been passed by Nicolo Fiorino, and up into third position goes the Tatum Raztech team. Can Gustavo Ariel find his way back through? It is very much advantage the wet tyres, but the slick tyres still have the grip to do something about them.
It's here where it's the most awkward, I think, one of the slowest parts of the track. Watch as Gustavo tries to switch direction, put the power down. It's just squirming around on him. It's not the same sort of a four-wheel drive system as we had back in the old LMP1 prototype days. It's definitely not going to be as much of an assistance in these conditions when you're at slow speed. It spools up at higher speeds on your run down the long main straightaways. 4 cars, throw a blanket over them. Matteo Victorino is then in no man's land before you dive into this second battle pack, which has been where the majority of our attention has been focused. And I wish I had a weather radar to show you, Lewis, because at this point in time, there is not much more of the band ready to pass over the circuit. Dry conditions should be among us soon.
Yeah, where's my Sebring meteorologist gone? Arjuna, get that green screen going, stand in front of it and tell me what's going to happen.
I think
Come on.
You might make my brain overload with how much has gone on today. Oh, mistake from Cody Deeth. BS Plus Hybrid up to 8th.
You think that's a little bit too much to add to the broadcast?
Maybe not to add to the broadcast, to add to my workload, yes.
Yeah, it's fine. No, I'm just, it's fine. I mean, I could probably change the background here and I could do it, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm obviously taking a mick. For the first time, by the way, the gap has started to come down towards the front. It was 10 seconds, but for the first time this race, Sean Campbell was faster on the previous lap than Carlos Fenalosa. It was 0.6 quicker on the previous lap. So the gap's coming down a little bit. You can see it there. It's been growing and growing and growing. And you know what? I think this might start to slip through the fingers of those wet tyre runners. That's telling me that this is becoming a slick tyre race.
Still plenty of spots of rain at this end of the racetrack. Lots of golf courses that unfortunately would not be in a very playable state right now unless they've got a good drainage system,
I wouldn't
Lewis.
want to play in this.
I
You tried playing in the wet.
I played in worse. I played. Did you not see what the conditions I played Pebble Beach were in?
Pebble, yeah. Me and Cam were to us yesterday, actually, because he was like, "Oh my god, I really want to play Pebble." And I'm like, I feel bad for you, because when you played it, yeah, it sucked.
Yeah, it was worse than this, that's for sure. Look at that lap time, by the way.
I can't grip the golf club.
That's why
It's too wet.
It's rain gloves, mate.
Yeah, maybe, but nah, it just doesn't work for me. Yes, indeed, much faster. 2 seconds faster on that previous lap for Sean Campbell versus Carlos Fenalosa. And every single slick tyre runner will be in the same camp, starting to get faster. I think for Coanda, this is actually going to be all right, because Elvis Rankin did not change onto the wet tyres when he came into pit lane.
So if he is able to, eke out that fuel, he could be able to get to the end. Didn't spend very long in pit lane, so took the fast repair, probably added a couple of gallons, liters of fuel, whatever your choice of units is, and then off to the races once more. About 20 minutes to go. I wonder at what point there is the thought of pit stops. Remember, this Acura capped at 70% of its maximum fuel capacity to try and mitigate any fuel-saving races. What we can see, though, is the fact that not only is Fenalosa being hunted down, but now Tatum Raztech, all that momentum starting to falter as they slide backwards closer to the dry runners still out there on track.
Yeah, and then obviously behind that, Sorrento Motorsport Esports. Hate that. Just pick one. They'll also be in the same camp, as will the BS Hybrids, as will all those cars behind that are running on the wet tyres. This is PGJ getting involved and ahead as Victorino moves up into 6th position with relative ease. Obviously, that slipstream being gifted back out to Noah Boldeston. Car coming out of the pit lane just to make things a little bit awkward here down into turn 1. It's actually a good question for you that's completely not relevant to any of this, but it's an IMSA Esports question. It's an IMSA question.
Okay.
In IMSA, because obviously, you know, the GTPs and stuff like that, where a lot of it is run in, similar to the hypercar, was the same as WEC, right?
Yes.
To a degree. They're obviously all running metric. What does IMSA use? Do you use Imperial metric?
For what?
For just generally, from team and engineering side rather than a broadcast side. Because broadcast side is always going to be more Imperial because American broadcast.
We'll go there. Well, the reason I asked for what is because remember, fuel is not fuel nowadays; it's energy, and so that's a percentage.
Oh,
and don't get me started on that. Bless Magnus Racing and their virtual energy car for trying to educate those maybe who don't understand what a silly situation we live in nowadays, especially in those GT3s where let's just call it fuel. Why do we need to call it energy?
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it depends because as much as there are a number of teams with US operations, let's take who will be the biggest example that I can probably think of. Wayne Taylor Racing, right? Use them as the example. Based in the US, an American operation. So I'm assuming they probably use a little bit more of the Imperial units for some things. Although there are some things in motorsports where metric is the standard. So that's part of it. But there's a lot of European teams that actually fly in. And not just European teams that fly in, but, the WRTs that now have set up bases in Charlotte and whatnot. So I would assume that they're probably using a bit more metric, but my opinion. There's only one correct unit, and that is our Lord and Savior.
Freedom units.
Exactly. Metric units. Penalty for BS Hybrid for speeding on pit entry. The wet tire runners have had to come in because they want to put some dry tires on.
Yeah, I mean, front times. Sean Campbell, he will overtake this lap, by the way. His last lap, fastest lap of the race, he just set a 37.7. I say this lap, he's 1.8 seconds behind the lap's about to come to a close, but it'll be on the start-finish straight this time by potentially, if not in the first sector. TC Esports 41.4. That is a large difference on time between the pair of them, over 3 seconds. In fact, it might be even before the start-finish straight because, Carlos Fenellosa's got to come into the pit lane. Surely. Because with 18 minutes left to go, those tyres are toast. And I'm glad I said it at the start of the race. It should have been slicks.
Broken clock is still right twice a day. Don't forget. What you can see from the onboards is there is a drying line that is emerging. So no surprise to see Fenelosa down to pit lane. But he didn't. Did he not? He stayed out there. You're correct. So he has decided it's not worth going in just yet.
It definitely is.
Yeah, I agree. But I guess the question really that I'm now pondering in my mind, Lewis, is, well, there's still raindrops falling on the track. At what point are the dry runners going to feel confident starting to go off that drying line?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, the reason why I say it definitely is, to give you a bit of a reference here to some of the other times. So let's just go with the fastest time that's been set, which is by Gustavo Ariel. He was 5.5 seconds faster than Carlos Fenelosa. 5.5.
Whoa.
It's game's gone, mate. Get into the pit lane. Every single lap that you stay out, you are causing more pain for yourselves. Just get in, change the tyres, get back out, send it.
Fights through the field, back up to third. We were momentarily keeping our eye on Ivano and EMM, two of the teams, of course, that did start on the slick tyres. In the top 10 now, just waiting for Solpec Precision and TC Esports still on the wets to return to the pit lane. As still spots of rain here at this part of the track, as much as on our weather radar it shows as the band of rain is totally departing the track itself. And this is where every lap you navigate around, parts of the track may be a little bit drier. And was that Fenelosa in?
Yeah, Fenelosa is into the pit lane. It's going to cost him a lot of points. It's going to cost him a position in the live standings to Drago for sure. But that was it's a lap late, but it'll do.
And again, remember, we still think that the teams that started on dry tires are going to need to pit before the end of this race, unless they were also able to save enough fuel in the start when the rain was heavy enough. Fenelosa hits his marks, does not slide through the box. That could have been even more costly and added a couple more seconds onto the clock. Nicholas Boy, Gustavo Ariel now fighting for second and third position. This is important for Drago, actually. It's getting them a little bit clear of TC Esports, closing them up to BS competition in fifth.
Yeah, and again, fifth, top five is where the prize money is. And as much as I know a lot of these teams, outside of winning it and stuff, those final level positions, yes, a bit of extra money, but it is more for like the fun of it. We get a lot of the big esports drivers in this event, right? And I guarantee if you talk to them, the prize money's like it's a nice little added bonus. But the reason they're in this race is because they like the style, they like they enjoy the event, right? Because it's different, because it's odd. The drivers like this style of event because it's so different compared to your normal 24-hour races that your big esports drivers will jump into it. And I think that's great because they're not here because there's a 500 grand prize pool and that's the only reason they're here. They're here because they want to be here. And I think that is one thing you have to capitalize on in esports in general, is that yes, there's big championships where there is big money on the line, but drivers kind of don't want to do them. They just do them because that's where the money is. As into the inside comes Gustavo Ariel. Nicholas Boy will be on the outside, but a rubbing between the pair of them at T1.
And off to the right-hander, or left-hander that leads to the long right-hander. Ariel clear. Yeah, you're right. I mean, just look at Redline. The fact that they have 3 Porsche Esports Super Cup champions in this lineup. Can't really claim that Sebastian Job, Diogo Pinto, and Cooper Webster are doing this necessarily for the paycheck. But it also means that we get to mix the red lines with some of those smaller teams. And I'll go back to the race that we had with the Radicals at Road America. How special for Diogo Pinto in that red line machine to be challenged by someone who may not have expected ever to be in a race against someone like Diogo. Of course, in that, was it Capivara Racing, number 12, Francisco Camillo, although unfortunately this particular race didn't go as well for him.
No, but I will say that race, regardless, the final few corners of that race were absolutely epic. Camille did an unbelievable job to fend off the red line car, and that's what you like. It's really important that we get this is one of the events that obviously it's one of the things that Florian's always targeted for this event. Is it is. Yes, we want to have the highest level of esports in there because you need them there as reference, and also the competition where we're keeping our eye on your red lines versus your Coanders, BS competition in there, Drago Racing, the little team that could, or something, to have them up in the mix, right? But it's really important to have those fights down outside of the top 10, having 55 cars out on this grid, constantly racing and battling something, and every now and then they get that special race where they get into the top 10 or top 5. It's a big story. That's what this whole event's about.
I picked up what you put down there as Movano and EMM Esports 5th and 6th positions. Remember EMM with Coanda, Elvis Rankin back up to 9th, only gaining 3 points on Coanda. They are going to need a Herculean effort in the final race and need some misfortune, regrettably, for Coanda if things will go in their favor. Yuri Toman's the next to dive down on towards the pit lane, but as we run down the main straight into turn 1, Simrc give a wide berth to Peter Zuba, who slips past up the inside. Vince Peters in the Visceral Esports machine, still on the wet tires. Oh, he must be feeling the pain.
Yeah, it's not somewhere I'd ever want to be. I can't tell you how frustrating it would be to. Effectively, it would be like driving around in a car where like when you're in an open wheel race and you lose the front wing, but it doesn't give you a black and orange flag, so you just kind of keep going.
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
yeah, it sucks, honestly, and it's to the point where you're driving around being like, there's no way that I would, if I pitted, there was no way that I'd finish ahead of myself doing this, but you're already committed to it, so you kind of have to just do it.
Yeah, I have to assume that he's been saving fuel and is well and truly committed to a no-stop. Maybe implying that some of the others can also no-stop. Out of pit lane for Yuri Toman and deposited directly into the fight for 5th position as Rabier and Jerome Fisher continue to squabble here. I think Jerome Fisher really does want to get this move made. He's obviously not going to force the case, doesn't want to risk any penalty points. However, an extra point here means one more point you don't have to try and fight for in the next and final race.
I'm kind of not convinced they need to stop, you know.
You think so?
I'm almost, yeah, I don't know why. I think there'll be a few people in this group that are no stopping this race. Yeah, there would, especially when you're on the slick tyres in the wet earlier on, because it was like at that point it's so tricky. You have to be so gentle and delicate on the throttle. At that point, you're going through, especially like this part of the track, right? There would have been a point where on the slick tyres, you're barely full throttle around this whole final sector. Think of how much fuel you're saving.
Well, I tell you what, I reached out to our resident expert at RaceSpotTV, Sir Will Chadwick. Yes, he is Sir Will. Henceforth on the RaceSpot airwaves. No stop confirmed.
As if I'm too good for this, mate. Look, Chad, we trust in Chadders. We do trust in Chadders. He's a smart man, knows what he's doing, and has some great sayings for the broadcast, which we dropped earlier on. Some of them were a little bit risque, but that's fine.
Oh.
Did you not hear his risque one?
And apparently not.
Oh, I'll tell you afterwards. I can't repeat it. I've already said it twice. I've already dropped it. I've dropped it twice again on this broadcast. I can't do it. I might sneak it in at some point before the end of the last race. All right? You have to listen out for it.
We know that you are one that is apt to sneak one in. 9 minutes left to go. Campbell, Ariel. 9 seconds between them. Not expecting that margin to change materially. Crucially, Gustavo Ariel has cleared himself of Drago Racing, who, in what has been a topsy-turvy VCO Infinity, the little team that could, now 16 points clear of TC Esports. What's happened actually to Carlos Fenalosa since he's left pit lane? I think he got dinged with a pit lane speeding penalty, Lewis, because he was stationary for 61 seconds.
Yeah, potentially, which is a shame. Which would have been easy to do with the lack of grip. Getting that car slowed down to pit road speed would have been very, very difficult, as Jerome Fisher has got past the Movano car and up into 5th position. And there's a big send as well. Oh, my goodness. That's just trying to get past some of the lap traffic, which is getting quite thick out there.
You can see as soon as they leave the drier part of the track on the left, Rooster Tail's being kicked up, which is where those that are on the wet tire still, because there are some through the field, it's where they'll be going to just try and cool off the rubber underneath. Visceral Esports, Vince Peters, he's still in 14th position and feeling the pain. Deep under the brakes, Sheza Esports, Norby Kish loses a spot, and that is actually crucial. Sheza are still on the wet compound of tire. Although BS Plus competition, Pedro Sanchez Albert, usually a driver that, Lewis, you and I would say is a fitting match for this car and track combination, has just not had an easy race and not in a position to capitalize on this misfortune for Sheza.
Yeah, but I mean, you pointed that out in the build-up. It all kind of went slightly wrong in qualifying, right? And you've got to qualify well. This is one thing. This is the main thing about an event like this is you have to have a team of good qualifiers. Racing, yes, fine. Most of these drivers can put together a 45-minute race without really making a major mistake. But where you're starting this race is so critical, and I think that's what's cost BS. It's what's cost Coanda like a really good run at Redline. It's a little bit of bad luck, but also not consistent qualifying towards the front. If you're on the front couple of rows basically all of the time, you're good to go. It's rare to see, that first page when we do the starting grid and it's the first 6 cars? Rare to not see a red line on that.
Exactly. The ability to deliver in the one-lap qualifying situations that make VCO esports events not necessarily unique in the world of sim racing and esports, but it's the thing that kind of makes them slightly different from some of the other championships that many of these competitors will be running in. Back out through turn 1 with just 6 minutes left to go in this race, and then a trip across the world to the Charlotte Motor Speedway to close out VCO Infinity with the Formula Fords. And as much as you and I, we know that those cars can put on a great display of racecraft and racing ability, We've seen plenty of chaos and contacts in the previous 4 races with that car across the track so far.
But it's not. But I don't think the crashes that we've seen in the Formula 4. I promise you, they are not the dirtiest. It is not the most crash-heavy race that I've commentated on here in.
What was it?
In VCO INFINITY V? The Okayama Super Formula Lights. Honestly, I've never seen more cars upside down.
Oh.
It was constant through the race. It was absolutely. It was like, there's another car in the street. Oh, there's another car in the street. I think Coanda, in one of the flips, I think they did something like 9 or 10 rolls.
Wow.
Yeah, they went.
Well, I'm going to have to go and find the replay because I was having a quick nap during that particular race. I will say, Lewis, my bed decidedly more comfortable to get a couple of hours of sleep compared to the back of my car a couple of weeks ago. But, you know, I was quite excited to wake up and jump back on. Sounds like I just missed all that action as well because I was back on for the very next race. Oh.
I'll tell you what, it was race 20 and it was about 42 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. If you want to go and watch it, obviously on YouTube, it's part 4 of VCO INFINITY V. Go and check it out. I literally have paused on the moment when the Coanda's starting to go, and boy does it!
Love it.
From not a particularly high-speed crash as well. It just, you know, that's sometimes how it goes. Off the road. That's the Williams community team.
Mal Dendinka slips wide. 16 positions down from where he started. Grid and go. Peter Zuber slipped past Thomas Imberg. Now, Zuber did have to pit for damage repair, but he stayed on the slick tire. Imberg is one of those drivers that's doing the no-stop with just 4 minutes left to go. Where is our race leader, Sean Campbell, wrapping back around to see the start line once more? That will make it 3 laps left to go.
Yeah, plenty of time to drink this one in and really enjoy it for Grid and Go. It's going to be an important points haul after the previous race. I mean, the number 2 and the number 1 are pretty close on points between the two of them. They were only 2 points separate coming into this race, and they had the Altitude 3M car between the two of them. So this will be a big points haul for Grid and Go. It's not going to obviously move them into the top 10. I think it's not going to move them even into contention for the top 10. The ship's kind of sailed on that one. But just somewhere like top 15. That's at this point in the event. You're starting to think of those goals, and to have a race victory in this event is obviously going to be really important. It's something that Grid and Go have only got one of in this event thus far, and that was in those Super Formula Lights at Okayama a little bit earlier on, but that was also in the number 2 car rather than number 1.
And you know, they'll be slightly disappointed given that they had 2 cars, that they haven't had more race wins. Even with the misfortune, they definitely would hold themselves to that standard of needing the wins. On the right side, we'll see the top 20 momentarily. It's relatively close between the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy crew and the BS Plus hybrid machines. 2 points between them. Tied with CMRC, our BS Plus hybrid as well. Only 10 points between 10th and 11th, the Clip Sim Sport. So could be something still for us to be mindful of. As 2 laps now left to go. Cody Deeth and Matteo Victorino starting to squabble. I wonder if there's a little bit more trepidation about that fuel number than Will Chadwick maybe alluded to. It was marginal. How marginal is it for the field?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're picking up slipstream, it should be you should be relatively all right. I think, look, they'll be keeping their eye on the fuel numbers. I don't think anyone's going to be particularly close. Certainly not as close as Diogo Pinto was around here in the Formula Fords a little bit earlier on, where he was chugging up towards the line. Extremely close. Just about took the victory in one of the most exciting races that we've had in VCO INFINITY V. Also, speaking of those Formula Ford races, and speaking of Grid and Go, actually, they've actually got a really good shout of getting a solid result in the final race. Isaac Phelps will be the driver behind the wheel of the number 1 car, and he is rapid in the Formula Fords. Still think Dan Amor might be the favourite for that race. He's very quick when it comes to it. He's had 3 of the 4 poles in the Formula Fords, I think, so far.
Vince Peters, by the way, still on the wet tyres and now down in 23rd. I think at this point it surely would have been a better call to come in and switch over. Victorino's lost a little bit of ground. Elvis Rankin slipped in front of Cody Deeth as we get ready to see the white flag chopping and changing. I think you're right, by the way. Isaac Phelps is the one to watch. He won the first Formula Ford race at Road America, and much like you were saying with Pinto, Phelps actually put too little fuel into the car at the pit stop and had to save fuel in the second half of the race before he could push to the checkered flag. So there is a lot for us to think about in the final of our 24 races, and really, for the majority of the field, it is just bragging rights that will be on the line.
Yeah, also Sebastian Job's also going to be in that race as well, so
Wow.
pretty hot. Emil Bernstorff, Formula Ford Festival winner here on iRacing as well. Like I said before, Dan Amore, Matt Caruana, one of the most experienced drivers in British Formula 4 esports. Yeah, it's going to be a tough grid and a tough race. Aaron Vasquez, highest I-rated driver, will also be on the grid.
Who's in the BS hybrid car? I'm guessing you're looking at the entry list.
I am looking at the entry list. The BS hybrid car is Jaden Conright.
I was going to say they had a driver who's done some Formula Ford racing in the real world, but I don't think we're going to get to see Elliot Badinsky jump back into that car for the final time today. Remember, each driver who competes in VCO Infinity has to race one race in two different cars. We always knew that for Sean Campbell, the prototypes would be where he would shine. He's had some great races as well with Gustavo Ariel through the years. They'll finish 1 and 2, but Campbell victorious by a full 12 seconds for Grid and Go.
Was that Nick Cage on the back of his monitor?
Oh, he's a big Nick Cage fan, yes.
Yeah, it's fine. I kind of respect it. Did see Nick Cage's, he's doing the Spider-Man Noir one,
Yes.
which looks really good actually, but so it's a complete tangent. I just spotted it. I was like, bam, eyes on. Obviously we'll be catching up with Sean Campbell in a few moments time, but Grid and Go coming on strong late on here. Of course, they've now had 2 victories in 4 races, and they could make it 3 from 5 if Isaac Phelps can pull his finger out in that final race, which is going to be
Madness. Yes. We both chose a different word, but at least it both started with an M. So, you know,
yeah,
there's
absolutely
some synergy there. Last rain race as well, Lewis. I've got to say, light rain still brought plenty of mixing up and half spin through the final corner for Fioroni. Oh, that's frustrating for him given what had been a run up through the top 10 for the most part in the race. But yeah, it's when the rain doesn't lead to everyone doing the same thing that it becomes the most fun.
What about Elvis Rankin, though? Give a shout out. Had a meatball flag on lap number 1, saved it until lap 3, came into the pit lane, came out of the pit lane, finishes the race in 6th spot, and still keeps a very solid points margin to EMM going into the final race of VCO Infinity 5. That is, I mean, that's a pretty courageous drive. That takes, you know, some good mind stuff to keep your eyes on the prize going through that.
Choosing your words carefully there, I could tell.
Yeah.
Sean Campbell on top, Nicholas Cage cheering him on, as well as the fans that we have become accustomed to seeing when the camera's directed directly behind him. Gustavo Ariel second, remember Redline already champions, but you can't stop them from continuing to rack up podiums. Nicholas Boy for Drago Racing doing what he can to keep them in touch of a great top 5 championship finish. Jerome Fisher, well, tried to maximize the result for EMM. The problem was, behind Loic Rabier for Movano, Elvis Rankin, as Lewis attested to, remarkable recovery. Meatball flag in the opening couple of laps, drives back through the field to get to 6th. Behind him, Eclipse Sim Sports, Team PGZ, and then Philip Schiff. 38 positions gained after doing a no-stop and starting on the slick tire. Grid and Go fighting back from Peter Zuber to 10th position after needing to duck down to pit lane for a bit of a fast repair, but both Grid and Go machines in the top 10. SimRC 11th, just 2 more behind them on the lead lap as we continue to see those that are able to pick their way through the madness, and even with the slight spin on the final corner, Tatum Restec, Nicolo Fioroni, 24 positions to the good. Look down through those that maybe had a bit more of issues. Poor Vince Peters still ends up plus 19 from where he started, but drops down to 30th at the end, as do the likes of Blue Mercury Esports, Altitude 3M, a couple of big incidents that involved them, to say the least. Our field size slightly reducing in number. Maybe that will lead to a little less chaos when we get underway for our final race of VCO Infinity. But before then, a chance to catch up with the 23rd race winner of the night. It's Sean Campbell with Lewis McLeod.
Yeah, hello, Sean. Hello. I mean, what a drive. What a fantastic drive in difficult conditions. Let's talk about that race right from the off. Clearly picked the right strategy on the slick tyres. For the first, 15 minutes of the race, it might have looked like it wasn't such a great call, but boy, did it come good in the end. How did you feel like that through the start of the race?
Yeah, I figured based on past experience here in like IMSA, right, where it would be like not raining, but the track's like lightly wet. And so after a little while, the wet tires kind of go. So I was kind of banking on that. And also looking at the radar, it was going to stop raining. And it worked out, seemingly. Eventually, I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried. And it started getting faster and faster and faster and faster. And I was like, okay, it might be safe.
Must be a lot of fun to have that way. You know, you're just catching hand over fist to Fenalosa and pulling away from the field behind. Kind of mirrors what's been happening a little bit with Grid and Go in this competition thus far. It's not been the strongest start for either of the cars, but it seems as though the pair of you have started to come on a little bit stronger. Obviously, with a race victory for the number 2 car a couple of races ago, you grabbing this one here in great stead, especially with Isaac Phelps in that next race. Is that kind of how it feels, that you've just kind of got stronger and stronger, and maybe things didn't quite click right at the start?
I don't know. I haven't been, if I'm honest, I haven't really been paying attention to the points and stuff because I'm here for the love of the game, if you will. This series is awesome every time it comes around, right? And I'm here. It's a lot of fun, and I'm here to have fun. But yeah, no, if we're cashing points, this is pretty good. I think Isaac should do a really good job next round. I hope. Don't jinx it.
Yeah, okay. Look, I don't believe in the commentator's curse. It's fine. I can say whatever I want, right? Obviously, final thing before you go. This is, I think, it's your 3rd time because you did both of them in 2024. The Infinities that we had there with the VCO Infinity 2024 and then the Pro Sim Infinity as well. I believe you took part in. What are you kind of thinking about it being back? Comparing it to past experience. It's such a different event than what we get in sim racing.
Oh yeah, it's great. Every time, I said, every single time this comes around. I think I did it with Brabham, I think the very first time in 2022, maybe. And it was fascinating to me, like the concept was like, you get basically no practice time on these combos, and it really shows like who can adapt and stuff. And I think it's really interesting. So every single time this comes around, I'm gonna be doing it, surely. I'm so excited.
Well, obviously, pass the luck on to your teammate for one final race. We've got one more to deal with in VCO Infinity. Sean Campbell, race winner here in race number 23.
Thanks.
And here...
Our work's done, Arjuna.
Yes, and here for the love of the game, if I can unmute myself and then take a look at our championship points. One final race on the docket, Lewis. Team Redline already clinched as VCO Infinity champions, but still plenty to be settled behind them.
Yeah, like you say, you've got that battle for 2nd position, Coanda versus EMM, and that is not going to be an easy fight. Matt Caruana should be taking to the EMM car as far as I've seen. Yes, he is indeed. That EMM car is a quality driver. Coanda will be Dan Amor. You've got Chezer Esports that are trying to keep BS competition at bay. And then look at that behind. You've got Drago TC, you've got the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal car, all relatively close, couple of tight battles. It's great to see. The only team that has relatively come on the points is obviously Team Redline, because they've won it for a 4th time. And they'll just be going into this with Sebastian Job aiming to take the crown in the best possible way by taking yet another victory.
And with Redline already having clinched the championship, it's time for us to once more look back through the previous 23 races, the road for Redline to claim their 4th VCO Infinity Championship.
We rise again. No limits, no end. Faster every time. We don't break, we ascend. Together we rise. Together we win.
And what a ride it has been, Lewis. An interesting set of car and track combinations, to say the very least, and we end up maybe the most interesting one of them all. Although maybe some would argue the Acura GTP, the one combination that we're not racing with, that could have been the most interesting race of them all.
I mean, I like that we're ending on this. It's one of those ones. It's nice to end on an odd one. I think it's good to have those odd races, something a little bit different, but still have like some regular, pretty normal races like the Acura at Fuji. But spice it up a little bit. It was the Truck Series race earlier on here that really caught me out, because obviously it was at again. The racetrack is lit because there's floodlights around here, and it was quite late at night. The only problem was the infield is not lit, and the trucks, as Lightning McQueen once said, race cars don't need headlights because the track is always lit. Not that bit, though. That bit was not lit. Hey, boy, was it dark.
Lightning was referring to the party on the track, okay? It's always lit at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It was more interesting, I think, actually, with the Super Formula lights, when they would go into the darkness and almost like, just with the force, judging where they were. What we did see, though, was this 2025 layout of the Charlotte Roval has got a much more acute sort of hairpin. And it led to plenty of chaos when we were here with the Super Formula lights. Lewis, I'm a little bit scared with these Formula Fords because I can see them fanning out 3 and 4 wide and trying to turn back onto the banking and run onto the entry into the chicane.
All I know is that there is going to be about 4 wide going into that bus stop on the back stretch. I can feel it at some point, and even then, hey, going into the chicane on the front stretch, there's going to be a lot of side by side. Do you know what? I'm going to give you a bold prediction here. I reckon we might have a breakaway winner. And I don't mean on pace. I mean on contact. Someone's going to be there's going to be a tight fight behind. Second, third, they're going to bin it, and then whoever is leading is going to be checking away.
Picking up what you're putting down. Good to have our entire team bring you this coverage of VCO Infinity, and not just those on the broadcast side of things, our race control team as well, working through the night, and our VCO organization team, not just on social media, pumping out what's been many clips across of all the different platforms, but managing all the different things points related as we get ready to go. And so for one final time today, let's dial up a starting look at the lineup for race 24. Lewis was saying Dan Amor might be one to watch, and he has put it up top as with a 128.671, he gets the opportunity to see clean air in front of him. Elias Riker for BS Plus competition will be fighting for a top 5 in the championship, while Solpec Precision Racing and former Formula Ford Festival winner on iRacing, Emil Bernstorff, lines up alongside of Sam Ward. Isaac Phelps, winner of the first Formula Ford race, is 5th. Connor Jups led many a lap in this car through the course of VCO Infinity 5. Will there be one more here today, as the front 6 rows split by just a couple of tenths of a second? David Toth 7th, Jack Sedgwick 8th in the Was Cooking Racing Adventures machine. Sheza Esports, remember, looking to hold on to 4th in points. Fight 500, Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, your top 10, and then BS Plus hybrid with Jaden Conright. ERE Race Esports Team Tommy Razier hoping to sign off on a high. I saw support in chat for them a couple of minutes ago. Matt Caruana for EMM Esports, the fight for 2nd in points. He's got nowhere to go but forward to close on Elvis Rankin. Graham Carroll will be alongside for the Altitude Freem Esports crew. Share Esports and the Falcon Sim Racing team share row 8 with Grid and Go and Visceral Esports 17th and 18th positions. 07 Racing and Armentario bookend your top 20. Thomas Eng Sim Racing and Fast Repair split row 11, with Drago Racing and Michael Romanidis having to push his way forward to try and solidify that finish in the championship. Sim RC, the Bumblebees looking to sting from 24th. Delta Sport behind them, 1 second off of that pole time, with Tatum ResTech then 26th. Dutch League Racing, Capivara Racing, Brabham Motorsports, and Ride SimSport, the front 15 rows, before you get back to the black and gold of TC Esports, Sorrento Motorsports Esports, and then the MG18 and Absolute Motorsports machine that line up 33rd and 34th. Stint 1 Motorsport and Project 91 Racing Team. Fraser Smith has been involved in plenty of contact today, hoping to stay out of the wars this time, while LionGPFenster.com, Vitality Sim Racing, and GT Spain 92. Only 39 times laid down on the board, but we've got a field of 51 ready to go racing once again. A rather short run through the night, and under the glorious sunshine here at America's Home for Racing, Lewis, we are ready to go with what in some ways is a car that I'm sure many Americans might not even realize just how fun it is to race.
116 brake horsepower and absolutely no weight at all. It is an awful lot of fun, and that is why, and I was going to say this a second ago, who was missing from that starting grid? Who wasn't there? Oh, Sebastian Job wasn't on it, because obviously he's not set a lap time. Wonder if that was, he might have exceeded track limits, but maybe he sat at the back thinking, I want to have a little bit of fun on the last race. There's nothing to lose.
We did talk about last to first challenges slightly earlier on. Reina Talvar here at this track, 44 positions gained. From 45th on the grid, won the race. Lewis, I'm still not sure if that's ever going to be beat in VCO Infinity, but as we get ready to pull away from behind the pace car, I can tell you that Sebi did try and set a lap time, so it wasn't an intentional last to first challenge.
Maybe it was. Maybe he was going through the. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He was going through the chicane and thought, actually, no, I don't want to. I'm going to skip over. But he wanted to get that lap in just to feel the circuit. Yeah, you got to give some benefit of doubt. Look, it's been a really, really fun event. We've had 23 fantastic races. We have one final one to deal with. You've not asked for it, but I am going to give you my prediction anyway. I do think Danny Moore, that boy right there, I think he's going to win. And I know his dad's watching, so shout out to Ian.
You're just trying to curry favor. You know what?
Absolutely. I want a Coranda t-shirt.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm sitting square on this fence. I'm just excited that after 23 incredible races, we get a chance to send a clean set of race cars, no battle scars over the previous 23 hours, to anything but to the minds and to the egos. And so put those egos aside. Formula 4s at the Charlotte Roval, the final of our 24 races in 2026. VCO Infinity 5. Dan Amor gets us going from America's Home for Racing. And what an interesting sight it is. 2 by 2, they trickle out through the opening corner and now descend on the infield. Left before you go right down the hill. And Amor continuing to control the pace up front. It's Emil Bernstorff that slid to second and slotted in behind.
Great shout as well for a driver to potentially take victory in this one. Emil Bernstorff's looking pretty quick. Elias Riker's got Isaac Phelps right over the rear end. He's trying to make some progress. Sits on the rear of that BS competition car, but already a little bit of a break from second to third. That gap will close back up as soon as we go through this corner here at the hairpin.
Whoa!
Into NASCAR 1, where we go back out onto the oval, and there is some issues further down the field. A couple of drivers already coming into contact into the hairpin.
I saw Guillaume Levesque's name highlighted on my screen. David Toth as well. That is significant, remember, because we're talking about Sheza Esports and their championship hopes. Are we going to be 3 into the chicane? First time of asking. Well, yes, a little bit further back, Lewis. You were correct.
Solpack, presumed by the way, have taken over the race lead ahead of Dan Amor, who will settle himself in the second position in the slipstream of the Formula 4 Festival. Winner here on iRacing. It was just it was not last year's year before, wasn't it? That
yes.
Emil Bernstorff won, and Danny Moore's keeping pretty close. God, they get close to that barrier, didn't they? Coming out of that chicane. Got to use all of the track available in a car with such little power and little grip, as Isaac Phelps will pick up Elias Riker at T1.
And I think Sam Ward is poking as well, but he's on the wrong side of the track as they descend down the hill. Crucially, in terms of point situations, EMM Esports and Matt Caruana heading down pit lane for their fast repair. As, let's check in with the recovery from the failure in qualifying. Hello, Sebi, already up into the top 30 as grass gets kicked up behind him.
Thing is, this car, as much as this is kind of like the style of racing that you'd sit back as a casual and think, no, this is definitely the kind of race where you could go from the back of the field to the front. I actually don't tend to believe that is the case. And the reason I say that is, by the time that you've made quite a lot of progress, you can see it going round onto the banking there. There's a couple of larger breaks between some groups, and you could be on the wrong side of a break, and you're more likely to be so when you're trying to rise up from the rear of the field. That's why you have to make that progress really, really early. I could actually see, it's going to be a crazy statement to say I know, I could see Sebi Job not getting
Into the top
getting
10?
into the back end. I was going to say not getting a top 10. I reckon he might get to the back end of the top 10, but I don't think he'll get much higher than that.
Agreed. No, that's what I was not sure how to phrase it, but we're on the same page there. 2x2 off the banking outside of the top 10. Single file it out as they sling out through the chicane. I was just thinking that the backstretch chicane, it would be a very interesting layout to add the initial version of the chicane they had. You remember the really fast one, Lewis?
I actually don't, because I only remember. Well, again, my time of driving this circuit, which is why I hate it, was the. I say the original. I think it might have been the original version of it on iRacing. It was in the Pontiac Slow-Stis, and there was no chicane.
You see,
so you go through this hairpin, and then you drive all the way around to turn 1, and that is it. And that is a slow run.
Agree. No, my main experience with this Roval is the first year actually that they had the event on iRacing. That was back when you could still get road iRating for racing the oval cars on road courses.
Oh yeah.
And I racked up some iRating that week, I can tell you. There was only a few drivers faster than me, and most of their names were Casey Kerwin and some of the other NASCAR drivers, so made me feel very good about myself. That breakaway that you were referring to, though, it's the 7 cars up front that are looking to try and hold position, and while they do so, on the 3rd lap, about to be complete, start to pick up the pieces of, well, what's happened initially to David Toth in the Shezza Esports machine. Behind him, Bite Fight 100. Oh, just tags him, and that's where things go wrong. And EMM, Matt Caruana, nowhere to go.
Yeah, which is obviously bad for EMM and their chances of moving through. I don't think the aftermath of that was pretty good at all either. This is on board with Caruana. Unfortunately, the problem for him was qualifying again in the mid-pack, and picks one way, picks the other, picks one way, picks the other, and yeah, just not committed either side enough. Got to say, that from David Toth is absolutely tragic. Yeah. I kind of love it, but it's terrible.
Let's ride with Graham Carroll, because I can only imagine some of the words that are probably coming out of his mouth given all of this. Does a great job, though, to pull to the right and avoid that. Oh, could have been worse.
It's fine. He'll chill out, and then I think afterwards maybe he'll go for a little bit of a range session. So another one of the
is he a
avid
golfer?
golfers. A little bit. We've had a few combos about golf, and I've said that if I'm in his neck of the woods, we'll have to go and play around, and he's up for it. So
Hey, I knew I liked
golf
Graham.
brings us all together.
Yeah,
right.
I knew I liked Graham. There was a reason.
Yeah.
At Lewis, there was a fact that I wanted to mention to you. We're not at Okayama. In fact, we're about as far away as we probably could get from Okayama right now. However, did you know that Okayama was formerly known as the TI circuit? And TI was the abbreviation of Tanaka International, after the name of the golf club owner. There's always a way to tie golf into motorsports.
That's nice. I was going to say Okayama's had a few names in its time. That is one that I didn't know, and that's a great stat. I will be remembering that for the next time we do a broadcast. That's great. Where's the nearest golf course to Charlotte?
Oh, well, there's lots of golf courses around Charlotte. The question is, where are the good golf courses in Charlotte? And
we are so off topic.
Oh, you know what? We need a golf sim VCO event. I suggested we should do sailing sim. Next up is golf sim, Lewis.
Do you know what? Guess what I did between my little break?
Went to the range.
No, I went on the golf. I was Golf VR, mate. Back on it. Golf Plus. Sign me up.
Amazing. BS Plus competition, Elias Riker, they've lost track of the front 3. And so the breakaway you were talking about, Lewis, it's now Phelps, Amor, and Bernstorff. Maybe the 3 strongest in this particular car that are now biding their time till the end.
Yeah, I get the feeling that those could be the ones to do battle for victory here. I'm not sure if anyone else can really join them unless they're doing anything odd on strategy that might catch them out. I don't think this is not the kind of circuit where I'd sit there and be like, oh, maybe there's a good chance that you could no-stop this race. I think in this car it's just not really possible. Way too much time when you're full throttle around here, and there's no real chance to save it. It's not like Diogo Pinto earlier on, where he was clutching in to get the car to save fuel. I am not hearing any of that from anyone around this circuit. This is definitely a pit stop race.
Yeah, no question. Oh my goodness. Well, There's lots
Whoa.
to pick apart in both these webcams. So Jack Sedgwick, Leeds fan. Football supporters, chat amongst yourselves. But then Jaden Conwright, he
Geordie
is...
LaForge.
Oh, I was going to say Mr. Freeze.
Oh, fair. Or Cyclops from X-Men. There's lots of science fiction, you know, and such references that you can chuck in there.
Yes.
Mr. Freeze is a great one.
I just saw it, I went, oh, Incredibles. Went back in time. Jaden Conwright, Jack Sedgwick alongside of one another, and behind them, Cash Felber. The problem with going side by side here is, you know, much like we were talking about with the front three breaking away, look at how Eetu Eskalainen in that Williams F1 gaming machine has just pulled out an advantage.
Yeah, into the chicane they go. Big slide from Jaden Conwright. Too much there as well. Was we right on board with Cash Felber. Oh, and a little bit of contact as Jack Sedgwick is trying to keep Jaden Conwright down on the white line and hold it as tight as possible. We're seeing a lot of this later on this afternoon at the Daytona 500. A little bit of too wide, and obviously, well, it could be too wide the entire race. Is the whole point of it.
Oh!
There's probably going to be a bit of that as well.
Cash Felber is the one that gets the worst of it, and there was one car that went straight through to avoid. I think that was Michael Romanidis, and then eventually able to hit the reset button and return to pit lane. I do have to say, Lewis, the iRacing Daytona 500 on Friday night was actually one of the most enjoyable experiences I've ever had in a commentary booth. So I'm quite excited for this year's real-world Daytona 500. I'm just a bit sad I don't have a sim rig, so I can't go and race the iRacing Daytona 500 myself.
I mean, I do have a sim rig, but I'm not going to do it. To be fair, I would do the Daytona 500 again. I want to do some oval racing again. This is what happened to Cash Felber, having a little bit of contact, bit of oddity, and he's the one that pays the price. Get it?
I do.
His name's Cash Felber, yeah. Okay. Back to the pit lane, he's going to have to go, and we'll have the fast repair used as soon as that car is towed back. Was that not very good?
What, the pun?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm all punned out, to be honest, after about 24 hours. You know, it's kind of how these events go.
That is true. That is true. Especially some of the tedious people you have to work with, like you and
like
O'Leary.
you. Oh, yeah, true. You
no,
and
right. You only had to do 2 hours with me.
No, that's true. But poor Ewan, actually. The overnight stint. I think he got a couple of hours of sleep at about 6 a.m. and then back on at 8 a.m. So let's give a shout out to him, Jeremy Scott, as well as Nathan Richards, Zach Sweeney, Jake Sperry, Ewan O'Leary, Lewis, yourself, and myself. Am I missing anyone? I think that's the crew.
I was going to say, you thanking yourself? Goodness me. Us.
Of course.
I know someone who's done that on a VCO-related broadcast before, and it was very awkward.
Of course. To be fair, I'll list myself also as part of our 3-man production team with Dane Baird and Ramiro Cisneros. So, you know, international team behind the scenes here at RaceSpotTV and VCO Esports.
Yeah, look, it takes a lot of work to bring these broadcasts together. Not from me, I just sit here and talk. But from yourselves and all those behind the scenes between Florian making as much as he can behind the scenes, obviously the event and stuff like that. So much work goes into it, and then you can't do it without race control. You've got to have it, and you know, unlike in Bathurst, there's not ridiculously bad calls from race control, so that's fine. It doesn't annoy me. That race did not annoy me.
I was waiting for you to bring that up at some point. I saw your Instagram story and I knew it was bubbling.
Yeah. If you start asking me questions about it, I'd get very angry. Very angry very quickly.
Let's not spoil it. Let's not spoil it, because there may very well be people that have been so locked in for this event haven't paid attention to the 12-hour. I'm definitely not talking about myself. I've seen a couple of clips, but not much beyond that.
I don't know who won.
I have no idea who won, actually. I did see the clip of the BMW and the Merc having a bit of argy-bargy into turn 1.
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that I've seen from the Bathurst 12-hour was the crash that I got very angry about, because it's terrible.
That's fine. It's pretty bad.
Sebastian Jobe in 13th position. I think our call potentially them getting in maybe into the top 10, and if he does, it'll be the back end of the top 10. Feels pretty right. He's got 3 seconds for Jaden Conwright, Gregory Hoveson, and Graham Carroll, and then it's 3 seconds up to the next car. I don't know if he can catch that 6 seconds. I'm not going to lie.
Speaking of Graham Carroll, just had a bit of a moment at the chicane and unfortunately saved by the fact that, well, Jack Sedgwick drove through him slightly and avoided pushing him up into the wall. Sedgwick got a meatball for those efforts, and if he can go 2 more laps without the car snapping around on him, it would be in his interest. It makes the fuel number probably that little bit easier as into the chicane. Oh, squeeze from Hoverson on Carroll. Vulcan Sim Racing car up high. Jaden Conright then tucked in behind. 4 seconds up the road now to E2 Escalainen, who's really cleared off from these guys. As, Carroll, after that moment, I think, has decided, let's pit now.
Yeah, but then I think he's just going to be in around a little bit of traffic, but fair play just to get out of it and try something different. We do know that everyone's going to have to take some fuel on as Graham Carroll will roll down pit lane and find his box. Did see a couple of drivers miss their box earlier on in the race proceedings. This is back up towards the front, where we've got Emil Bernstorff, Dane Moore and Isaac Phelps. The reason we've not really focused on this trio is I get the vibe that they're just ticking off laps. They are throwing the car around as hard as they can, but I don't get the feeling that Dane Moore is like desperate to take over the race lead. Sit behind, save that fuel. Maybe you'll not have to put that extra bit in.
Agree. Again, it's the one sort of thing about the format of VCO Infinity that drivers have sometimes said. When you know there's going to be a pit stop, there's not much reason to really fight. You're better off saving fuel and just waiting and biding the time. Live points, by the way, back on the right side of your screen as we close on the first 15 minutes complete in the 24th and final race in VCO Infinity. How great it is to be able to say that. Swaps all the way from 4th through 7th, but only in one place each direction. BS 4th on track, jumping to 4th in the championship in front of Sheza after David Toth got tangled up on the opening lap. Drago Racing, they'll lose out to TC Esports. The difference between them is 7 points. And Drago all the way down in 37th right now. Michael Romanidis, if he can find his way up another 7 spots, crack the top 30, could very well find himself back up in 6th.
Gregory Hoverson into the pit lane for the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal car. So that is another car into the pit lane and rolling. So I think that's just sticking the fuel. Kind of the same thing as what we saw from Graham Carroll just a few moments ago. Ignore that safety car. We don't care about it. Straight through it we go. And back out onto the racetrack. And
sorry,
look who he's with.
Lewis, sorry. It's not a safety car, I've been told.
It's a pace car.
Yeah, I know.
I don't care.
Do you? Yeah, I'm with you. Safety car, pace car, tomato.
Same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, but this is where, like, if people get finicky about you calling it pit road or pit lane, being like, oh well, it's this, that, the kind of way. Doesn't matter. I don't care. We all know if I say pace car or safety car, you know what I'm talking about. So does it matter?
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, I was just processing if I had anything more to add to the argument, and the answer to that is no. What point, by the way, do we reach the point of no return at which everyone is going to be down pit lane? Because next into pit lane is Jaden Conright, or Mr. Freeze as we're calling him now.
Yeah, indeed. I would say probably, at least from what I'm seeing, because these are all pitting. I think they're pitting at their basically the first opportune moment, which tells me that the car can probably do about half an hour, which is what we've kind of seen throughout a lot of the running today. It can do basically between half hour and 35 minutes of running. So I get the feeling that basically it'll be about 10 minutes to go in this race. Pretty much everyone will have pitted. So over the next 17, 18 minutes, we should see a majority of this field head their way into pit lane. You can double check though with the man himself, Will Chadwick, see what he suggests. He's so knowledgeable.
Well, I think Sir Will's probably not too worried about strategy right now. Remember that EMM Esports all the way down in 31st position. Caruana having to head back to pit lane. That is a very spacious sim area, and I'm not quite sure if that's another sim rig in the background, but I am loving what's going on in Connor Jupp's garage right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's clearly pretty sizable. I remember Connor Jupp was probably one of the more unlucky drivers in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. I was talking about this a little bit earlier on. Drove in that series for Alpine and just didn't have... It had some good speed. Did not have any luck to go with it. Is up high and very slow on the grid and go cars.
That is not looking right. I'm wondering, I'm wondering if there's a slowdown or something potentially. Can get one from the chicane. He's alongside of Vitality, turns in, and the car just says no, and he nopes and goes straight right, keeps the foot planted, and just says, "I'll take my slowdown, thank you very much."
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. It's kind of one of those ones with the battle. You're going side by side with that chicane. You don't really want to take too much of a risk with it. Vitality there on the left-hand side. Just didn't really slow down, got the braking point all wrong, skips over, accepts the penalty and drops back. You're going to lose a couple of positions, but as Will Chadwick was saying earlier, sometimes with the battles, he's passing it on to his drivers. That you're involved in a battle and sometimes a little bit risky. You're only going to gain a couple of points or a point if you're going to get past 1 point per position. Sometimes it's better just to avoid the battle, pull out and finish. And I guess there's kind of a little bit there in that one for Christensen, just to skip over and just skip the battle.
SimRC and Eclipse Sim Sport. Long way around attempted for Simone Pisoni. He didn't quite pay out on Caleb Hyde. Sorry, just got a message in chat. Let me see what Will Chadwick's got to say. He's clearly listening to us. Pit stop for everybody, Lewis, is what the word from Sir Will is.
Yeah, again, that is not a shock at all. It's a little bit higher fuel consumption here than what we've had in some previous races. No chance of saving enough to get to the end of the race. And like I say, the thing is, he's not giving you a rough time window. He's just said that everyone's got a pit. He's like, yeah, we know that. We've been hammering that in the broadcast the last 20 minutes, bro. Like, give us more. Tell us exactly what lap Matt Caruana's coming to pit lane.
So what you're asking is for me to break out some of that truth serum that apparently I sprinkled down on pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, I don't know what it is.
And with that, maybe you can find the bottom of this commentator's curse rubbish.
Oh, that's this real thing.
To be fair, I will say there was a very suspect moment earlier on in this broadcast. I still don't believe in it at all, but it was suspect. I said Cooper Webster, the Team Redline have got such a lead that basically Cooper Webster could even disconnect from this race and it still wouldn't matter. 20 minutes later, he disconnects. But again, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. So I was right.
Omnipotent, I think, is what I really meant to say. But yeah, that's a commentator's curse. What I was going to say though, Lewis, I've never really been in a situation in sim racing where a team has told me, yeah, you know, our car can go 56 minutes. That's what they all tell me in IMSA. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fibbing, isn't there?
They're usually pretty good about being accurate. You can tell who is trying to. You can tell who's coy. You know how it is, Lewis. You go and try and talk to a racing driver in the paddock, get a bit shifty.
Yeah. As soon as they start using the words like about and around, I'm like, yeah, rubbish. When they're like, yeah, I mean, maybe we'll be pitting around like, you know, lap 25, and you're like, you have said that with zero confidence whatsoever. You've got something up your sleeve, mate. I can feel it.
My favorite thing is taking something that someone else has said that you don't believe, and going and asking another driver, oh, someone told me this. What do you think? And when they call it out as, you know, BS, that's always very interesting. Chatters once again answers the question. About 5 liters of fuel needed from a 22-liter tank. That's what they all would have started this race with. And so maybe about 36 minutes, maybe a bit more on fuel is what we can expect.
Okay. See, there you go. There we go. Now we're getting the answer. As if he's been on this broadcast before. Give me all the information. In fact, just jump in the comms booth, actually. Take over my role. I'll go and watch football. Look, obviously very helpful. Thank you, Chadders, and thanks for the information. Obviously, all the teams will be in the same kind of camp with that, and no one will be particularly like. The people that are not shocked by that information are all the other teams. I mean, yes, that's exactly what we're running. It's not really a car where you can do much different than what it does. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's simple. It's not a complex car, this one, compared to the machine, the Acura GTP machine that we've just come from. Albeit, again, fixed setup, Lewis, so a lot of the adjustments kind of simplified down across of all the cars. And there can be no complaints about, oh, but my setup was down in a straight line or blah, 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 blah. What we can talk about, though, and maybe it's worth a conversation, is the fact that fixed setup means that drivers have to adjust their driving style to suit the car rather than the other way round.
Yeah, which I don't hate. I actually, if it were my world, we'd be doing that in a lot more races. Because I think a lot of setup making is boring as. Very important knowledge, but boring as. And I've always found in my personal practice when I used to do esports and stuff, I would be sent a setup by my teammate because I'm too dumb to figure it out. And then I would drive that car to a certain speed, and then he'd send me an update to the setup, and I'd be like, no, I can't drive it. And I'd just be like, I'm just driving this setup, I've just got to the speed that I'm getting, and I'm like, that'll do for me. All these ones like micro-adjusting the anti-roll bars to make it slightly, drop the tyre pressure by 3 kPa, because that's going to make all the... I couldn't care less, mate. Just as long as I can get around the circuit, I'll be all right.
So you kind of listen to what Max Verstappen saying about the current generation of Formula One cars, and probably have similar thoughts on some of that. I pose this question to you, though, Lewis. In modern endurance racing, knowing what the GTP cars are now, which is a lot of management and system understanding, would Max coming and doing the 24 Hours of Daytona really be that much more fun? I would argue yes, but not for the reasons that many would argue.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, all I know is that I want to see him do more events. That's all I know. I want to see him jump out of the world of Formula One and see. I will say some of the comments that he's made about the upcoming season of Formula One. He's trying to take a jab at the championship I commentate on. You know that?
Hey,
they took it really personally as well. I
saw the CEO reached out and offered to have Max come and drive the car. So maybe Max. That's because
the Gen 4 car is going to be absolutely rapid.
Okay. Well, so maybe Max will try that out and change his mind, although, let's be real. All indications point to Max going and doing the Nürburgring 24 as a lap car stays in the wall and out of the way.
When's he doing this event?
When's he coming back and doing some more VCO thing? That's the question.
Yeah, come on, mate. Jump on. Did he do Pro Sim Infinity?
I don't know if he did Pro Sim Infinity, but he definitely did Pro Sim.
Hold fire. I've got the entry list somewhere.
Oh, there you go. While you do that, I'm going to dig up a replay or two, because you know what? It's settled into a rhythm, but there's still action out on track, and it's the hairpin. Vitality, Alessandro Ottaviani tagged around, and then to make the pain worse, slam into the left rear, and that will have resulted in a meatball flag, unfortunately for him.
No, he did not do Pro Sim Infinity, so that's fine. Richie Stanaway did, though. Shout out to Richie Stanaway. But no, it wasn't Max Verstappen. I didn't think it was for Team Red on that one. But look, come on, we'll do Pro Sim Infinity again. We'll drag him back in, right? We'll make it a convenient time of the year. We won't stick it on Valentine's Day. Nor will we clash. This is one thing that I want. I want set in stone. One thing for VCO. We will not clash with the World Cup final. We will not clash with the World Cup final. All right? Cool. That's that set in stone, right?
Florian, that was Lewis, not Arjuna. Just making sure you know who said that.
You want to clash with the World Cup final? Off you go.
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure I got to watch the extra time bit, so I've got no complaints.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
Luke got to watch the first half, I got to watch the second half, and you got to watch the extra time, which was mental.
So that was VCO LFM Flex Stream, another one of the many unique ideas that our VCO team has worked through over the years. We are closing in on about 30 minutes complete, at which point inching towards, I think, the front of the field, beginning to dive down to pit lane. Remember, anyone who's pitted after about 15 minutes in this race will be able to get to the end. So even some of those that have been involved in some chaos might still have a chance to avoid an extra dive down the lane. But Bernstorff, Amor, and Phelps, it's as they were at the front on the 19th lap of an estimated 31.
Yeah, obviously the thing is, Dan Amor here is going to be saving a bit of fuel comparatively, picking up that slipstream of Emil Bernsdorf. Isaac Phelps will be having that doubly so, and when it comes to that fuel in the pit lane, if you can not put in as much as everyone else, yeah, you're saving yourself quite a lot of time there. When it comes to stationary time in pit lane, bit of curb being taken there from Emil Bernsdorf through the right, left, and then back out towards turn one. Dan Amor and Isaac Phelps very much in tow. This is Elias Riker, Sam Ward, Connor Jupp, Tommy Razir, and Santiago Bastarrica, I know what I mean. All involved in the fight, 4th through 8th. A lot of cars.
And then it's only another 5 seconds back to Sebastian Job and the Team Redline machine. He's on the hunt, he's on the prowl. And a good way of showing how Redline have been able to be consistent is that 50 points for a race win across 24 races tallies up to a maximum 1,200 points. Redline, through those 24 races, have dropped 108 points. That means, on average, they are dropping no lower than outside of the top 4. They've stayed for the top 5, in the top 5 for the majority of the race, and that is why they have found themselves champions with 2 races left to go.
The most important bit of VCO Infinity has always been consistency. It trumps everything else, and Redline are the most consistent. And like I say, I wouldn't necessarily say that they are the fastest, in each individual race. You know, you go into the race and you're not sat there being like, oh, the Redline, they're going to win again. Yes, of course, they've won more races than everyone else, but they're not always the fastest. I mean, look at this race. Yes, Sebastian goes working his way through. I think if he was up there, he'd be in the battle with Bernsdorf, Amor, and Phelps, but you wouldn't be able to call it differently between them. That's just how it is. It's just the fact of they are always there on speed, and none of the other teams are. They're only there for 3/4 of the races, and suddenly everything's thrown a little bit up in the air.
Well, past 30 to go. Or 30 minutes complete, I should say. 15 minutes left to go. Does seem as though relatively stable are top 10. Drago and TC, 2 points between them. Drago have clawed their way back in front. See if that holds. Michael Romanidis doing a good job to recover after running into Visceral, who was stranded through the final corner. Also a close fight between one of the Falcon sim racing machines and Delatraz Automotive. Connor Jupp, I tell you what, this effort from him to run in 6th position is really giving them a solid chance of grabbing that 8th place away. Bobble over the curves for Job once again as he leads the 10th on back queue as they try and close in. Yet another lap complete as Emil Bernsdorf runs at the front. I'm not sure how much of a disadvantage he will really be at, Lewis, having punched the hole in the air for the 2 behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure where the deficit, where the positive is going to be. I will say for this situation, for Dan Amor, it'll sit there and be like, this is not a must-win now. Because of EMM struggles, this is not a must-win. But because of EMM struggles, it almost becomes but we can win. Because even if they crash, they're still going to score pretty well. Realistically, in EMM, 31 points, so running in the back end of the top 20. You might as well go for it. Like, you're full send. Give it a go. Might as well. And Danny Moore's won a fair few races in this kind of car. So's Isaac Phelps, so's Emil Bernsdorf. So we're in for a cracking shout between the 3 drivers who we've just seen. We saw Danny Moore first, then Isaac Phelps, Emil Bernsdorf last. And I mean, look, this is going to be a great finish, but we still have that pit stop to deal with, which could break this pack up quite significantly.
It is going to be a grandstand finish. I kind of have no doubt about that. Traffic may play its part as well. Emil, by the way, has got some really interesting videos on his YouTube channel. He's also streaming VCO Infinity right now. I think that is what we saw him talking to his chat, going through some of what's happening. raced as high as the Formula ladders in the real world, but now has fallen well and truly in love with sim racing, and has a lot of suggestions on how to fix iRacing's, as he calls it, F1 and Formula problem. I don't know if you've seen that video, Lewis. It's already got about 16,000 views in just 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think you need, like, whether iRacing needs to change this, that, and the other. I mean, I think there are certain things where it does have a few problems. I remember, I'm sure iRacing don't want to remember it, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. Joseph Newgarden's video about the IndyCar in COVID, in which he was not positive about, let's put it that way. But look at the IndyCar now on iRacing. You know what I mean? It's one of the cars that quite a lot of people really, really enjoy driving. It's one of those ones like just listen to the community, listen to the drivers that know what they're talking about when it comes to I mean what iRacing, whether it is new cars, different rosters, changing of physics, tyres, strategy, whatever. Listen to what the people want, because a lot of these people know what they're talking about.
Here we go. Split. Dan Amor peels off first. Even though he was sat behind and sipping the fuel, he's the one that decides. Maybe the traffic was his consideration. Another piece to work through. They passed the Absolute Motorsport Aslith machine, and so that means next up in the line is probably David Toth in Shazza Esports. That's a relatively quick driver, and maybe fixed up the damage. Doesn't want to necessarily get clogged up behind. Amor in the box and no mistakes. That was crucial.
Revving it like it's an F1 car, trying to get that turbo to spin up or whatever they're saying about how they're revving at the moment. But I think you're quite right on the as soon as he came into the pit lane, it's because he was seeing some of the traffic up ahead and thought, right, this is me, Chief, in I come. And into the pit lane he has gone. He's ahead of Caleb Hydes, who's in 11th spot, sure, but Caleb Hydes was one of the drivers he was battling with for victory earlier on in the day, so certainly someone that can maybe keep up or just keep around, nothing too major. Importantly, it's 8 seconds to the next car, so just clean air for Dan Amor to throw his Coanda around and maybe try and jump Isaac Phelps and Emil Bernstorff to take victory.
That traffic actually played ball, didn't cost them much time into the backstretch chicane. Now, do they respond? We got told about 36 minutes, maybe 40, if you save a bit of fuel. We are now 35 odd minutes complete, and both of the remaining leaders dive down. Will we see Elias Riker and company also off to the left? No, they stay out there. They've saved a bit more fuel.
I don't even necessarily think that's that. I think Emil Bernstorff and to be fair, Dan Amor earlier on, I reckon they could have gone further. I reckon for Emil Bernstorff and for Isaac Phelps, it's a reaction to Amor coming into the pit lane. Into the final complex they go, and Dan Amor will come into the first corner now. Rolling off of pit lane comes Isaac Phelps. A slow stop for Emil Bernstorff. He's taking on a little bit more fuel in the Silverado pursuit car, and Isaac Phelps has taken over what will become the race lead.
Wow. Emil Bernstorff does end up paying the piper for sitting at the front and punching the hole in the air. 4 seconds longer. That's a lot more significant than I would have thought. Although I don't think he's totally out of touch, because he's only 2 seconds adrift from Caleb Hyde, who could act as the bridge here for Emil Bernstorff to latch back onto the leaders and then try and slingshot his way to the front. Elias Riker in front of Sam Ward, Tommy Razier, Santiago Pastorica. I wonder if all 4 of them are going to pitch off the banking this time and head down to pit lane.
Maybe. I will say for Dan Amor, I mean, I think Emil Bernstorff might be a little bit out of it if Dan Amor and Isaac Phelps don't battle. A few cars into the pit lane ahead, including Sam Ward and Elias Riker. Tommy Razier will remain out on the race circuit and now will become our race leader with 8 minutes left to go. Sebastian Jobe also into the pit lane for Team Redline, along with Ben Reimer for the Shera Esports car.
There goes Caleb Hydes. There goes any chance, I think, of Emil Bernstorff being able to link back up with the 2 that are now in touch of the final race victory in the 5th edition of VCO Infinity. Amor all over the gearbox of Phelps as they run back into the infield. Down the camber they'll run. can hear how much off-throttle time they actually have here, just waiting. They don't need to brake, they're just waiting to pick the power back up.
Yeah, exactly. Being patient. I mean, it's a lot of horsepower to deal with in these cars. You know, all 116 of it. Again, even my car's got more horsepower than that. But I will say, I'm pretty sure that the contents of what's in my boot might weigh the same as these cars. Not quite that extreme, obviously, but they are extremely light for their 116 brake horsepower.
BS Hybrid speeding penalty for Jaden Conright. Remember, no limiters in these machines to help bail you out of the tricky situations. Isaac Phelps, Dan Amor, now a full 3.3 seconds clear of Emil Bernstorff. Unfortunately for him, he is well and truly out of touching distance into the final 6 minutes of action, which will likely, I think, mean we have another, what's it going to be, maybe 5 laps left to go, as Bastarika and Razier down to pit lane, and now I think the field is done with pit stops in VCO Infinity.
Yeah, we are ready to run to the checkered flag for the final time. 24 races, but it comes down to these final 6 minutes in this battle for the race win. Isaac Phelps, Dan Amor, 2 drivers who have, again, won a fair share in their Formula Fords. I did have the joy of commentating on Isaac Phelps in the GB4 Championship last year. He'll be racing in Porsches this year alongside Callum Voisin, who's someone that we know from the sim racing scene as well as the motorsport scene. Obviously was racing in Formula 3 and such recently and is a GB3 champion.
Where are they
They'll
racing?
be taking on Porsche Carrera Cup GB.
Oh, nice.
So the one on the Toka package, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's one of the championships still running with the 992.1 generation Cup car. So that means, I think, no ABS, no traction control. So that should be a ball to work around some really interesting tracks as well for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. 5 minutes now left to go. Is Amor going to wait? Is he going to look down into the chicane this time by? If they start fighting, it might drag Bernstorff into the mix. And Phelps recognizes that. Amor slings his way up the inside and to the point.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look back at some of the battles further down as Sam Ward is right onto the rear end of Connor Jupp and out towards the barrier as they head out onto the start finish. Obviously such a short run. Sebastian Job getting ahead of Gregory Hoverson, sits about a second off of Graham Carroll. I'm not going to lie, if he gets into 10th place, even 9th, 10th place, I'm going to be well happy because, again, we killed it. This is why we're good. This is why we're good.
This is an amazing effort as well from Sebi to keep himself out of trouble. He got himself in some trouble in races 10, 13, right around that point, halfway through the event. And it seemed as though maybe Redline might falter, but as much as he got himself in those situations, he also dug himself back out of them. And that's the Sebi that we've seen evolve in the last couple of years, building up that mental toughness, Lewis. Sometimes we see him make some odd, rash decisions, but he's put those in the past and a lot more level-headed nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, he's one of the most well-rounded and fastest drivers in the world of sim racing. A lot of people argue that he is definitely on the list of one of the best, and I don't think many people could argue that. At the front of the field, though, there has been a switch. Dan Amor will take over from Isaac Phelps at the front of the field. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this final race, and I'm liking the look here. I think this is going to be a good fight. 2.2 seconds to Emil Bernstorff. Do you know what? Don't fully rule out the Solpec Precision car. If there is a battle, which there will be, between Amor and Phelps, if it starts early enough, Bernstorff might have a shout at this.
I agree. Meanwhile, almost 3 wide. Graham Carroll trying to pop to the inside of V2 Escalainen, Gregory Hoverson and Sebastian Job alongside the teal and blue machine on the inside down the hill. That's Hoverson. Sebi now going to switch back underneath in the darker blue with red highlights, and he's going to rip 11th away. He saw his chance and found the momentum. Now can Ben Reimer in the Scherer Esports car follow suit? Hoverson will still have the inside into the newly tightened hairpin that will bring you back onto the banking. Sebi aware of that, goes defensive, and watch Reimer try and now get the draft, the run underneath and onto the banking.
Yeah, like there's going to be a lot of these kind of slipstream fights over this final lap, a couple of laps of this race where they drag it down into that bus stop side by side, and it all kind of starts with that move beginning at that hairpin going down towards NASCAR 1. Here's our lead battle into the final complex. This is the start of the penultimate lap. I did hear, Zax, when you say Anto penultimate, I did hear you have a go at him about
You
it.
are a terrible influence.
He's my son, what can I say?
Terrible influence, Lewis, and thank you for reminding me that I have to chastise you live on VCO Esports. Oh, Gregory Hoverson!
Whoa!
Well, he tried to do a front flip, but denied by the wall.
Ouch, though. I mean, that was a sketchy moment. Like, you see, just pushing a little bit too hard, braking. The rears start to come round way too quick into the barrier hard. That is a big shame. But, I mean, later in the race, kind of got to go for it, didn't you?
So, now that we're in the final stages, Lewis, remind me, who did you pick?
I picked Dan Amor.
Now, do you think he's in the best spot possible, leading the race, heading to the white flag?
I do not. But I believe in Dan Amor. He's had a very unlucky season in the IndyCar iRacing Pro Series. But look, he's going to turn it around here and he's going to steal a victory. He's had 2 victories in the Formula Ford so far today. Isaac Phelps has got 1, I'd say today, over this event.
Who's got the other?
I mean, it's between these 2. Great question. Diego Pinto.
I mean, that's a pretty solid list to lock out the wins. I mean, if Dan Amor can grab another one, that's 60% of the Formula Ford races going his way. Traffic, we knew it might be a factor. But on the run through turn 1, they dispatch 1. 1 more in the infield maybe to deal with before the run onto the banking. And I agree with you, Lewis. I think I want to be the one sat behind and looking for that draft onto the final couple of braking zones.
There's going to be a move going down into the bus stop. There's going to be a move going down into the final chicane, I'm sure of it. These 2 are going to leave nothing on the table. Defensive line from Dan Amor. A little bit of lap traffic for them to navigate. They'll try and fire their way through, going down to the hairpin. Tight line coming in. Isaac Phelps firing it in. He's going to make the move. He's going to look down the inside. But look at this for Dan Amor. He's going to carry better speed off the corner, surely.
It's a bit early potentially because there's 2 braking zones left. Traffic up high, feeds a bit of draft to Amor, does not help out. Phelps on the run into the backstretch chicane. I think you wait potentially here. Pinching Phelps on the run out of this final section. Oh, over the curbs.
Whoa.
Amor gets it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he's still kind of in tow. He might have something here. There's no lap traffic for them to deal with. Isaac Phelps holds the top spot, and that gap is coming down. 3/10 of a second, down to 1/4 of a second, down to 2/10 of a second. He's going to go for a move here.
He's going to try and switch back underneath, roll the speed through. It's NASCAR style racing, but without the contact. Isaac Phelps will get
Slow
it
down.
done. Grid and Go win the final race in VCO Infinity 5. You can see what it means to Phelps to be able to hold on in what was an up and down event for the Grid and Go team. Emil Bernstorff grabs second with that slowdown. Good catch, Lewis. And eventually, there comes Sebastian Job. Our champion's red line crossed the line in 11th.
Yeah, look, it obviously has been a great event from Team Redline. It doesn't end in the best possible way, but you know, it was a little bit of a last to first challenge in there. Probably not the right car track combo to give it a go in. I don't think this is the car to do. Do you know what? I think the car to do a last to first challenge is probably the truck. It's the most driver skill based car, if you know what I mean.
I do.
It's the one way that, you know, as I say, the drive makes the most difference. And if it's not pack racing, slipstream, this, that, and the other. The Acura is too hard to make the moves. This and the Super Formula Lights kind of work as a bit of a pack race. That truck, that's the one that you want to be firing your way through the field on. And I mean, look, the Formula Fords, though, they've produced some great racing. And I've very much enjoyed it. Now we need to get that moon buggy, what's it called? I don't even know what it is.
It's been
like
too long a day for me right now.
Whatever. We need more fun cars like this Formula Ford.
Oh, we need plenty more fun. Hopefully another edition of VCO Infinity not far around the corner. Let's catch up quickly with our race results because I really want to dive into some post-race chats. 1 second the margin, Phelps able to hold on, slingshotting that final chicane and preventing Dan Abel from mounting a charge, although I think it was the run onto the banking, that hairpin, that really decided proceedings. 500, what a result for the Argentines to close out VCO Infinity V in front of the ERE Race Esport team. What a showing for them as well. Consistent presence in the top 10 and in front of Team PGZ to close out the running. PS Plus Competition, Delatraz Automotive, and then Scherer Esports and Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy. The top 10 in the final of our races, just in front of Redline and Altitude 3M Esports. Big moves, of course, for Sebi, plus 31, plus 27 for Caleb Hides as well. And Guillaume Levesque crosses the line with a meatball flag, but still plus 20 to his name. Good points on offer there for the Falcon Sim Racing team. Not so for EMM Esports. They needed more to push Coanda in the fight for second. Matt Caruana crosses the line in 21st position. Rest of the names will scroll through as we continue to begin to breathe for the first time twice around the clock. 24 incredible races, 5 incredible cars, and 5 incredible tracks. And the final race winner of them all, Isaac Phelps, standing by with Lewis McLeod.
We do indeed have Isaac Phelps in the commentary booth. A second victory for you. Another one in the Formula Fords after Road America earlier on in the event. And a great fight between yourself, Dan Amor, and Emil Bernsdorf as well. What do you make of that race? It was pretty hard out there, especially on that last couple of laps.
Yeah, it was like the whole race until the last 2 laps was just all about saving fuel and sitting there. I'm really thankful that Emil chose the strategy he did. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to pull off that 1, 2, 3 of us all. But yeah, with him doing a full push strategy, it meant that me and Dan were just able to sit there and just save fuel the whole race. And yeah, that really helped when we came to the pit stop.
How does it compare? Oh no, God, I was going to say, how does it compare with racing here as compared to how it was at Road America? Because obviously crossing the line first there, but very, very tight. But after the pit stop, took a little too little fuel there. Does that change your strategy in the other races where you just change up how your approach is?
Road America, yeah, it was a similar strategy actually, but I just had to save fuel after the pit stop, and having no tow at Road America, it meant that people were catching up. But the Road America one would have been a bit easier if I didn't actually miss my pit box. So yeah, that probably lost me about like 2 seconds. So the strategy at Road America was really good, and I used that the other races, and I've been quite unlucky in a lot of my races, but it's been a really fun event, and really happy to win the last race.
Oh, also, not just the last race. Obviously, the team has won back-to-back races then in the final 2 after Sean Campbell in the previous one as well. So a great way to end the event as a team. We're obviously going to go off and celebrate, I'm sure. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's good to have a good end to it, because it's been quite a tough event. We've had a lot of drama and a lot of issues and some really bad luck with like netcode. So yeah, to have a win-win to end it for the team, I think is really good.
Thank you, Isaac. Great drive, great victory, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you in VCO Infinity in the future.
Yep. See you next time.
There you go, Isaac Phelps, our last winner, Argina. Great drive from him.
And let's chat with another winner, not just of races through the night, but of VCO Infinity V as part of the Redline winning lineup. It's Sebastian Job and Sebi. I hope you had fun, because that's what VCO Infinity is really meant to be about, but ultimately consistency from Redline. Coming out on top, 2 races left to go. How are you feeling? There was a couple of nervy moments in the night period where you got involved in a couple of incidents, really no fault of your own.
Yeah, it was a frustrating night, a tired night, but I really enjoyed this last race. Since we had it all wrapped up, we said, "Oh, just absolutely go for it in quali, and if you get a slowdown, then you can have a fun race." And that's exactly what happened. I got a tiny slowdown in the last corner going for pole. So yeah, the last race was really fun actually, just cutting through the field. But yeah, the nights were pretty tricky. Yeah, I crashed. I had an incident in both of my races, had to fight back. I was yeah, a little bit annoyed, a little bit frustrated, but luckily my teammates were super consistent. So yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. Some races I really enjoyed. You know, everyone likes races that go trouble-free, but then the other ones were extremely frustrating because it felt like we didn't get much of a break. But clearly we did if we won. So but yeah, it was a mixed bag, but I did enjoy it. I'm super tired now though.
Yeah, I can tell. I'll ask you one more question. I'll let you go get some sleep. You mentioned after one of your wins that it was nice to be back in one of the downforce cars, a type of driving style that you maybe haven't had the chance to have too much of in the last couple of years. What are your plans in 2026? Where are people going to be able to follow Sebi as the year continues to unfold?
It's honestly, it's still a bit up in the air. You know, in the esports side, we're kind of waiting on competitions, and so yeah, a little bit up in the air at the moment. I'm doing the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup GB at the moment. Only second in that, but it's going well. But yeah, other than that, I think we'll have to wait and see. I wish I could give you a better answer, but truthfully, I can't right now. So we'll have to wait and see.
I think that reflects kind of the state of sim racing in some ways, Sebi. Great to see you, though. Glad you had some fun. Go and get some rest as part of the winning Team Redline lineup.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Always great to catch up with the Redline drivers. I have the sneaking suspicion the rest of them have also gone straight to sleep, Lewis, which is not where you and I are going after 24 hours of racing. We're going to go turn on the television and watch a bit more sport, I think.
I was going to say, you don't think I'm going to bed? I've just seen the Arsenal-Wigan match. It's 4-0. It's been on for half an hour. So I am going to go for a lie down and then watch Daytona 500. Stick that on probably whilst I'm in bed, having some takeaway because I'm fat and I can.
Let's quickly just look at the championship standings with the season. Oh, I say season. It really is a season just shrunk down, right, into 24 hours. And once more, Redline. 109 points given up across of 24 races effectively means they averaged a top 5 finish through the day. They take the lion's share of the prize money alongside of Coanda Esports, EMM Esports, BS Plus and Shazza, your top 5. Although I think Race Control might still have a few more things to pick their way through. On behalf of our team at VCO Esports, though, it has been a pleasure to have your company once again here in this wild event. Something only possible in the world of sim racing. 24 hours, 24 races with 5 cars and 5 tracks. For our team behind the scenes that have made this all possible, from VCO, Race Control, and our team at RaceSpot bringing you the broadcast. Thanks for your company. We'll see you next time, ready to do this all again in the next edition of VCO Infinity.